Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Eraserhead Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If One for All Deku joins different school. Now before starting, give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Third POV. Izuku couldn't believe it. He was trying to wake himself up from the nightmare that he found himself trapped inside of. This had to be a nightmare, right, because he was given one for all, the second strongest quirk in all of history, and yet he was told he was now expelled from his dream school, that he was expelled from UA. Why, you might ask, was Izuku Midoriya, the 9th user of one for all, expelled from UA? Well, simply over a pathetic and biased test in Izuku's opinion. Now let's rewind about a year or so. This way you will have more details about everything that has happened. Izuku Midoriya used to be a quirkless boy who had a few encounters with the #1 pro hero All Might. Now, the first encounter didn't end that great, as All Might had rejected Izuku's question and told Izuku that he could never become a pro hero and save people as a quirkless person. Then came the second meeting between them, which was during the second attack of the sludge villain. In this event, Izuku had discovered the sludge villain attack where his childhood friend Bakugo Katsuki was being held by the sludge villain since it had escaped All Might's custody when Izuku had grabbed onto his leg. Izuku, not knowing that All Might was on site in his skinny form, had heard the heroes talking about waiting for a person with the right quirk, and before he even noticed what he was doing, he had already run past the police line. Izuku, the quirkless child, was running towards the villain when he threw his backpack and landed a hit on the villain's eye that made the villain loosen his grip on Bakugo, which provided air long enough for Bakugo to survive. Of course, Bakugo, being the person he was, didn't like the fact that the person he saw as a lower individual was helping the almightily Bakugo. As such, he was complaining and asking what the hell he was doing. Izuku responded he didn't know and that his body moved on its own, but that he looked like he needed help, is what Izuku replied with, while maintaining a smile. Unknown to Izuku at the time, this had inspired All Might to push past his limit and to go in and save both of them. Izuku thought he was going to die, but All Might arrived in time to block the hit and deliver his own. Izuku was sure he heard All Might say something about being a hypocrite and not acting on what he was teaching, as he delivered a Texas smash into the villain, which caused the air pressure to change. This change in air pressure caused a sudden downpour of rain, which resulted in the fires around on the buildings that got started by Bakugo's frantic use of his quirk. Both of them were taken to the side as they were checked out. Izuku, though, was getting scolded for what he did while Bakugo was being praised. Izuku wanted to laugh at this situation but didn't. The heroes who were standing around doing nothing were now scolding him, and Izuku found it so ironic. Soon, though, he was let go and warned not to do it again. As Izuku was walking home, Bakugo had found him and yelled at him that he didn't need to be saved by a quirkless loser like Deku. Izuku just sighed and looked at his notebook in his hands and placed it in his bag. I guess it's time to figure out what to do with my life, Izuku muttered as he continued walking down the street, but it seemed fate was going to change for him that day, as this was going to be his second encounter with All Might. I am her, All Might was saying as he coughed up blood and dropped to his skinny form. Izuku started to freak out since All Might was coughing blood, and All Might waved him to stop. Hello, young Midoriya. I came here with an apology and an offer, All Might stated, talking as he asked Izuku what he was thinking when he had run in to save the boy trapped by the sludge villain. Izuku took a second and shrugged. I wasn't really thinking. When I heard the heroes talk about waiting for the perfect quirk to handle the situation, I found my body already past the police line before my mind realized what was going on. At that point, I had to commit to what I was doing, Izuku stated as he explained what happened. All Might's smile widened at the explanation that Izuku gave him and nodded his head. Indeed, he is the one I want. It feels as if One for All is pulling towards him as well when the incident happened, since I knew I was already at my limit, but I somehow gained enough power to push through my limit, All Might thought as he listened to Izuku's words. Good, good. That settles on what I want to offer you. Young Midoriya, I wanted to apologize to you. I was cruel in my words when I told you never could be a hero, because at that moment you were. When everyone else stood by doing nothing, you acted, All Might stated, and Izuku said he only made it worse and didn't help. Wrong. It was because of you the quirkless boy had gotten the courage to act that I was inspired to move as well. I was at my limit and I was standing in the crowd. However, due to your actions, I found a new wave of energy to push past my limit and save the day. You, Izuku Midoriya, are a hero, and I believe you can be a pro hero, All Might stated, and Izuku started to break down into tears. As Izuku was crying, he was then offered what All Might wanted to offer. Young Midoriya, I believe you are the one to inherit my quirk. I want you to inherit my powers, All Might stated, and Izuku froze in confusion and started muttering so many different things out as All Might chopped his head a bit and told him to stop freaking out. My quirk is unknown to everyone and I always play it off with jokes and changing the topic. However, my quirk is actually called One for All. It is the second most powerful quirk in all of history, and I deem you worthy of becoming the next user of my quirk as the 9th user," All Might stated as he explained the details of the quirk, though he left out the all-for-one part to the story. Izuku soon was caught up on what All Might was talking about and accepted the offer without hesitation. This led to the 10 months of hell training where Izuku Midoriya, under the supervision of All Might, started to clean the entire Takoba Municipal Beach Park due to it becoming an illegal dumping ground that the city had failed to clean up. Izuku sadly pushed himself because he wanted to clean the entire beach even outside of the sections that All Might marked out. This resulted in several cases of him collapsing due to exhaustion, which he got an earful for, but Izuku did get the benefits from it as well. During the training, Izuku and All Might also have become much more closer to the point that neither was admitting it, but they both saw each other as father and son. Again, neither side was willing to admit it since they were both awkward creatures of social interactions, but nevertheless they did find a good balance between the two of them. Throughout the training, All Might would take Izuku out to get ice cream every so often and was starting to learn more of Izuku's life, and he had concerns as well about it but kept them to himself since Izuku was still opening up to him more and more. Now, back to the training itself. Izuku had completed the 10 months of hell and was able to receive one for all. Though, there is a problem. Izuku received the quirk only hours before the actual exam for UA. As such, he had zero time to actually training with the quirk and would be using it during the exam itself with no real guidance except to clench her butt cheeks and yell smash. This led to the events that he was now dealing with, as during the exam he used one for all and blew up the 0-pointers. This act gave him enough rescue points to get entry into the hero course, but it also meant he caught the eye of his future homeroom teacher Shota Aizawa, who was known as the Eraserhead hero. This teacher sadly had a large rate of expulsion, and Izuku's act of destroying himself to save the girl did not please him, and Aizawa didn't want Izuku Midoriya in the hero course. Now, we come to the recent day, the first day of the hero course. Everyone was told to put gym uniforms on and to go out to the training field where they started to do a quirk apprehension test. In this test, they were threatened with expulsion if they came in the last place, and Izuku would admit he was scared of failing due to having zero time to train with his quirk. He didn't risk training with it during the 2 months between the exam and the first day due to All Might being out of contact and busy with preparing to teach at UA. As such, Izuku was going to try and learn to control it in a controlled environment where he didn't risk ending someone with a punch he did on the robot in the entrance exam, but that decision came to bite him today. Eraserhead made the threat to expel the last person since someone said the test was going to be fun since they could use their quirks. Eraserhead even gave a speech about heroes were meant to correct the unfairness of the world. However, Izuku found the test itself biased, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. Izuku, though, thought his luck was up when Eraserhead stopped Bakugo from attacking him, even though Eraserhead told Izuku that he could never be a hero. However, it seemed going from a full limb to just a finger wasn't enough for Eraserhead, as Izuku came in the last place. As Izuku stood there, he heard the sentence that destroyed him. "Izuku Midoriya, you are hereby expelled from UA. You can go to the principal's office and the principal will have everything you will need to leave the school. Everyone else needs to go and get changed and go to the classroom to get your schedule," Aizawa-sensei stated as he walked away from the training field. Unknown to Izuku, All Might was standing behind one of the walls and was impressed with Izuku's ability to go from limbs to a finger and thought he was cool and amazing for figuring that out to get the most out of his quirk with limiting the damage, but even he was in shock. He knew of Eraserhead's expulsion rate, and that is why he came outside to watch them. However, he wasn't prepared himself to watch his protege get expelled because of a damn quirk apprehension test. All Might was honestly confused on how Aizawa could be so cruel to expel Izuku when he's only had the quirk for a few months. Aizawa should know of the truth when the student files had the recent update for his quirk registration in them. As such, Aizawa couldn't claim that he didn't know that Izuku Midoriya only had it for less than 2 months. However, unknown to All Might was the fact that Aizawa never looks at the student profiles until later on, since he doesn't want to judge the students based on the previous teacher's notes and adapt a mindset to the students without seeing them first. As such, due to things unknown by several parties, the situation wasn't rectified like it could have been, and a new path was set before Izuku. Aizawa walked by All Might and asked why he was outside wasting his time spying on a class. All Might wasn't in the mood to talk to Aizawa at all, though, and gave a general response of he wanted to see his future student. Though All Might did ask why the green-haired student got expelled, All Might got pissed at the answer but didn't let it show. He isn't fit to be a hero and never will be. He's not more than an arrogant child with a powerful quirk. It's better to end their dreams now instead of letting them go and them failing later on, Aizawa stated as he walked away, and he didn't see All Might tense his hands at that answer. After Aizawa was gone, All Might went to his protege and totally not his son, young Izuku. All Might called out as he stopped near Izuku. Izuku looked up at All Might and the hero felt a shiver go down his back at the dead look Izuku had in his eyes. "I'm sorry, All Might. I truly wasn't meant to be a hero, it seems. You should never have given me the quirk since I can't get it under control, even though I should have tried to during the past 2 months. I thought it would have been better to do it in a controlled environment instead of risking my and everyone else's lives with how powerful it is. Now I am just a disappointment to the legacy," Izuku stated as tears rolled down his face. All Might gripped his hands because he was pissed that his protege was reduced to this because of a stupid test that he shouldn't have gotten expelled on, especially since another student attempted to assault him, yet that student is still in the said class. Third POV. Izuku was sitting there on the ground as All Might came up to him. Izuku was trapped in his thoughts of how much a failure he was and was only knocked out of it when All Might spoke several times as he called Izuku. Izuku looked up to All Might and spoke of how he was a disgrace to the legacy, and that he should never have gotten the quirk. As Izuku sat there in his disappointment, he reached up and took a hairpiece and offered it to All Might, whose eyes widened. Yet, the hero never reached for it. "Why won't you take it? I just got expelled from the best hero school in the country. Doesn't that say enough of how pathetic and a disgrace I am to the legacy?" Izuku asked with tears rolling down his face as he looked up to All Might, whose eyes only had sorrow in them. "No, Izuku, it doesn't. It only speaks to how lazy of a teacher Aizawa is because he knew you only had it for a few months. It's a part of your student file when you updated your quirk registration from quirkless to the superpower quirk. As such, he knew you had 0 training in it and would have had a good idea the exam was the first time you used it. This test says nothing about you. If anything, it only says amazing things since you went from a full limb to only a finger in damage. That is amazing, with this only being the second attempt on using one for all," All Might stated as Izuku broke into tears and hugged All Might. All Might hugged him back and rubbed his back as they sat there for a few minutes. Soon All Might pulled away and looked at Izuku. "Young Izuku, I can easily talk to the principal and have the expulsion lifted most likely. So let me go do that since you shouldn't be expelled," All Might said as he was about to go do it. However, as he was going to do it, he got stopped by Izuku. "No, I don't want you to do that," Izuku stated, and All Might was confused on why Izuku didn't want him to do it. "Young Izuku, if this is about you feeling like you shouldn't be a hero, then throw the thoughts out of your mind. You deserve to be a hero more than anyone with the life you went through and yet can still smile and desire to help people," All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head but spoke. The next statement that he heard shocked All Might but also made him proud of the young man before him. "I know that. I just don't want to go to UA anymore because you had Eraserhead's decision overruled. First, that would cause issues between me and my classmates because they would think I somehow pulled strings, which would be true. 2. I don't think I can honestly deal with Eraserhead anytime soon due to his bias test. And honestly, I think he purposely moves the ranks around," Izuku stated, and All Might was confused and asked for more details, which Izuku gave. Izuku explained how overall he was far fitter than Minta and that all of his test scores from what he remembered were higher than Minta's except the side-to-side test. "Overall, it doesn't make sense for me to have actually placed last if the final results were averaged together. Even if they weren't, Minta's sole high score above mine shouldn't place him above me in ranks. I'm not trying to be petty and say he should be expelled over me. It's just how the math works don't make sense unless Eraserhead was using some different ranking system than he explained to us," Izuku stated, and All Might realized Izuku was right. There was indeed no way for Minta to have placed higher than Izuku. Minta's quirk only helped him on the side-to-side, and Izuku outdid Minta in everything else by larger margins. Izuku then went on to explain that he believes the test was actually about what potential that Eraserhead saw in the individual people for the final results as a way for him to get rid of anyone he didn't want in the class. Izuku said that he was sure Eraserhead had actual scores for all of their tests, but that the first day test was more for Eraserhead's usage of finding who had potential and what, and Izuku was deemed pointless since Izuku knew that Eraserhead had expelled an entire class before, even though they had flashy quirks. "If you aren't going to UA, then where do you want to go?" All Might asked Izuku, and he was silent for a bit. "There is the best school in the West, Shiksu High School, but it would cost too much for my mother to send me there since it's so far and it's not practical for me to do trips back and forth every day. Otherwise, I need to go to almost a no-name school nearby. There's also the issue of you and me not being near each other so I can receive training under you to learn how to control the quirk," Izuku stated, and All Might nodded his head and was thinking. As he thought, he came to a decision. "Izuku, I've got a plan. Let's go withdraw you from the school, or rather have Nezu change the expulsion paperwork to a withdrawal instead. I will call in some favors and have you admitted into Shiksu. I also will ask someone to train you over there who can help you get control of the quirk faster than I likely can. He's the person that trained me when my master died," All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head but said it still wouldn't be practical due to cost and time to go to that school. All Might waved his hand and said he would handle it and that Izuku and his mother need not worry about it. Izuku wanted to protest, but All Might wouldn't let it go. Soon, both of them arrived in Nezu's office and were welcomed in. "Izuku, this is..." All Might started but got cut off. "Am I a dog? A mouse? A bear? Who knows? But I am the principal of UA Nezu. Nezu stated, and Izuku stated what he thought Nezu was. I think you are a genetically modified white stoat that would inhabit areas generally with heavy snow, Izuku stated as both Nezu and All Might looked at him. All Might was confused but was shocked at the guess and realized it just might be right since Nezu fit the picture quite well while Nezu was grinning widely at the guess. I don't know for sure. Not even I know, but I think that is the best guess we have in all honesty. Now, why do I have both users of One for All in my office on the first day? Are you here to request access to some gym for him to train in All Might? Nezu asked as he went to his desk. Please keep this meeting short since I know I need to deal with some student that got expelled out of Eraserhead's class. My money is on the mind to boy, Nezu said as he hadn't looked at the information in the expulsion that Eraserhead had submitted and only knew that someone got expelled. Then he noticed both of the users of the One for All tents. I assume you didn't tell him I knew of the quirk. Did you tell him about the others that know? Nezu asked, and All Might coughed as both Izuku and he sat down. Thanks for reminding me about that, but that isn't why we are here. That expelled student is actually young Izuku's here. Aizawa expelled him, All Might stated, and Nezu froze. He looked at the request from Aizawa and cursed as the man had just expelled the future symbol of peace. Nezu wanted the 9th user of One for All protected inside of his school since it would be a good place for the boy to train. Well, I will need to come up with some excuse on why I am rejecting the expulsion, but no matter, we can undo this, Nezu said as he was about to reject the notice, but Izuku stopped him. Sir, I actually am not going to seek to continue my enrollment here. I've decided to go to another school. Though, it would be helpful if you would be willing to change it from expulsion to me withdrawing since it would make it easier on All Might to get me into Shiksu when he asks them to enroll me there, Izuku stated, and Nezu was in shock that he was now losing the 9th user of One for All to another school. He also wondered why Izuku Midoriya didn't want to keep going at the school and asked why he didn't want to keep going, and Izuku explained his reason. Nezu nodded his head. Damn it, Aizawa. You just screwed the school out of future fundraising since we one of All Might's protege and the future number 1 pro hero here as an alumni, Nezu thought. Nezu couldn't push full blame on Eraserhead either since he's allowed the expulsions of his always and allowed him to conduct that test as he saw fit even though it was kind of biased. I will agree to change it to a withdrawal, but you will need your mother's signature though on the paperwork. I can give you the paperwork for her to sign and you can have All Might deliver it back since he still works here, Nezu stated, and All Might spoke up at that moment. About that, All Might said, and Nezu and Izuku's eyes widened a bit. Izuku though stepped in. All Might, you are not quitting just because I got expelled and will be going to a different school. The rumors are already out and about, and if you quit it would damage UAS reputation, which would weaken the hero's reputation. It would be one thing if you spent a year here and then retired and then worked at another school, since you could say you are going between different high-tier schools to deliver advice to as many students as possible, but if you left now it would be a scandal, Izuku stated, and All Might was shocked that Izuku was still wanting him to work at UA. Nezu was impressed with Izuku's thinking but also thankful since he was right and it would hit UA's reputation if All Might suddenly quit. Also, it would expose our connection easily if you suddenly appeared at my new school since someone would be smart enough to connect the dots. Also, you need the school to hide yourself during your off hours. You also need to save your time limit until I can take over your position, Dad, Izuku stated, not realizing he said Dad, and Nezu chuckled as Izuku started to realize what he said. All Might just laughed and patted Izuku on the back and said it was fine. It's okay, Izuku. I've come to see you as a son as well, All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head but was still embarrassed. As the conversation moved forward, Izuku decided to ask Nezu to sign his hero notebook since this would be the only chance he would have. Sir, could I get you to sign my notebook since this is likely the only chance for a long time to meet you? Izuku asked, and Nezu nodded his head as he was working on the paperwork. Izuku pulled his hero notebook out of his backpack and flipped to the page Nezu was on and handed it over. Nezu stopped working on the paperwork for a moment and looked at the book to sign it. As he was signing it, he noticed what it was and his eyes widened. Damn it, Aizawa. You just kicked out a skilled analysis, Nezu thought as he started to flip through the pages and could see the level of details in it. Nezu even saw recent pages for some of Izuku's now former classmates and how they were almost completed. Dear God. He's had limited contact with these people and he has already gained this much information, Nezu thought was snapped out of his thoughts by All Might asking if he was all right. Yes, I am all right. I've just gotten attached to reading these notes since they are on a professional level. They are nearing mine as well. I have to admit, I hate the fact that UA is losing a student of Izuku's caliber. Izuku, I also suggest you apply this type of thinking to One for All since I know you don't have control yet. It might help give you ideas on controlling it, Nezu stated, and Izuku was shocked at the praise that he received since everyone has told him that his notes were always horrible. Thank you, sir. All my past teachers always told me my notes were horrible and I should stop. Though, I think all of that was due to me being quirkless, Izuku stated, and Nezu made a mental note to look into Izuku's past schools. Soon they were finished, and it was time for Izuku and All Might to leave as they needed to talk to Izuku's mother. Nezu waved them off and decided he was going to have a conversation with the homeroom teacher Aizawa soon, since he had just costed the school a bright student that would have done wonders for the school. Now though, Shiksu was going to gain the future #1 hero instead of them. And that thought of the competing school getting Izuku Midoriya, the 9th user of One for All, pissed Nezu off. Third POV. All Might had gathered all of the paperwork from Nezu, and both he and Izuku left Nezu's office. Both of them avoided being seen by other people and were able to make it out of UA and got into All Might's truck that he owned. It was the same truck that he used to transport the trash from the beach to the dump, which Izuku noticed and chuckled at. All Might as well laughed a bit at the fact that it brought back memories of their hell training that they put Izuku through. Soon though, they started to get silent as they drove towards the Midoriya home. All Might, are you sure you are okay with taking care of the costs for me to go to Shiksu? This is a bit selfish of me since I could have stayed at UA, Izuku stated as they drove down the road. All Might nodded his head easily without even thinking about it. I am perfectly okay with paying for it. Do remember, I am the #1 pro hero. Even if I retired today, I could easily afford a lot of things due to all of the merchandise I sell of my image and other things my image is used for. A good chunk of money goes to charities, but even then I still have a lot of money even though I don't show it. I tend to buy things for convenience sake unless it's my private jet, since I need to hide my form when flying from other people. I also own a decent size home, but not a mansion like others think. I get things that meet my needs and then add a few levels of comfort for myself, All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head as he relaxed in the car. All Might soon turned on the radio and they just listened to it on the drive over to the house. As they arrived at the home, Izuku realized that they never talked about how they were going to introduce All Might to his mother. All Might, we've never talked about how we are going to introduce you. My mother would get really suspicious of you trying to pay for my schooling even if you claim to be my mentor without revealing yourself as All Might, Izuku stated, and All Might nodded his head. I know, I will handle it, and let me lead the conversation about everything, okay? All Might asked, and Izuku nodded his head. Soon they both got out of the car and walked up to the apartment complex where Izuku opened the door. Mom, are you home? Izuku called out, and Inko said she was in the kitchen. Mom, I have someone here that wants to meet and talk to you. It's important, Izuku stated as he moved towards the living room and kitchen area. All Might put the guest slippers on and followed behind him. As they entered the room, Inko told Izuku that he should have texted her that they were going to have a guest. All Might apologized. Sorry, Mrs. Midoriya. I apologize since this was an unforeseen situation that Izuku and I have found ourselves in, and we needed to talk to you as quickly as possible, All Might stated. Inko looked at him and introduced herself as Inko Midoriya, and All Might introduced himself as Toshinori Yagi. Soon they all sat down on the couch and All Might placed the folder down on the table. The first thing, ma'am, let me apologize for not meeting you sooner, as I've been close to your son for about a year now, as I have been training him for the UA entrance exams. I should have come to see you much sooner than now, but have been caught up in many things, but that is no excuse for not making time to see you before something happened, All Might stated as he bowed his head in apology. Inko waved him off and asked him to stop bowing. I indeed would have liked to meet you far sooner than now, but it's quite fine since Izuku has been looking much happier since he's been training with you. Though, I'm worried about what you mean about something happening, Inko asked as she saw Izuku's finger in a splint and wondered if it was about that. All Might looked at Izuku and nodded his head as he transformed into his buff form, which Inko's eyes widened. Even Izuku was shocked that he revealed his form so easily. I am here, All Might said before dropping his form and coughing a bit. Inko freaked out as he coughed up some blood, but also that fact that she just saw him transform into All Might. Then she heard her son talk. All Might, you really got to stop pushing yourself, Izuku said as he handed All Might a tissue to wipe the blood away. Thank you, my boy. I really keep forgetting to carry something to wipe the blood all of the time, All Might said as he wiped the blood up and threw it away. Both of them turned to Inko, who was just staring at them, and Izuku blushed from embarrassment. Mom, this is All Might, my trainer. He has a lot to talk to you about, and I'm sorry in advance, Izuku said as he rubbed his neck, and All Might rolled his eyes. Inko then looked at All Might in confusion but was grasping the situation. First, before I keep going, are you completely with us since I need your full attention on the topics we will talk about? All Might asked, and she nodded her head. All Might sighed and decided to talk about One for All first. Might as well hit that first so she understands how invested I am into Izuku and how close me and him have gotten due to everything before hitting the expulsion, All Might thought as he looked at her. I'm going to tell you about my quirk, or rather your son's quirk as well. First, your son's quirk isn't called superpower. That's the lie we came up with so people wouldn't know the truth. Your son's quirk and mine are both called One for All, and it's a quirk that can be passed between users. I gave your son his current quirk since I choose him to inherit my position as the symbol of peace," All Might stated, and Inko's eyes widened in disbelief at what she was hearing. All Might then explained how the quirk passed between users and that Izuku Midoriya was now the 9th user. He then let her ask questions. "First, I am still having trouble grasping it, but I doubt you are lying. I was always wondering how Izuku ended up with a quirk that didn't appear like mine or his father's. You say it's been passed down for generations. Why was it passed down? Surely a quirk like yours has a goal to accomplish," Inko asked, and All Might chuckled a bit. "I see where you get your abilities to analyze my boy. Though, I am surprised you never asked for the details on that," All Might said while looking at Izuku, who was in shock at the question his mother asked. He then turned to Inko and nodded his head. "Indeed, there is, or rather was, a goal to accomplish, but I completed it. Let me tell you both the entire story of One for All," All Might stated as he started to explain the entire story as he knew it of All for One and One for All. At the end of it, Izuku was freaking out about fighting a 200-year-old monster, and Inko was glaring at him. "Now please calm down. The man is dead since I caved his skull in. Humans can't live with having their brains smashed," All Might stated, and both of them calmed down. "All for One is how I ended up with the loss of my organs and scar. It's why I only have a 3-hour limit now, but unless he's 100% immortal, then I don't see how he would have survived getting his head crushed, and since if he was immortal, then he would have hunted me down when I was younger and wouldn't care about getting injured," All Might said. Without knowing, he raised the bad omen flag on their futures in regards to All for One. Both of the Midoriyas were calmed down and nodded their heads in understanding. "As such, you can see why your son and I have grown close. I will also admit that I have come to know your son as my own child, which I am finding is typical of the users since I saw my own master as my mother," All Might stated, and Inko nodded her head and watched her son try to hide his head in his arms as he was embarrassed from the conversation. "Well, I am glad Izuku has a male role model in his life that he trusts and looks up to, since Hisashi has always been gone to America. The last time Hisashi tried to apply to return to Japan, they threatened to hold him in breach of his contract, which he stupidly signed all those years ago. It was more or less a slave contract in my views, but we needed the money back then, and it didn't seem as bad until Izuku was born, and they started to get a bit more aggressive after the first year of Izuku being around. Soon after that, they pushed him to America. It's never been the same for Izuku since he left for work, and he hardly calls nowadays anyway since the time zone differences. I do talk to him here and there, but nothing like we used to. We've actually divorced a few years ago since he didn't want us to keep living in the limbo of our marriage. He, however, still sends enough money for me not to work as well, but I still work some since I want to have enough saved up in the event he ever stops. So, I am glad you two are close," Inko said, and Izuku was shocked to learn his parents had divorced. Even All Might was shocked since Izuku looked shocked at the new information, which means he didn't know. "At least, I'm not pushing anyone boundaries and stepping on toes by becoming a father figure to Izuku," thought All Might. "Now that we have all of that out of the way, we need to move to the issue that brought all of this to light. Sadly, Izuku was expelled today from UA," All Might said bluntly, and Inko choked on her tea as Izuku patted her back and gave All Might "Are you serious?" look, which was funny. "Izuku, what did you do?" Inko yelled out, and Izuku backed up quickly and lowered his head as he gripped his hands. "Now, Ms. Midoriya, he didn't do anything that deserved the expulsion. Izuku just got unlucky that he landed with the harshest teacher that has a high expulsion rate. As you know, Izuku only received the quirk the day of the exam since it took so long to build his body up due to the power. Even then, Izuku suffered the breaking of his arm and legs due to the power output. This put him on the radar of the one, a homeroom teacher who didn't believe Izuku should be in the school since he lacked control of his quirk," All Might stated, and was stopped right where he was talking by Inko. "First, let's hit on the fact that UA never informed me of him breaking his legs or arm. I believe even as an entrance exam that they had to legally tell me that," Inko asked, and All Might looked at Izuku and then back at Inko. "You didn't know?" he asked as he was still brushing up on the rules of UA, and she shook her head. Izuku then spoke up as well. "I didn't tell her since I didn't want her to worry, but I kind of assumed UA would have told her. It's one thing that I broke my finger in the test today using the quirk and got it healed most of the way by Recovery Girl before we left, but 2 legs and an arm should qualify as a call to my mom, shouldn't it?" Izuku asked All Might, who shrugged. "Remind you, I just started and I'm still learning all of the rules, but I would have assumed that stuff got reported. I will look into it when I go back to UA since that seems odd," All Might stated, and Inko nodded her head, trusting All Might. "Okay, now let's talk about the quirk breaking my son's body," Inko asked, and All Might said they would hit on that topic soon as he would suggest how they would be solving it, which she nodded her head. All Might started where he left off at. "From what I understand, Aizawa Akira Eraserhead believes Izuku is an arrogant child that never trained his quirk, which didn't make sense to me since Izuku files would say that he's only had it for 2 months. However, Aizawa expelled Izuku since he came last in the quirk apprehension test. I was willing to try and get the principal who knows of one for all to override the expulsion, but Izuku has refused that. Even the principal said when he learned of it he would make an excuse up to override it, but Izuku still refuses. As such, the expulsion was changed to a withdrawal request which we need your signature for. Izuku has decided, which I support, to go to Shiksu High School in the west of Japan instead of having the expulsion overridden. All Might said, and Inko looked at Izuku, who nodded his head. Inko though had concerns which she voiced. Sweetie, outside of the cost of going to that school so far away, your travel time would be so big that you would hardly have free time any days, Inko stated, and Izuku then looked at All Might, which Inko did as well. Indeed, but in regards to the costs, I will be covering them, and before you argue it's not negotiable. Izuku, outside of being the 9th user and future symbol for Japan, is a son to me as well. I have far enough money that this would be pocket change to me. All Might stated, and Inko looked like she wanted to object to him paying for it, but he wouldn't allow it. Even if he seemed rude, he wasn't going to allow her to pay for it since he wanted to do it. Now, in regards to travel time, there wouldn't be any due to Shiksu having dorms that they like students to live in. All Might stated, and Izuku's eyes widened a bit at not knowing about the dorms. Inko looked at Izuku and then at All Might. That sounds good enough for those, and I am sad I won't see my son as much, but at least I know he will be safe on the campus with, I'm assuming, staff looking over them. Inko asked, and All Might nodded his head. Indeed, they have the homeroom teachers living on the top floor of the dorms for their classes. Students aren't required at the time to live on campus, but it's highly encouraged to cut down on travel time. It also allows them to use the gyms and equipment to train more often since they don't need to travel far for it. There are curfews, and if the student will be off campus on an off day or a school day without returning before curfew, then they require the student to notify them so they can keep track of where the student may be. All Might stated, which Inko nodded her head at an understanding and was glad they had such rules in place to keep track of the children they are caring for. All Might then explained that the costs are a bit higher due to the dorms and the school covering all food outside of anything extra that the student might buy off campus, since their IDs give them access to drink machines and other things on campus. Soon they were on the topic of how Izuku was going to get accepted into the school. 3RD-POV. As they were talking about the new school Izuku would be going for, Inko wondered how he would get in since the entrance exam has already passed and the first week of school starts the following week, since they were 1 week behind UA for the most part. All Might nodded his head at the question and explained the hows. I am going to call the principal of the school and pull strings. I will also bring the principal into the knowledge circle of One for All as well, so Izuku has someone in authority at the school in the knowledge of the quirk so he can get help from school staff. I will ask them to place him into their One class, and since school hasn't started there yet, the students won't know that Izuku had strings pulled for him to get into the school. I'm sure some story will be provided to the staff which I will help with to ensure he isn't discriminated against due to being placed in without the exam. All Might stated, and Inko was glad he was going so far for her son and covering all of the bases of the possible situations of what could happen. As they were talking, they then moved on to the topic of how they would get Izuku's quirk under control. Now Izuku, I want you to do what Principal Nezu suggested and apply your quirk analysis towards One for All. Though, hide the information the best you can or use different words when referring to the quirk and not call it One for All, since we don't need someone finding it out due to you writing it down. All Might said, and Izuku nodded his head, and All Might started to talk again about the plans. Outside of that, before my master died to All for One, she introduced me to a friend of hers that trained me after her death. He became my mentor and I learned how to control One for All for myself. My problems didn't lay in too much power and need to scale back, rather than I needed to learn how to fight with it since I was able to use all 100%, but I received it at a much weaker point. I seem to have grown it stronger than I realized as well. All Might stated, and Izuku rubbed his arm, remembering the feeling of it breaking, and All Might shuddered at the memory of seeing Izuku fall from so high. As such, I will call him and ask him to come out of retirement and set up a way for him to work at Shiksu so he can train Izuku personally, since I can't be with Izuku like I planned to at UA. Izuku won't let me quit since it would cause issues in the public if they were to learn of me quitting so soon, and I can't go work at Shiksu since it would make it easier to connect Izuku to me and the truth of the quirk. All Might stated, and Inko nodded her head and asked who the man was that was going to be training Izuku. Both Midoriyas watched as All Might shuddered before he spoke. I am so sorry that I will be condemning you, Izuku. My mentor's name is Gran Torino. Izuku, if you thought the 10 months of training cleaning the beach was hell, well, I am sorry to say it will seem like a cakewalk to what he will do to you. I am deathly afraid of that man, but we got no other choice since I don't want you breaking your bones, since it would lead to permanent damage which we can't have. All Might stated, and Inko agreed but asked what the man might do. All Might shuddered as he remembered his training, and Izuku got worried a bit. The man is ruthless in his training. He's an old-style trainer that will throw Izuku into the deep end and kick his ass while Izuku trains to ensure Izuku is ready for any villains. I hated the training, but I must admit it made me really prepared for a lot of the people I went on to face, since they were all easier to deal with than the Gran Torino. He won't let Izuku die if you are wondering, but Izuku will be pushed to his limits and then past them if Gran Torino does as he pleases, which he will, since no one can stop that old man. He's really old and short now but can still beat me, All Might said, and Izuku wanted to meet the man but was afraid as well. And Ko was kind of happy that Izuku would be prepared to deal with people that he fights in the future, but wish it didn't involve so much pain. After Inko signed the paperwork, All Might said he would start making the phone calls at once and asked if he could have some tea while he works on the calls. Inko nodded her head and went and got some fresh tea as All Might pulled his phone out and started to make his calls. Izuku though went and started notes on One for All and attempted to learn how to control it via applying his quirk analysis to the quirk itself like any other quirk he does. As Izuku sat there, he wrote out what he knew about the quirk. Basic information. Superpower stockpiles energy in some form that is unknown to the user. What this energy is unknown, but does put off some electrical output when it's powered on and provides a boost to the individual's body in speed and strength. As it stands, the quirk is too powerful and breaks the user whenever it is used due to the user's inexperience in using a quirk due to being quirkless for a decade beforehand. The theory is that the user needed to build up their body before the body could even withstand the activation of the said quirk. Strengths. Provides an overall increase in strength and speed. Provides durability to the user to withstand hitting things. At certain power output, the user is able to create air blasts due to the force being procured. Weakness. Too much power will lead to the user's body being injured. Due to all of the power, the user needs to learn hard control in regards to the output. As Izuku sat there, he honestly didn't know what to think outside of what he had. Overall, the quirk was straightforward, but he was having issues controlling the quirk due to the raw power that he had behind him that he was breaking himself whenever he turned it on and used it. Izuku decided to walk back into the living room since he was in his room for about 30 minutes and see what All Might was doing. As he entered, he heard the tail end of one conversation but didn't get many details out of it. Izuku sat down on the couch and looked at his notebooks as All Might said thank you to whoever he was talking to. All Might looked at Izuku and then Inko. So, I got Gran Torino to agree to work at Shiketsu and train Izuku. Now I just need to get the school to accept Izuku and hire Gran Torino. Honestly, I would pay for the old man's salary myself if need be to ensure he's there to train Izuku. Also, Gran Torino is coming over here to your house. He will arrive tomorrow morning and will be taking Izuku out to train since he wants to see if he can get Izuku some form of control before entering the school. So for the rest of this week until Monday, you will be training with Gran Torino non-stop Izuku. All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head and was happy at the prospect of getting some form of control before he started at the other school. All Might then started the phone call with Shiketsu High School. After the phone ranged for a bit, the other side answered. Izuku could hear the conversation quite clearly since All Might had put it on speaker and warned the Midoriyas about doing so. As such, they stayed silent as All Might talked. "Hello, this is Shiketsu High School. How may I direct your call?" asked the person on the phone. "Hello ma'am, this is All Might calling and I need to speak to the principal about some matters. Is he available right now? It is an urgent and personal matter for me," All Might asked, and the individual on the other side of the line seemed caught off guard. "Let me check, one moment," she said, and after a few minutes the call was transferred and a new voice came across the line. "This is Principal Suo speaking," stated the voice, and Izuku recognized the name as Makoto Suo, otherwise known as the Red King, whose quirk was called Red Aura. It granted the user the ability over the fire aspect and allowed for heavy offensive potential. It's theorized that the Red King could easily take Endeavor on, but he is also known for being a slacker and never aimed to take any high ranks in the hero rank, and has stayed at a low rank since he took over the school, even though they have some traditions that tie back to the military since it was founded as a military school before being converted. Well, that was an insightful look into my life and the school that I didn't know I was going to get, stated the voice, and Izuku blushed hard since he muttered all of that. All Might broke into laughter as even Inko joined in. "Sorry about that, Principal Suo. He has a habit of doing that, which I'm trying to figure out how to help him on the muttering or limit who can hear it. Anyway, I am calling about my protege who you just heard talk," All Might stated, and the line was silent for a bit. "You have a protege? This is the first I am hear about it. I would think that would have been big news," the principal stated, and All Might agreed with him. "Not many people know of him currently as I've kept it under warps. However, we've run into a problem that I need your school's help with," All Might stated, and the principal asked for details. "You see, my protege quirk only came in about 2 months ago, so he doesn't have any control of it, but he still managed to pass the UA entrance exam. However, my protege ended up in one with the teacher being Eraserhead, who has a high expulsion rate. Eraserhead did his quirk apprehension test, and Izuku ended up in the last place, which is beside me, even though I doubt he was the worst scorer overall. However, moving past that, Principal Nezu was willing to block the expulsion and keep my protege Izuku Midoriya in the school, but Izuku doesn't want me having the principal doing that. As such, instead of expulsion, it's been changed to a withdrawal. We are currently searching for a new school for him to go to, which right now would be Shiketsu High School, if you are willing to accept him into your hero course. I do have someone to train him and get the quirk under control, which would need to be hired on since I have to work at UA and I can't quit without causing a scandal. Is there any way you can help us? All Might asked, and the line was silent for a while. As they waited on the edge of their seats, the principal spoke up. I can make it work. We actually have an open seat in Warner right now since someone dropped out due to moving out of the country. We would need to come up with some sort of story if you don't want the fact that he's your protege to get out to the staff unless you're okay with them knowing. The principal asked, and All Might thought it over. Who all knows about those that passed the exam? Can we limit it to you, the homeroom teacher, and our side that knows that he didn't go through the exam? All Might asked, and the principal was quiet for a bit. I would need to expand it to the 1B homeroom teacher as well, since they were there when we picked out the students for the classes. The other staff knows who passed, but I can easily pass the story of him coming from another school, which is true. The students have zero ideas on who passed until they meet them in the class, stated the principal, and All Might agreed with it. Then the topic of one for all needed to be talked about. Suo, how secure is this line? All Might asked, and the principal said it was the securest he had. All Might took a second and decided on what he wanted to say. There are more details I want to give you in private and not over the phone. I don't want to risk it, but it's going to be a large story and information that you need to know. It's also the reason I need you to hire a new teacher that will focus on training Izuku and his quirk. The name of the person I need you to hire to help train Izuku is Gran Torino. He is my mentor who trained me, which he could help others as well, but his main focus privately would be Izuku's training and access to any of your training equipment that Gran Torino asks for to do the training. I will pay for anything that the school can't easily acquire that they need as well, and I will also be increasing my donations to the school since he will be going there. All Might stated, and the principal thanked him for the money and said he would have the man hired, but he would need a lot of paperwork signed quickly to get it done in time. All Might asked him to send to his laptop the paperwork for Gran Torino and Izuku Midoriya's enrollment. All Might said he would come to the school tomorrow early in the morning to talk about the private details since he had a class to teach that afternoon. Soon the conversation came to an end and Izuku was set up. He would be now attending Shiketsu High School starting next week once the paperwork was filled out. All Might stayed at the house and joined them for dinner as he printed the paperwork off on their computer and he worked through it to get Izuku's stuff done since All Might would go down there early in the morning. All Might also forward the paperwork to Gran Torino so he could start on it. Third POV. All Might had left to go to his own home that night after they finished the paperwork about Izuku. Had also signed the paperwork that gave All Might legal permissions with the school and anything regarding Izuku if she wasn't nearby at the time to make the decisions or couldn't be contacted. All Might wanted to stay a bit longer, but he also knew he had to go early on the train to Shiketsu High School to talk about the quirk so the principal would have the knowledge in the event something happened. This way, in the event Gran Torino wasn't on hand, the principal would know how to deal with the situation if it involved one for all and Izuku's former quirkless status. The next day quickly arrived and Izuku had just worn his workout clothing and made sure to eat enough to stop his hunger but not to fill himself up too much that he would throw up. Izuku had quickly learned from the 10 months of training under All Might that it was a horrible idea to fill up completely for breakfast if you were going to do harsh workouts. As such, Izuku was working on his analysis notebook and trying to figure out a way to better use the quirk via his quirk analysis, but for some reason, he was just stuck and wasn't able to figure it out when a knock on the door happened. He got up and went to go see who it was, and Izuku found a shorter old male standing in front of his door. "Hello, sir. I am assuming you're Gran Torino?" Izuku asked, and the old man nodded his head. "I'm assuming you're Izuku Midoriya, Toshinori's boy?" Gran Torino asked, and Izuku blushed a bit at how he was called All Might's boy but nodded his head. "Would you like to come in for tea or are we starting right away?" "I am prepared for either," Izuku said, and Gran Torino looked him up and down and noticed that Izuku was indeed dressed to start training. "This kid is willing to go right away. That is good. Toshi told me about how he got kicked out because of Eraserhead, but it looks like his determination hasn't broken and was only damaged temporarily." Gran Torino thought and nodded his head. "We're leaving to train now. Does your mother know you are leaving and won't be back likely until dark?" he asked, and Izuku nodded his head, and right then Midoriya came up. Gran Torino introduced himself and told her that he was taking Izuku out to train all day. "We got roughly a week before you start at Shiketsu. As such, I won't be holding back. We are going until you drop from exhaustion since we need you to get some form of control quickly so you stop breaking your bones. Do you know any good places to train in the area? Otherwise, I am just taking you out into the middle of the forest to train." Gran Torino asked, and Izuku thought it over. There is the beach. All Might had me completely clean in the 10 months to build my body up. I don't know if people have started visiting it yet, but we likely should go to the forest so we don't disturb people, Izuku stated, and Gran Torino nodded his head and jumped on Izuku's back. Let's train then. I'm assuming you know where the 30 forest is at from here, Gran Torino asked, and Izuku nodded his head. Good, get running then. And don't drop me, Brad, or I will kick you in the guts, Gran Torino said, and Izuku started to run as he grabbed his backpack from the door and put it on. After running with Gran Torino on his back for about 40 minutes, Izuku arrived at the forest near his city. They entered the forest for about 5 minutes of jogging on an old trail, and they found a small open field area in between all of the trees. Let's stop here since this is a good spot since it gives us enough space to move around, Gran Torino said as he jumped off Izuku's back. Izuku pulled a water bottle out of his bag and drank a bit of it before putting it back. He was glad he stocked the bag with energy bars and water to help him. He then looked at Gran Torino, who was looking around before looking back at Izuku. Okay kid, I want you to tell me about your quirk. Give me what you think it is and then let's go from there, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku looked confused. It's a stockpiling quirk that enhances my body. The energy grows with each passing as it is built up by each user before they pass it along. That is why it's breaking my body due to All Might building it up so much that I can't contain it when I punch something, Izuku stated, and Gran Torino moved his head a bit and looked at Izuku. Then Izuku was shocked when Gran Torino said that Izuku was limiting himself and was off slightly. Think of what it does and tell me what you are doing wrong. You have the pieces. You are just not seeing it because you are limiting yourself. Until you get it, I want you to start doing push-ups, Gran Torino said as he got on Izuku's back for extra weight. Izuku started to do the push-ups and thought about why he was limiting himself. How am I limiting myself? I am using the quirk like All Might is. I am bringing the energy up into my body and punching, Izuku said while he muttered, and Gran Torino listened in. That's a part of your problem, kid. You're trying to copy All Might, Gran Torino thought as he just sat on Izuku's back. Soon a few hours passed and Gran Torino kept making Izuku switch to different workouts, from planking, push-ups, pull-ups off a tree branch, doing running around a part of the path and back, and to many other things. Gran Torino would also from time to time attack Izuku and force him to dodge and try to block the attacks. However, Gran Torino was fast with his quirk and landed a lot of hits into Izuku's stomach or back. Izuku had even thrown up a few times as well due to the force of the kicks. As the night was coming to a close, Izuku froze while he was cooking the food. Gran Torino had made a fire pit with some rocks and twigs and started a fire. He then went and caught fish out of the small river that flowed through the forest area and made Izuku cook them. As Izuku was sitting there frozen, he was looking at the fish. He then placed one part of the fish in the fire too much and it burned. What the hell are you doing, kid? If you put it too much in one, Gran Torino was saying, but was cut off. I need to distribute it. God, I was so stupid, Izuku thought as he stood up and said he was the fish. Gran Torino looked at him as if Izuku had gone crazy. Are you okay, kid? Did I push you too far? He asked Izuku, who shook his head. No. I am the fish and one for all is the fire. I've been putting too much power into one portion of my body. Instead of doing that, I need to distribute the power across my entire body to increase my ability to handle it. It's like cooking the fish. If you leave it in one spot only, then it burns while everything else stays uncooked. It's similar to my body in one for all. If I put too much power in one spot, then I blow up and break, but if I were to distribute it, then I can handle more power. The problem now is the power max I can hold, Izuku stated with a smile on his face, and Gran Torino nodded his head. Congratulations, kid. And you got it in one day. Now, moving forward, we will work on limiting the output and getting you to the correct power output that your body can handle. Once we find that out, we can train your body up more, and the more you use one for all, the better adapted your body will be to it and will be able to handle more of it, Gran Torino said, and Izuku asked him if he knew what he was doing wrong the entire time, and Gran Torino nodded his head, which confused Izuku. Kid, if you are just given the answer, then you won't learn to think the problems out yourself or how to teach the 10th user later on in the future. I think that is where Toshinori lacks, since he was able to handle all 100% unlike you. He received it when he was far buffer than you, and the quirk was far weaker, as such he didn't have these issues. However, you now know the correct way to apply the quirk moving forward, and we just need to work on output, but let's hold off until tomorrow. It's getting late and I want more than fish, so let's head to your home. I've just texted your mother, we are heading back, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku nodded his head as he packed everything up and put the fire out and made sure the embers were all cold. Then Gran Torino got onto Izuku's back and they left again as Izuku did the 45 minutes run from the forest to the house again. Izuku could be seen panting on the floor in his living room as he was dead tired. Gran Torino was just laughing his ass off as All Might was trembling in a corner and Inko was trying to see if her son was okay. Izuku soon made his way into the couch and sat there. I can see why Dad's terrified of you, Izuku muttered, and Gran Torino looked at him with a smile. Oh, kid, that was nothing. Wait until we get your quirk under control, Gran Torino said, and Izuku paled. Speaking of quirks, any progress? All Might asked far away from Gran Torino, and Izuku lit up like a Christmas tree, and Gran Torino just shook his head with a laugh. Actually, yes. We figured out what I was doing wrong but didn't get to test how much I can use. We're holding off until tomorrow, but I was being an idiot and putting everything into just my arms or legs, and that was destroying my body. Instead, I need to distribute everything across my entire body, but we need to test to see what percentage I can currently use, Izuku said with a smile, and All Might was glad. Inko was glad as well, since it meant getting closer to Izuku not blowing his body up. Soon they all sat down and started to eat dinner. Inko had asked Gran Torino where he was staying while in town, and he said he was going to check into a local hotel, but she wouldn't have it and wanted him to stay in the spare room that they had, which he gave into and agreed to do. Third POV. The second day of training arrived, and they also had an awkward day as well, as Bakugo's mother ended up calling Izuku's mother, Izuku Midoriya, because Bakugo had told her that Izuku had gotten expelled from UA. Inko acknowledges that he did indeed get expelled due to some stupid quirk apprehension test, and it turns out Bakugo's mother still didn't know that Izuku had a quirk since Bakugo didn't tell her. As such, Inko updated her friend on the quirk that had suddenly appeared the day of the entrance exam and how it had broken both of Izuku's legs and arm. On that note, All Might was still digging into why Izuku Midoriya was never informed about Izuku's injuries. He didn't want to arouse suspicions, so he was trying to tread carefully on the topic while searching through all of UAS rules. However, back to the phone call. Izuku, Gran Torino, and All Might were all in the room eating breakfast when the phone call happened. All Might didn't need to go to the school that day since he had no classes scheduled. 1B would be having their combat lesson on Thursday, and it was currently Wednesday right now. As they were sitting there, All Might felt the name Bakugo was familiar to him for some reason. He knew he had a Bakugo in Wana, but for some reason outside of that, he felt the name was familiar. As the phone call was going on, Izuku was worried All Might would remember what he talked about in regards to a Kaken who he had let slip in regards to his name being Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku had told All Might about 6 months ago a good portion of his past and all of the bullyings he received during school. All Might agreed with Izuku to not do anything per his request since he would be out of the school, but that didn't stop All Might from tipping off his detective friend though. As the conversation was coming to an end, Inko handed the phone up and started talking to Izuku. Katsuki told his mother about you being kicked out. I went with a general answer to it all and shifted it to the topic of your quirk coming in, so she dropped in. She doesn't know you're going to another hero school though, since I doubt we want people knowing so quickly. I remember when you would always bring Katsuki over and you still used that nickname Kaken for him as well. It's so sweet, Inko said, and at that moment Izuku knew he was screwed as All Might had dropped his coffee mug on the ground and it broke. Everyone looked at him except Izuku. All Might looked at Izuku in disbelief and called out to him. Please, for the love of God, don't tell me your mother knows the truth, All Might stated, and Inko was confused as she was cleaning the coffee and mug up and looked between the two of them. Gran Torino was just in a state of confusion. Izuku just didn't answer, which confirmed for All Might. Oh, Izuku, how much does she not know? He asked her, and Izuku had tears going down his face as he waved his hands in the air. I'm taking that as none of it then. Okay, Want me to tell her and so you can calm down, because this conversation does need to happen, son. She needs to know the truth of what has happened to you, All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head and hugged All Might. All Might suggested for him to go lay down on the couch and he will start the conversation in a moment. Inko and Gran Torino looked worried and confused at the same time. After finishing cleaning up the mess with Inko, everyone made their way to the couch in the living room area and sat down. Izuku had laid against All Might, who was rubbing Izuku's back. Inko, as you know, I was the 8th user of One for All. Now, what do you think my quirk was? He asked her, and she had no answer but suggested it was his ability to transform to a buff form. That would be a good guess, but even I don't know how I do that. It's like One for All is helping me keep running right now with that. No, I was quirkless just like Izuku, All Might said, and her eyes widened a bit and understood more of how easily they got close to each other since they shared that together. All Might took a deep breath in and just kept rubbing Izuku's back as he was calming down, but All Might knew that wasn't going to last. Inko, how much do you know of Izuku's life as a quirkless child? All Might asked, since he was sure the woman had no idea, nor could he fault her for it since Izuku is damn good at hiding things. He hid that he was overworking from All Might several times, which was hard to do. Inko explained what she knew of her son's life and that he did face some discrimination due to being quirkless, and All Might sighed at the woman lacking understanding. I just want you to know, in no way do I nor Izuku blame you for not knowing. Most people don't know nor realize how bad it is. It wasn't as bad for me since quirkless people were more common for my generation, but for Izuku's, God, it's hell, All Might stated, and Inko was starting to get worried. She asked what she meant. Inko, Bakugo Katsuki, has bullied your son mentally and physically for 10 years now. He and other people have used Izuku as a quirk test dummy for the most part, and the teachers at his school encouraged it. Izuku's grades would be sabotaged and Izuku would be reprimanded for things that were never his fault solely for the fact that Izuku was quirkless. All Might stated, and Inko was in disbelief that the boy she saw as a nephew would do such things to her son simply for the fact that Izuku was quirkless. She was trying to hold back tears and wanted to deny it, but the more she thought about it, the more it made sense on why no one came to his birthday parties, why Katsuki never came to the house, and why Izuku always wore long-sleeve shirts. Oh God, she thought as she looked at Izuku. Sweetie, the reason why you wear long-sleeve shirts, it's to hide the scars, isn't it? God, how did I never notice the changes? She stated as tears came down her face and Gran Torino was off to the side. He knew the numbers for quirkless people, and honestly he was kind of shocked that he didn't see many signs in Izuku of bullying, but he finally figured out that the kid wore a pretty damn good mask and hid it well. Izuku pulled his shirt off and you could see the number of scars from burn marks and cuts on his body, and they was plentiful. All Might then informed Inko of the statistics on quirkless children being suicide-baited, which was roughly 4.4 times a month. Izuku, did he? She asked, and everyone knew what she was asking, and Izuku could only nod his head to her question, which made her sick to her stomach. Why did you never come to me about it? She asked him, and he didn't turn around to face her but did speak. You were already stressed enough with taking care of me all of these years. Even if I told you, nothing could be done about it. I've tried the police before and they did nothing about it. A police officer caught Bakugo beating me up and using his quirk illegally once and he did nothing. He told them to just run along and not get caught next time since they were using their quirks illegally. He said nothing about harming me though. The officer was only worried about them getting caught for illegal quirk usage. So, I kept silent because I knew nothing would change. It's part of the reason I wanted to be a hero so badly. I want to be a beacon of light for everyone this society has pushed aside and abused, Izuku said without stuttering much as he stopped crying already. His tears were dried as he felt drained from the topic. Everyone was silent for a bit at what he said, and All Might was pissed that the police did nothing about Izuku's situation when they could have. Soon things calmed down and Izuku had promised his mother that he would talk to her more, but Inko then that Toshinori was likely the first one to hear about anything being wrong since the two were so close and they had a bond that she wouldn't, due to them both being born quirkless. She wasn't envious of it. No, she was glad that it was there since it meant Izuku wouldn't suffer in silence anymore, and that is what she could ask for the most. All Might did make the comment that Bakugo had tried to attack Izuku at the quirk apprehension test, and that he would be looking in to ensure he had it marked that he was at least warned about it happening if Eraserhead hadn't already made a warning about it in the kids' files. Sadly, without evidence that supported Izuku's claims of everything that happened, they would have an uphill battle on getting anything more than that since the detective was already looking into the school itself. It was none by the time the conversation had come to an end and Gran Torino decided against going out and practicing. Instead, he had Izuku sit on the floor of the apartment and they would train in the house. You are not going to move at all with your quirk on. You are working on just calling it up and off, that's it, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku nodded his head, and that was how Izuku spent the rest of the day, doing as he would turn it on and endure the pain before turning it off. He was calling it on at 100%, which hurt like hell for him, but unless he moved then it wouldn't blow him up. Third POV. Gran Torino had taken Izuku back up to the forest area where they went the last time and had started their training. Over the past few days, they had learned multiple things and had increased their progress on Izuku getting some form of control of one for all. On the first day of training, Izuku had learned that he needed to distribute the energy across his entire body instead of doing it to just one or multiple body parts. The second day after the eventful conversation and stopping Izuku Midoriya from going to murder some people and convincing All Might that he, the symbol of peace, could not murder a child at UA by accident was a bad thing, had allowed Izuku to increase speed at which he called the quirk up and spread it across his body. Now, instead of almost a minute of trying to get it done, he was able to summon the quirk up within seconds. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing right now in life and death fight if he ever found himself in one. Now, it was the third day of training and Izuku would be trying to gain some form of output control. This would be the critical step in stopping him from breaking his bones all of the time and the path for him to start working on increasing his control, which Gran Torino was itching to get to do since he liked the kid's drive to get stronger. The reasons for being a hero. As they were working in the forest and Izuku had completed his training routine that he started since the Hell training under All Might, Gran Torino had him stand in the circle he drew in the dirt and focus on the quirk. I don't really know how the blonde idiot does his mental image on controlling the output, but a suggestion you could use is like a dimmer switch. If you push it all the way to the top, then you got full power, but if you pull it down, then you dim the energy going to the light, which makes it brighter or lighter depending if you up the power or lower the power. Gran Torino stated, since he knew the kid had weird mental images based on the fish from the last time they were up in the forest. Don't need a weird mental image making it harder for him to control. Gran Torino thought and watched Izuku. You know what 100% feels like. Now you need to get as little as possible that your body doesn't feel like you're going to fall over and break if you move. Gran Torino stated, and Izuku remained silent but nodded his head as he was concentrating. Izuku was standing there for about 10 minutes before he turned the quirk on, and it was at 100%, but soon Gran Torino felt the pressure the kid was giving off lighten up, but a large amount. However, from the looks of things, it seemed as if the Izuku was still using too much power, as Izuku was gritting his teeth and clenching his fist. I wonder how much he is currently using. Gran Torino thought as he told Izuku to stop and relax for a bit. He looked him over and didn't see any injuries, which was a very good thing for their progress in only 3 days so far. How much do you think you were putting off, since I know you decreased it from 100%? Gran Torino asked. Izuku thought about it and shrugged a bit. To be honest, I don't know for sure, but I think about 50% is where it was at. It felt as if half of the power that I was pushing out went away, so I think we can say around the 50% mark due to how it felt, but again I don't know for sure. Izuku stated, and Gran Torino thought about it but nodded his head. It was most likely around 50% as you think. If it felt as if half the power went away, then we can assume 50%. We need to get below 10% in all honesty, since I think you can currently only do 2-5% without any problems, and 10% will likely fracture bones. Gran Torino stated, and Izuku looked down at hearing those numbers, and Gran Torino scoffed. Kid, you better not be looking down on 2% of one for all. Remember, that is still a very powerful attack compared to most people and will likely knock a lot of the weaker opponents out easily. I doubt you will ever use more than 30% unless you come up against a really powerful villain. All Might himself limits his power as well and uses only 100% on really strong opponents that can take the punches or won't die, like the sludge villain. He used 100% to blast the villain apart since it wouldn't die, but also to create the rain in a heavy amount, even though he could do it at maybe 45%, but it would only create light rain since he is not in his prime anymore and has grown weaker due to his injuries and age. Gran Torino said, and Izuku lit up at the information and small pep talk that Gran Torino gave him. Soon they contained this training but didn't make much more progress, as they called it a day, as it was starting to push into the afternoon and All Might should be arriving at Izuku's home if he hasn't already. They had guessed Izuku was able to get control down to about 40% right now, which was amazing progress from 100%, but not where he needed to be. They still had a few more days, and Gran Torino felt comfortable that Izuku would make it before school started. Now, while they were training all day, All Might had his own showdown. All Might had started to look at all of the students' files as an excuse to bring up the Bakugo file, because as he looked into Bakugo's file, he noticed that Aizawa had not made any remakes about Bakugo's attempt to attack Izuku Midoriya on the first day of school, which annoyed All Might. All Might waited until the lunch period, when both he and Aizawa would be in the same room, but also with other staff members, so they could hear the conversation as well. As All Might was sitting there, Nezu had come into the room before any of the other staff did. He asked All Might why he was going through all the student files. I doubt you would believe a lie. So in truth, I am using it as an excuse to pin Aizawa on the fact that he failed to report an attempted assault with a quirk incident during the first day when he did his quirk test. Bakugo attempted to attack Izuku Midoriya, and there are no marks of punishment or a warning have been given. How is the school meant to punish Bakugo if he keeps making mistakes and staff doesn't make marks about it? All Might stated, and Nezu's eyes widened a bit and knew All Might was being a bit petty but didn't know the full reasons, but he also had to agree that Aizawa did fail to report the incident in the files like he should have. All Might also told Nezu that he sent an email to him about a case that the detective was working on that involved Izuku's old school and some issues about it. Nezu pulled his phone out of his pocket and reviewed the email and was disturbed at what he read. I assume you get why I am a bit petty here, but also the reason these events need to be marked on his record since he's gotten away with it all in the past. I refuse to allow it to happen here, All Might said, and Nezu reread the email before looking at All Might. You got my full support. I've been meaning to talk to Aizawa about his expulsion privilege, but I will push that off for now since I don't want to tip him as to why you are going after him. Nor do we need to be accused of favoritism or your connection as Izuku's master known to anyone in UA outside of myself. I don't think Recovery Girl has figured it out either yet, so let's keep it like that, yes? Nezu asked, and All Might nodded his head. The only people that knew outside of Gran Torino, Nezu, Inko, Shikuzu's principal, and himself about Izuku being the 9th user was the detective. Sir Night-Eye was not informed and thinks that All Might still has the quirk, which he wanted to keep like that since Sir Night-Eye was very pushy on making the 3rd year at UA the 9th user. Recovery Girl wouldn't be informed since she wouldn't be in contact with Izuku anymore moving forward, and if he was, then they would tell her at that point. All Might had talked to Gran Torino about it last night, and Gran Torino agreed that Sir Night-Eye shouldn't be told currently. Gran Torino at first thought Sir Night-Eye should be told that All Might didn't have it anymore, but knowing more about Izuku changed his mind since he learned of the kid's past. Gran Torino knew Izuku would have issues with confidence for a while, but it could be built up. All Might was told by Gran Torino to come clean that Sir Night-Eye knows about it and had recommended another person so Izuku would never be caught off guard if Sir Night-Eye found Izuku and confronted him about it. All Might agreed to talk to Izuku about it soon and had even asked Gran Torino to let it slip on purpose in a conversation and help soothe Izuku's worries, but tell Izuku that All Might never consider it because in honesty he didn't. He knew of the third year but never met him and only agreed to meet the kid to stop Sir Night-Eye from pushing it all of the time, but All Might had cancelled the meeting the day he found Izuku, which did raise some questions, but All Might dodged and blamed it on the sludge villain incident and using up all of his time that day, which was a perfect excuse. Anyway, Nezu decided to go sit at the desk at the end of the staff room and fake doing some work since he wanted to see how the conversation between All Might and Aizawa went and so he could stop it if it went too far. As such, about 10 minutes later most of the staff walked in and Eraserhead did as well. As All Might was completely reading through the students' files, he had come upon Bakugo's file after a few minutes of Aizawa being in the room. Young Aizawa, I've been reading through the students' files and trying to get to know them a bit more, and I noticed you didn't make any marks about the attempted assault with a quirk incident that young Bakugo did on the first day. May I ask why? All Might stated, and the room went silent as everyone was confused about what they were hearing. It was also ironic that the news teacher was educating for the most part the experienced teacher on how to do his job. Aizawa shuffled up and out of his sleeping bag and looked at All Might with a blank face. I warned him that day it was not going to be tolerated. I saw no need to push it further than that since the student he did it against was expelled regardless, Aizawa said, and All Might didn't let his emotions get the better of him as he easily replied back. Even if the said student got expelled, it doesn't mean that it shouldn't be marked down. It's a clear violation of the rules of UA. If Bakugo's habit continues, then we need a clear record of his events to use against him if we were to ever try and force him into therapy or anger management to try to correct issues if he refuses to do so by himself. We would also need it if we sought harsher punishments for repeated offenses. I must insist that the incident be recorded down, All Might stated, and before Aizawa could even say anything, Nezu spoke up. Aizawa, he's right, you know. That is something that needs to be marked down. It'd be one thing if it was just verbal, but from what I'm getting and now looking at on camera, it turned physical and needs to be marked down, so do it, Nezu stated, and Aizawa was shocked that Nezu was getting involved with his students. Before Aizawa could make any comment, Nezu spoke up again with a perfect excuse on why he was getting involved in his class. You did expel the said student he attempted to attack. If the family of that student attempted to sue or anything, and they brought that matter up and it wasn't recorded, then they would have a solid case for discrimination against UA, since it would appear as if you sided with the other student and expelled the other one for no good reason outside of you saying he didn't have potential. I don't like being kept wide open like that, Aizawa, Nezu stated, and Aizawa nodded his head and said he would make the mark of the incident in the system as he stood up and went to his desk to do it. All Might just went to the next student file and started to read it, so Aizawa didn't expect a thing of him purposely bringing Bakugo's file up. Soon the day came to an end and All Might returned to the Midoriya home since he's been spending a lot of time there when he was off. He even spent less time patrolling since he wanted to spend as much time as he could with Izuku before he went off to the new school. Third POV. It was now Friday and Izuku could be seen up in the forest with Gran Torino and All Might. All Might didn't have any classes or anything scheduled today, so he decided to accompany the pair up to the forest to train. They also made Izuku carry both All Might and Gran Torino, but All Might, luckily for Izuku, was in his skinny form and not the buff form. As such, it was a bit extra weight for the 45-minute run that Izuku had to do from the apartment to the forest location. Izuku was panting, but he didn't pant as hard as he did the first time he did the 45 minutes run, so the training was having some improvement for him. After Izuku did his normal set of workout routines, he sat down and took a drink of water for a bit before they started the quirk training. Okay, Brad, we have today and the weekend before you and I start up at Shikzu High School. The goal is to get a form of control you can use and move around with before Monday, and I believe you can do it. It doesn't need to be perfect, but you just need some simple control, Gran Torino stated as Izuku nodded his head. All Might sat down on a boulder that was off to the side. He came in the event Izuku was able to get some form of control so they could use him as a sparring partner to take the powerful hits. Gran Torino could really only take a few hits in his old age, even though he didn't think he would get hit. They just wanted to be prepared. Izuku soon got to work on decreasing the amount of power he was pulling out and had spent about a few hours and had gotten down from 40% to 35%, which was good progress. As they took a break, All Might decided to ask Izuku what mental image he was using to control the power output, and Izuku described the dimmer switch, which earned a nod from All Might. Okay, I want to suggest a slightly different mental image moving forward, and let's see if it has an impact. First, when you think of the power of one for all inside of you, what do you visualize it as? I see it as an Olympics torch type flame where I am pulling the power from. All Might state, and Izuku thought about it and described what he visualized the power itself as. I see it as fire as well, since I figured out how to distribute the power across me when I did the cooking of the fish, so that is what happened. Why? Izuku asked, and All Might nodded his head and started to explain as Gran Torino listened and to make sure nothing stupid happened. Okay, we are still using the dimmer idea, but in a different way. One for all needs to be always on in a sense, as it fills you with power. So instead of just thinking of how much power you want, imagine the flames coming to your body, but start imaging them smaller size, from a huge flame to a tiny flame. And the more you pull the dimmer down, the smaller they get. All Might suggest, and Gran Torino had to admit that it was a good idea to use and might actually work out in the end. Izuku decided to test the suggestion out and stood up. As he stood up, he turned the quirk on using the visual method in the back of his mind, and it went straight to 100%, but he imaged the flames that surrounded his body growing smaller as he decreased the dimmer down, as if he was restricting the gas fueling the flame. As he did this, the two adults could see the power he was putting off go from 100% and was making good progress downwards until it reached a point that they didn't think it was going down anymore. Gran Torino spoke up and asked how much he thought he was currently at. I think about 25% right now. I think I can push it down a bit more, so give me a bit of time, Izuku said, and they waited for him to work on it. They had to admit going from 35% to 25% was a good jump, since he started out at 40% at the start of the day. Soon, Izuku opened his eyes and looked around. I think I have it as far as I can actually take it right now, Izuku said, and they asked what he thought he was at. Izuku thought for a moment and spoke. I think I'm sitting at around 5%. I can feel tingling sensations in my body, but it doesn't hurt like it does if I take it up to 10%, Izuku said as he increased the power, and the little arcs of lighting that came off his body increased a bit, and Izuku's fist script shot until he brought it down. Yeah, taking it to 10% of one for all, or what I am thinking is 10%, starts hurting as if I'm being stabbed with a lot of needles nonstop. I think I might be able to throw a punch without hurting myself. I might start bruising if I used it at 5% and do it nonstop, but as my body adjusts I will be fine, Izuku stated, and they both nodded their heads and suggested him to take a step with 5% activated. Izuku did just that and took a step and then another step, as he wasn't blowing himself up as he did it. Izuku jumped with joy and screwed up, since he forgot he had one for all on as he went about halfway up the height of the tree. Then when he realized what he did, he came plummeting down, but All Might grabbed him in his buff form. Good job, Izuku. Now, be careful, since you need to get used to having a quirk that can do these types of things so you don't hurt yourself on the fall down, All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head. Gran Torino told Izuku to sit down and finish eating before his food goes cold. Izuku gave him a "are you serious" look, since the food was a cold type of food, as they were eating sandwiches out of an icebox that All Might had carried, or rather Izuku carried, up to the forest. Gran Torino just chuckled as they all sat down and finished eating. About 30 minutes later they all got up and All Might be buffed up. They wanted Izuku to throw a punch at All Might at his current limit and see how Tai feels for All Might. The reason for this is because we know One for All undergoes a small boost after the transfer. Most of it increases in strength once the user grows it once they hit 100%, but it does receive a small boost due to the transfer, which we don't know how it works. So we need to see how your 5% feels to All Might and what he thinks it is on his scale of his power, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku nodded his head as he powered up and kicked off as he landed a punch in All Might's hand that slightly pushed him back. All Might shook his hand a bit and thought for a few minutes. From what I can assume, I think it would be about 6 or 7%, meaning that the boost Izuku received is indeed a small one like we thought, but his 100% would be around 110% or 120%, compared to my 100%, which is significant when you get up to those higher numbers. That not even including that 100% isn't his stopping point, since each user grows the quirk to be stronger and adds to the pool of energy as they grow it, All Might said, and they were glad they had a measurement of where his power compared to All Might's. After talking a bit more, it was time to spar, and it was time for Gran Torino to get his more hellish training in. Think fast, kid, Gran Torino yelled as he attacked Izuku, who dodged just slightly in time to avoid getting hit since he still had the quirk on. Wait, what? Izuku asked, confused, as Gran Torino bounced off the trees around them and came back for another attack. Your aim is to hit me or capture me, so get to work, it's time to get combat training in, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku's eyes widened and started to move around with One for All, which he fumbled at and had a hard time keeping at the 5% mark. Izuku had to let it go several times due to almost going over his limit, but would turn it back on each time and quickly get down to 5%, which was good in Gran Torino's mind. Soon, Izuku started to adapt to the style of fighting Gran Torino was using and was bouncing off the trees. And right as the timer went off that All Might had set, Izuku had almost landed a hit on Gran Torino. Though unknown to Izuku, he had slightly touched Gran Torino and made a small cut that bled slightly, but Gran Torino wiped it away before Izuku could see it. Almost had me, kid, but you are adapting quickly. However, congratulations on getting a form of control before you start at Shiketsu, and it only took you 3 days to do it. I would be extremely proud if I were you, kid, since that is no easy feat since you are walking around with power as strong as All Might right off the bat, Gran Torino stated as they sat down for a break. As they were sitting down, Gran Torino thought it was time for Izuku to learn of Sir Night-Eye and who that man was trying to force All Might to give the quirk to. So Toshinori, Sir Night-Eye hasn't been bugging you again lately, has he? Gran Torino said as he looked at All Might, who got the hint of what Gran Torino wanted to do, and All Might shook his head. Luckily no, though it's only a matter of time before he brings the conversation up again. Though, I have no intentions of telling him about Izuku currently since I don't want him hounding Izuku, All Might stated, and Izuku looked confused and asked what they were talking about. Gran Torino then looked at Izuku and adapted an exhausted tone as he spoke. Listen up, kid, has this idiot told you who all knows about One for All, or did he forget again? Gran Torino said, and All Might admitted he forgot again, which caused Gran Torino to shake his head. Though, it works out for this conversation, Gran Torino thought as he started to explain. I'll explain it since he keeps forgetting. The people who currently know of One for All include All Might, Recovery Girl at UA, Principal Nezu at UA, Suo at Shiketsu, a police detective named Tsukachi Naomasa, myself, your mother, you, and finally Sir Night-Eye, the former sidekick of All Might. The list has grown to 9 people now, which is a bit too many in my view right now, but oh well, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku nodded his head in understanding. Gran Torino then pushed forward. All Might and Sir Night-Eye separated after Sir Night-Eye looked into All Might's here future and saw his death. Gran Torino stated and laid on the table, and All Might coughed since he didn't plan to talk about that. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise and looked at All Might. You're going to die? Izuku asked in shock, and All Might sighed and glared at Gran Torino, who glared back. Sir Night-Eye visions get blurry the further he looks into the future. My supposed death should happen this year or next. However, I will admit until I met you I didn't have the will to keep pushing forward due to the grim prediction, but I refuse to die too easily with you in my life, son. I won't go away so easily, I promise you that. All Might stated, and Izuku hugged the man and said they would fight it together, which made everyone smile. Gran Torino then got their attention again. Anyway, they soon broke off their partnership since All Might wanted to keep pushing forward as the symbol of peace, and Sir Night-Eye refused to watch him die a slow death. Whatever. Anyway, Sir Night-Eye thought it was his duty to find a new user for One for All. This means that Sir Night-Eye went out and trained someone to become the new vessel, in his words, for the quirk, and has been pushing All Might to pick them. The person is a student at UA and is a 3rd year. Gran Torino said, and Izuku looked at All Might and looked as if he had questions, which All Might knew he had. First, I will admit I had planned to meet the student of Sir Night-Eye the day I ran into you and offered it to you. I was getting tired of Sir Night-Eye bugging me about setting up a meeting. However, you happened and you became the 9th user of the quirk. Sir Night-Eye does not know about you currently since I decided not to tell him that I gave it away. As such, he still thinks I have it. All Might stated, and at that moment Gran Torino jumped in with his views. Listen, I don't agree with how Sir Night-Eye went about this. One for All is meant to be passed down at the user's will. The 7th user, Nana, All Might's master, and my friend found All Might on the street almost like he did you. She picked him herself and he did the same with you. The next user isn't meant to be trained and groomed by another person. The user of the quirk is meant to do the job. Gran Torino stated with a frown as he spoke about it, and Izuku felt better at Gran Torino's words, which they noticed. Overall, Sir Night-Eye was never asked to do what he did, and the kid Mirio Tagata, which is a 3rd year, is not the rightful heir of One for All. If Sir Night-Eye or anyone else tells you that, you are the sole and only actual person truly considered as a candidate for One for All, and you received it in the end. As such, the topic of who the quirk belongs to is over and it's yours. If Sir Night-Eye ever finds about you being the 9th user and comes and talks to you about it, then I want you to do one simple thing, you hear me? Gran Torino asked, and Izuku leaned in and nodded. Gran Torino then raised his middle finger and said, flip him the bird and tell him to go F off, as he has no say in who the quirk goes to when the topic is closed. Gran Torino said with a smirk, and Izuku choked on his water that he was drinking, and All Might told Gran Torino to stop being a bad influence. Gran Torino was just laughing as he saw Izuku choke on the water. Listen, Izuku, I never had an actual thought of giving Mirio Tagata the quirk. I agreed to the meeting for him to stop bugging me about it, but right now I don't want him knowing about you since he has no reason to know who the 9th user is since he's not involved with you. Even Recovery Girl doesn't know who you are. Well, she knows you as a former student, but not as the 9th user. She won't unless she has a viable need to be present in your life like she does with me and caring for my injury. All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head in understanding. Soon it was getting a bit in the afternoon, and they decided to call it quits for the day since Izuku had already gained a loose control of One for All, which they were proud about. They also decided not to do any training on the weekend since Izuku needed to rest and be ready for the first day of school at Shiksu, and they also needed to pack him up for the move to the campus dorms. Gran Torino was also returning home that night as well to start packing more of his things to move into the campus dorms as well, since he would live on campus as staff. This would allow him to be near Izuku more and train. Izuku was told to just practice turning the quirk on at 5% so it became natural to him, and holding it for as long as he could before he got exhausted from using it. He was then to repeat the process after he rested for a bit and keep doing it during the entire weekend to help his body adapt to the quirk. Third POV. The weekend came and went quite quickly in Izuku's opinion. Izuku had spent most of the weekend either packing his things up to go to Shiksu High School or working on holding One for All for as long as he could without breaking his concentration. Izuku would keep the quirk on even when he was just packing his things or even just sitting down to eat. He wanted the best results he could get before he arrived at Shiksu, because deep down inside of Izuku he felt embarrassed that he had been kicked out of UA even though it was changed to a withdrawal. It didn't change the feeling of helplessness that he had felt when Eraserhead looked him in the eyes and told him he could never be a hero. Izuku did end up having a conversation with All Might that night about his feelings of anger towards how Eraserhead treated him due to him only having the quirk for 2 months and how he felt discriminated against. It was honestly a good thing that Izuku did have the conversation with All Might, since he didn't know how many emotions he had built up in regards to the entire UA fiasco. Izuku felt better after unleashing his emotions about his dissatisfaction in regards to UA and Eraserhead, since it had left him a bit bitter about the school, but after talking to All Might he didn't feel as bitter. All Might said it was fine to feel bitter and anger towards Eraserhead and UA, but that Izuku needed to apply the anger and bitterness towards productive things instead of just letting them eat at him. All Might suggested that when he felt anger or bitterness that he go out and train physically so he would start distracting himself. Outside of those things, Izuku, Inko, All Might, and Gran Torino were all ready for the trip down to Shiksu. It was Sunday now and around 10 a.m. and it would take about 2 hours via the train system to arrive in the west of Japan. As the 4 of them were sitting on the train, All Might looked over to Izuku and asked if he was using his quirk. Izuku nodded his head and spoke. I'm running it at 1%. Through the practicing since Friday afternoon, I have been able to push it down that far, and I'm running it at such a low point that the green lighting arcs don't appear on my body. This way I can still get some training, and even when we are just sitting on the train. Izuku stated, and All Might nodded his head. He knew he should scold Izuku for using his quirk in public, but let it go with a warning. Don't do it in front of other people outside of the family. Don't need you getting hit up with illegal quirk charges. All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head. Gran Torino was listening in and was impressed with Izuku's progress. The kid went from getting it to a low number of 5% to 1% and constantly having it on without energy showing at the low number. This kid's determination and will is strong as hell, Toshi. Now, I wonder how far he will want me to push him when it comes to training, since I think he's done letting himself be looked down upon and shoved around by others. Gran Torino thought as he sat on the train and acted like he was asleep. Inko was just looking out of the window and wasn't paying attention as she was enjoying the different sights, since she hardly comes out to this side of Japan. Soon, the trip came to an end and they got off at a station that was only a quarter of a mile from the train station. As such, they decided to just walk, since all of Izuku's belongings that he wanted to be taken to the dorm were sent the night before, so they would be in the dorm room already. After walking for a quarter of a mile, they soon arrived at Shiksu High School. And Izuku was stunned at the sight of the school. Shiksu High School's main buildings were a bit more spread out until UAS, where it was 4 tall towers connected to each other. Instead, they were spread out and had some training buildings nearby as well, with the dorms from what Izuku could guess were off to the right side of the campus. I think I like this campus better. It doesn't have the number of buildings and training grounds that UA has from the looks of it, but it still looks quite amazing. I just hope they have a gym I can use a lot as my quirk control grows, since normal equipment likely won't stand up against my quirk, Izuku stated as they started to head inside, and All Might nodded his head a bit as he spoke up. I've already talked to the principal about that, and I'm donating money for a new building that will specialize in quirks like ours to be built. It should be done within a few weeks, since quirks will be used to build it up. Until then, the other gyms have equipment that will handle you for a short period of time, All Might stated as they entered the main building and headed towards the principal's office. It's not that Shiksu High lacks money or resources, but they aren't UA where they have so much money that they blow it on massive robots. Instead, the school goes for the more efficient types of training equipment and buildings that can serve many needs instead of just limited needs. Soon, their group arrived at the principal's office and waited outside to be called in, and only had to wait about 5 minutes since they were actually quite early by about an hour, so they were okay with waiting. As they were called in, Izuku saw the principal, who was known as the Red King. "Hello, All Might, and I take it this is your protege and the 9th user of One for All Izuku Midoriya?" asked Makoto Suo, who was the principal of Shiatsu. All Might nodded his head and introduced everyone to the principal. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir, and thank you for accepting me on such short notice," Izuku stated as he bowed his head and the principal waved him off. "It's not every day that the symbol of peace comes knocking on my door. I also get to flaunt the fact that Nezu lost you as well, so it works perfectly for me," said the principal while laughing a bit, and All Might rolled his eyes. He really didn't want to get caught up in the pettiness between the two principals. UA has always held out as the so-called #1 school of Japan when both UA and Shiatsu are more or less at the same level. The problem is that UA has had All Might, Endeavor, and other famous pro heroes that graduated from the school. Shiatsu has had Hawks graduate a few years ago and was able to break through the ranks as well, which has given them more fame, but it still doesn't compare to All Might's fame that is associated with UA. However, if Izuku graduates from Shiatsu, then UA's lead will shrink far more, and the two schools will be in open conflict on the title of #1 hero school instead of UA being thought of as the #1 hero school in Japan. Soon everyone sat down because the principal had questions he wanted to ask. "All Might, you have told me the history of the quirk and all for one. I want to ask, are you 100% sure that the man is dead?" asked Principal Suo. All Might nodded his head and quickly spoke. "I crushed his head in. Though I will admit we didn't find his dead body since his men took it, but no one should be able to survive having their head completely crushed, since the brain controls the body, which controls the quirks, which would stop him from regenerating if he had a regeneration quirk," All Might stated, and the principal nodded his head. "The reason I asked is to understand the threat level my school may face with Midoriya being here if that man was still alive and found out about him. However, if he's dead, I will take small countermeasures against his possible remnants that might target Midoriya for revenge if they ever find out. Midoriya, moving forward you should only leave campus with another student if possible, since the more your name gets out there the more likely you are to be targeted," Principal Suo stated, and Izuku nodded his head. All Might promised to inform the principal of anything regarding All for One, and if they ever found anything that countered their belief that the man was dead. Soon they moved on to the topic of Izuku's current progress. "From what I've been told, you got kicked out due to the lack of control during the quirk test that Eraserhead conducts. Have you been able to make any progress since then?" the principal asked, and everyone smiled at that question, and he had a guess that Midoriya did indeed have progress. "Yes, sir. With the help of Gran Torino, I was able to gain control of my quirk, and now I'm able to use it at a max limit of 5% currently. I am able to hold it activate non-stop for 30 minutes as it stands as well before I get exhausted, but that doesn't including high levels of movement or combat, so I am assuming 15 minutes with that taken into account," Izuku stated, and Gran Torino told Izuku to turn his quirk on at 5% without moving, and Izuku did. The principal was impressed that Izuku was able to get the quirk under control so fast. "You really screwed up, didn't you, Eraserhead? You just lost a highly valuable student because you couldn't bother reading his file, most likely before the first day of class," Principal Suo thought. He was also happy that the staff at the school wouldn't need to spend time helping Izuku figure out control, and that Izuku would be able to jump right into lessons now. "Good. I was going to restrict you from lessons until you had control, since I won't condone you breaking your body. However, since you have the control, you will be allowed into all lessons like everyone else. I am warning you now. I will not tolerate you breaking yourself by going over your limits. Pushing your limits is one thing, but going over them to just score a win in a lesson isn't acceptable. It's one thing to push past your limits for the sake of your and others' lives in the field, but not in a classroom lesson. Do I make myself clear?" Principal Suo asked with a strict tone, and Izuku nodded his head, and Inko was happy that the school was going to take a strict approach with her son's recklessness. Soon, the meeting came to an end, and the principal had a staff person escort them over towards the dorms. Third POV. A staff person that the principal had called for lead everyone over towards the dorms that Izuku would be staying. There was a top floor where the homeroom teacher stays at, which had a few extra rooms as well, which the school uses for storage or emergency. One of the spare rooms is where Gran Torino would be living, since he will spend most of his time with Izuku's class, but mostly Izuku. As such, Gran Torino would be living in the freshman dorms on the same floor as the homeroom teacher for one of Shiatsu High School. Soon they arrived at the dorms, and it was decently made. The staff person explained that the main common room area where everyone gathers is made in a cedar log and stone type build structure, while the upper floors take a more neutral color scheme, since they leave it up to the students to decorate their own living areas, while the common room area is made to appeal to the masses. Overall, it was an amazing looking home area, and Izuku could see how it would fit a decent number of students in the building, since there are 20 students per hero course class. Izuku figured that easily 2 classes could fit into the common room space if they needed to. There was a dining room table that fit 10 people under the second floor walkway, while Antoer table was off to the side behind an opening near the kitchen. There was also more seating at the kitchen counter area. It was as if the building was duplicated on each side with 2 wings with the main living area in the middle as it was outward. After looking around the common room area, they soon went up to the main area where people would sleep and live at. The staff person warned Izuku that the dorms are made to house 2 people each. Each room has its own bedrooms with bathrooms attached that they are meant to clean themselves. They also have their own laundry units in their dorm rooms with a smaller kitchen to cook small quick meals and a smaller living room as well. Izuku was told that he would meet his roommate later in the afternoon when they arrive. Overall, the small kitchen is meant to cook meals that you don't want to go to the main common room for. We tend to see the students do dinner together in the common room and they all help cook or take a rotation on days. Then they tend to cook breakfast or small snacks in their dorms. For stocking of food, we have a large fridge and freezer area on the common room floor that you will be showed later on. You just take anything you want from there to your dorm, but don't take more than you will actually use, stated the staff person as she warned that the food supplies are only stocked at the end of each week, so the students are instructed to not waste as best as they can. Overall, Izuku liked the dorm and wondered who his classmate would be. The staff lady pointed towards a phone that connected to the main staff dorm and said that the phone could call outside of the school, but it's mainly meant to call the staff dorms. Don't abuse it. If you are wanting to call outside of the school, I suggest just using your cell phone since most people have one these days. Save the phone for contacting the staff dorm or the main campus building. The phone can also contact the teachers in your own dorm if you can't go upstairs to get them. Again, only call them if it's an emergency. And not ask homework questions. Use common sense on why you should or shouldn't call them, stated the staff person, and Izuku nodded his head. The staff lady said she would be down in the common room since more students would be showing up throughout the day. There would be a tour of the entire campus on Monday as the homeroom teachers will show them around campus. Soon, they were left to their own devices and they started to unpack Izuku's stuff. Izuku decided to take the dorm on the left side of the room. As such, they moved all of his boxes that were labeled with his name. He did see boxes that didn't belong to him with the name of Inasayurashi listed on them, and Izuku wondered what his dormmate would be like. As they were unpacking his things, Inko pointed out that he didn't bring his All Might shrine with him, which he blushed at. Kind of hard to sleep with all of that merchandise now that I have the real one as a father in my life, Izuku muttered, and All Might broke out in a burst of laughter at hearing that. Soon they finished setting the room up and it was more or less more normal for what most people would consider. There was indeed some All Might merchandise, but not to the scale of his room back at his mother's place. There was also some merchandise from other heroes as well, but not as much since Izuku was shifting his focus to getting stronger and less fanboy. Soon, they all went down to the common room area since they were done unpacking everything of his. As they made it downstairs, they were greeted with another student and his family in the common room. As they were all talking, Izuku heard the name of the student, which was the name of his new roommate. Izuku decided to get some courage and walked up, which the staff person noticed. Ah, Midoriya, perfect timing. Midoriya, this is Inasayurashi, who is your dorm mate for your room. Urashi, this is Izuku Midoriya, stated the staff person as she introduced Izuku and Inasa to each other. Izuku was caught off guard by Inasayurashi, who seemed to be a very energetic person. Hello, Midoriya. I am Urashi and it's a pleasure to meet you, Urashi stated as he bowed more than 90 degrees, which confused Izuku. Urashi parents just sighed and apologized for their son since he was an over-energetic child that expresses himself with vigor and is loud a lot of the time. Their son, though, just turned around to them and said some things about pro heroes need passion. A burning passion. Izuku soon started laughing a bit and everyone looked at him. Sorry, I am not laughing at you. It's been a while since I've met someone like this that wasn't aggressive towards me, Izuku stated, and this raised some questions in everyone that didn't know about his life. Nice to meet you, Urashi. I look forward to working with you, Izuku stated, and Urashi snapped out of his mind since he was wondering what Izuku meant by people being aggressive towards him, but he would figure that out later on. Soon, Urashi went up to the dorm with his parents and they started to unpack their things. The Midoriyas, All Might, and Gran Torino all went up to Gran Torino's room and started to help him unpack his things as well. After they got done, All Might asked Izuku to speak with him for a second. They sat down on the couch in Gran Torino's room, which he didn't share with others since he was a staff person. Son, I want you to take these, All Might said as he handed Izuku a credit card and several phone numbers and documents. Izuku was confused and so was Inko, but All Might explained. First, the credit card is for you to use on anything you need to buy. Food, clothing, personal items, you name it, then you can then buy it with a credit card. There is no limit on it either, so have fun but don't go crazy since you do need to learn to spend money wisely. Before you or your mother argue with it, I'm giving it to you for many reasons. 1. I have a lot of money and if I don't spend it on you, then who am I going to spend it on since I won't ever have biological children my age? 2. You are also my protege and will inherit everything of mine. My master didn't really have anything for me to inherit since she didn't go up high in the ranks due to her death being so quick at all for one hand. However, I have a vast fortune and a lot of other things which you will inherit, which includes my agency." All Might stated, and Izuku was in shock. He didn't understand why All Might was giving him all of these things. "I see you look confused. It's simple. The moment you took one for all, you were going to inherit everything of mine to start with, since I don't have biological children, as I said. As I grew closer to you during our training, I knew I wouldn't ever regret giving you everything I own either, since I know you would manage all the charities I own quite well and not allow them to be corrupt like other charities become after the first owners die and can't manage them anymore." All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head. Inko was still in shock as well. "Anyway, the documents are for legal reasons that state you own everything, and they were witnessed by my friend in the police force in Gran Torino as well. The documents have the information for my lawyers and everything as well, but I will also leave a copy of everything with your mother in the event you lose it. I am not giving this to you in the preparation of me dying. No, I am doing it because I want to, and I honestly had no one to give it to before now. Before I met you, it was going to go into a trust to be managed by my detective friend, but he wouldn't enjoy doing all of that while you would likely do so, since a few of the charities are about quirkless people and discrimination, which would be an important topic for you." All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head as he hugged All Might. Soon they stopped talking about the ill-fated things and moved on to other topics. "The phone numbers I gave you are for Gran Torino, the police detective, David Shields, Principal Nezu, and my work phone, and you already have my personal number. In the event you ever need one of them, then you have their numbers. David hasn't been told about you yet though, so only contact him after I tell him about you, or he might think you are joking." All Might stated with a laugh, and soon they all moved downstairs, and Izuku and Inko cooked up a meal for everyone since they were told to enjoy themselves if they wanted to. Third POV. Izuku Midoriya went to sleep that Sunday night with anxiety, even though his mother and All Might reassured him that it would be fine. Yeah, the first day of UA was meant to be fine as well, but it went south quite quickly in Izuku's honest opinion now, didn't it? Anyway, the next morning came quickly, and Izuku was lucky enough that he was already tired from the day's activities that his body ended up going to sleep, even though he knew it was unlikely for him. He woke up and looked at the alarm clock. "I have about an hour before classes start. I'm amazed I got about 7 hours of sleep, which surprises me," Izuku thought as he got up and got dressed in the Shiksu High School uniform. Overall, Izuku was surprised the hat even fit onto his hair without it coming off. Soon he moved into the living room of the dorm and saw his roommate Urashi making breakfast. "Good morning, Urashi. When did you get up?" Izuku asked him, and he looked at the clock. "Oh, about 30 minutes ago. I like to be up at least an hour and a half before I have to go anywhere most of the time if it's possible. I've cooked us some breakfast, and you can also call me Inasa, by the way, since we will be spending a large amount of time together," Inasa stated, and Izuku nodded his head and thanked him for the food as he sat down at the counter since there were chairs at it. "Thanks, and you can call me Izuku if you want." "Inasa," Izuku stated, and Inasa nodded his head as he sat down and ate with Izuku. "So Inasa, what pushed you to come to Shiksu instead of another hero school?" Izuku asked, wanting to know his roommate more. Inasa looked at Izuku and sighed a bit, which confused Izuku. "I actually was going to UA on recommendation, but I decided to come here instead. The son of the number 2 hero was going to UA and I didn't like him. He feels like everything is wrong with heroes, and all I saw in his eyes was anger and hatred. It wasn't something I believe heroes should have, and I wanted to come to Shiksu instead if that was the type of students going to UA." Inasa stated, and Izuku realized that Inasa was somewhat right. UA did accept Bakugo, even though Izuku was sure his entire being is completely opposite of his student file in regards to behavior. "I see. We might have ended up as classmates at UA for the short time I was a student there," Izuku stated, and Inasa looked confused, and Izuku realized he let the cat out of the bag on the issue. So do you know that UA teachers, or rather a WANA teacher, do a quirk apprehension test on the first day of class at UA?" Izuku asked, and Inasa shook his head, not knowing that. "Well, they do. The last place individual gets expelled, and sadly I only have had my quirk for 2 months before UA started. I received my quirk late in my life, so the first time I used was during the UA entrance exam. I had planned to gain control of my quirk during school in a controlled environment, but that backfired as I was expelled since the teacher deemed me with 0 potential. Ironically, it only took me 3 days to get a grasp on my quirk under a very decent teacher that now teaches here at Shiksu starting this year," Izuku stated, and Inasa was shocked with what he learned, and he started to put the dots together. So that is what he meant by people being aggressive towards him. Inasa thought, since he knew some of the numbers regarding quirkless people. "That means you were quirkless for a decade of your life. That explains your comment yesterday about people being aggressive towards you. First off, you never deserved any of that treatment. Second, it's UA lost if they were too lazy to help teach you control of your quirk. How strong is your quirk?" Inasa asked Izuku, and Izuku rubbed his neck in embarrassment. Enough that it broke my legs and arm when I used it the first time." It's been compared to the strength of All Might when I first used it. I can only use 5% right now as I need to put more muscles on my body and let my body adapt to the quirk since everyone else has had 10 years to use their quirks when I've only had a little over 2 months," Izuku said, and Inasa was choking on his water at the information he just learned. Dear God, Yue really lost out, Inasa thought based on the information that Izuku provided. Soon they noticed it was time to get to class and they got up and left. Soon, they were both in the classroom and Izuku noticed it looked more or less similar to how Yue's classroom looked, which didn't surprise him. Izuku sat down in a seat and Inasa sat behind him and they waited until all of their classmates arrived in the room. There were all different types of people, but soon the teacher arrived and had everyone sit down so he could start. Welcome to your first day at Shikzu High School. I am your teacher Ashiro Higa, otherwise known as the Underground Pro Hero Greed. My quirk allows me to snatch away energy from my opponents as long as I have a visual line of sight on them. I can increase the amount of energy I take from them if I touch them, but that does require me to get up close and personal, where I prefer to drain them first and then end the fight. My eyes do glow a bit when I activate my quirk. Any questions? No? Good, stated Higa-sensei. Everyone's sweat dropped a bit at his quick dismissal of any questions. Soon they were led to an auditorium for their first day speech. The principal made an appearance and he introduced the new teacher, which was Gran Torino. Most of you won't recognize this man, but his hero name is Gran Torino, who used to teach at UA High School for a brief period of time. He's been hired on recently and will have free reign in taking control of anyone training as he sees fit. Don't be surprised if you see one of your fellow classmates taken under his wings, since he prefers one-on-one teaching most of the time and will work as he sees fit. He though will end up spending time with the first years a bit more, since he's already picked a student he's taking under his wing to train for a while. As such, don't be surprised if you first years start seeing him more, stated the principal as he set the stage for why Gran Torino would be near Izuku. But Inasa had already met Gran Torino on the first day and gave Izuku a look that promised questions, which Izuku nodded his head at. Soon, the teacher took them all back to their classroom for introductions. After introductions, we will be doing a tour of the campus. You won't have any training or homework today, but we will start up tomorrow doing it all. Today will be about getting to know everyone and finding your way around campus, since I tend to just text my students where I want you to meet if I change the schedule on a moment's notice sometimes, stated their teacher, and they all nodded their heads. Soon the class started their introductions and it was now Izuku's turn. Izuku went up front and looked at everyone. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya and it's nice to meet you all. I will be upfront about a bit about my past. I used to be quirkless until about 2 months ago. I received my quirk late in my life and I've only recently gained control of it. Before Shikzu High School I was actually at UA, but the teacher I ended up with deemed me with zero potential last week since I didn't have my quirk under control. I had wanted to wait until I was in a stable environment to get help controlling it, since my quirk is highly destructive of my body and everything around me if I used it, since it wiped out one of the 0 pointers in the UA entrance exam. However, that backfired since the teacher expelled me on the first day, since he deemed me to have 0 potential and said I could never be a hero. However, I have now gained control of my quirk and I can use 5% of it without breaking my body. Gran Torino, which the principal introduced to everyone at the assembly, is the one that helped me train last week after I got expelled from UA, and he was able to help me get control of my quirk within 3 days. As such, I ended up transferring to Shikzu instead, and the principal was kind enough to accept me since a spot had opened up in this class due to someone's situation changing and them no longer attending. Any questions? Izuku asked and waited for someone to speak up. Inasa raised his hand and Izuku pointed at him. So that is why he was with you when you moved into the dorms? Inasa asked, and Izuku nodded his head. Indeed, he stayed at my mother's home with us last week so he could spend enough time to get my quirk under control when he started to train me. He wanted me to have some form of control so I could take part in training with the entire class instead of being held back, Izuku stated, and everyone nodded their heads at Izuku's answer. Some other people raised their hands and Izuku answered their questions. One person asked what was life like without a quirk, since the person was interested to know. The teacher tensed a bit and looked at Izuku before speaking. Midoriya, you don't need to answer that. I know the statistics and they aren't pretty. Only talk about it if you are comfortable with it, stated their professor, and everyone looked confused except those that knew the numbers around quirkless people. It's okay. I plan to be a hero and open talk about it a lot in the future when I have enough influence, so talking about it with my classmates would be really the first step towards that to making chance, Izuku stated, and the teacher nodded his head but were still a bit tense. Izuku then looked at everyone and took a deep breath in. My life before I received my quirk was, let's say, painful. I would be constantly attacked and used as a quirk test dummy because people didn't put a value on quirkless people's lives when quirkless people can achieve so many things as well. Fun fact, did you know that David Shield's daughter is quirkless and she is an up-and-coming inventor on my island? Izuku stated, and everyone shook their heads. Izuku did a lot of research on anyone famous that was quirkless in recent times, and she was one person he knew of that was up and coming. Back to where I was. The police did nothing about the attacks on me and even encouraged it in a way. My teachers in my previous schools would lower my grades because the quirkless child shouldn't be scoring higher than the quirked children. I would be beaten up and have my lunch or items stolen from me all of the time. I was even suicide baited a lot of the time as well because none of the authority figures that had the power to stop it wanted to. They didn't want to risk the futures of the quirked children. Izuku stated as a few tears ran down his face. He found it odd. The more he talked about it, the less it hurt him each time he openly talked about it when he thought he would be in so much pain reliving the memories. The room was silent and everyone had eyes of shock at what they learned. Sensei, please tell me the school is going to look into Midoriya's school. That can't continue, stated one student in the back, and a few people that had come out of their shock nodded their heads. The teacher was also a bit shocked since this was his first time hearing the life of a quirkless person directly. As he was called out, he looked at the students and nodded his head. Yay, I will talk to the principal about looking into it. We need to be careful of not tipping them off so they don't get rid of evidence, so it will take time, but we will without a doubt be looking into it though. I feel like your mentor may have already started looking into it, Midoriya. The teacher asked, and Izuku looked at him. I don't know for sure, but knowing him, yay, I wouldn't be surprised. It would be best to have the principal ask before they go jumping in when there might already be a case being made. Izuku stated, and everyone asked him who his mentor was, and Izuku avoided the questions, which everyone noticed but let it drop. Soon the introductions came to an end and the teacher took them all around campus for a tour. Third POV. After the tour around campus was done, Izuku and his classmates all headed back to their dorm, but when they arrived they found Gran Torino standing in the common room waiting for them. They all looked confused, but he spoke up. Hello, I'm sure you all remember me from the assembly. As I've been informed, Izuku told you all about me training him, so I will make it clear. I will end up spending a lot more time with your class and I will help you all during your lessons. However, Izuku Midoriya is my main focus outside of your lessons. With that said, brat, get changed now, it's time to start training. Gran Torino said as he jumped off the ground and blasted into Izuku's stomach, making him drop to his knees. Everyone was shocked and stunned, but Izuku got up and ran up the stairs as Gran Torino chased him and kept trying to hit him. Izuku turned his quirk on and kept dodging. Soon they made it back downstairs, and everyone in his class was still standing at the door in silence because they didn't think what they saw just happened. Then they heard Izuku coming back down, and as he landed on the first floor, Gran Torino caught up to him and kicked him in the back, sending him to the ground. Get up and get moving. I am not getting any younger, and you are about to learn why your master fears me so much. Gran Torino yelled as he kicked Izuku in his side and sent him out the front door past his classmate. They were all still in shock at what was going on. Soon they saw Izuku power his quirk back up and dash off with Gran Torino right behind him as he kept attacking Izuku. Should we call the staff and ask them if that is okay? Asked one of the students in their class. They all nodded their heads and called the main building staff room, since the teachers have all told them that they were normally there until 5 p.m. before they would return to their staff dorms. One student made the call and started talking. Hello, Sensei. This is the Wana dorms, and we are wondering if we should be expecting more of Gran Torino attacking our classmate Izuku Midoriya right when we enter our dorm building moving forward. The student asked and then retold them what they all witnessed. The student was on hold for a moment before the principal came over the line. The principal had the student put the phone on speaker before he spoke. What you witness will be normal in regards to Izuku Midoriya's training under Gran Torino. Gran Torino is a harsh and grueling trainer, and I actually pray none of you end up under his private training, since he will not hold back during those moments. Anyway, are there any more questions? Asked the principal, and everyone said no. As such, the phone call came to an end and they all just stood there dumbfounded. That is an interesting way to end our first day of school, stated one class member, and everyone nodded their heads as they all sat down and started to talk amongst themselves, while some wondered how Izuku would return to the dorms. Now, with Izuku Midoriya, he was currently running away from Gran Torino with his quirk activated at 5%. Gran Torino was chasing him, and Izuku honestly didn't know where they were meant to be going. As such, he stopped and dogged a hit from Gran Torino. Sir, where are we even going? Izuku asked as he took a chance to regulate his breathing better. Gran Torino looked at him and shrugged. I didn't have an actual spot in mind, but let's head into the woods behind the dorms, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku looked so done with Gran Torino since the dorms were behind them and about 10 minutes away since he ran so far. Better get running, brat, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku gulped as he turned his quirk back on and ran. Soon after some running, they were back in the forest behind the dorms. So what are we working on today, Gran Torino? Izuku asked as he took a drink of water that Gran Torino threw at him. Izuku noticed they were always meant to come here since Gran Torino had stuff set up. As such, he made Izuku do all of that running on purpose. Gran Torino thought about it for a few minutes before looking at Izuku. Turn your quirk on to the max you can go to and tell me what percentage you're at, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku turned it on to 5%. It's still 5%, Izuku asked, and Gran Torino looked him over and shook his head. Raise the percentage as slow as you can until you start feeling pain, because from what I can tell your body adjusted already to 5%, so we need to fix your new max limit. Stop when it starts to feel like a buzzing sensation under your skin or it starts prickling a bit, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku nodded his head. Izuku closed his eyes for a bit and started to feel the power going up. 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%. Oh, Izuku thought as he hit 8% and it started to hurt. As such, he started to drop it down to 7% and the intense prickling feeling went away. He then opened his eyes. I am at 7% and the prickling feeling isn't intense enough to stop me from using it. It's like how it was at 5% when I first achieved it, Izuku stated as Gran Torino looked at him. Damn, this kid's pain tolerance must be high to withstand the feeling of being pricked by needles nonstop, Gran Torino thought as he connected the dots of Izuku's childhood to his higher pain tolerance and hated the people that did it to the kid. Okay kid, each time the feeling of the prickling goes away I want you to tell me about it. Okay, Gran Torino asked, and Izuku nodded his head at that request. Then Gran Torino then spoke about what they would be working on for the afternoon. We need to find you a combat style or fighting style that fits you. Let me say it right now. You are not All Might, so don't even bother copying him with just his punches. You need to make your own damn style like every user before you. The 7th user had her float quirk with one for all and focused on quick combat and flying combat from above people. You are built for more speed style. So, I want you to look towards using your legs with kicks more than anything. Power up and let's spar and see if you can start finding yourself a combat style, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku nodded his head as he powered the quirk up to 7% and dashed off towards Gran Torino. Gran Torino easily dodged the attacks and Izuku kept trying to capture him. As the training was going on, Izuku kept thinking of how to adapt his fighting to win. As Izuku was jumping around and trying to land a blow on Gran Torino, he started to analyze how Gran Torino was moving about. Soon, Izuku moved from just running and jumping to more of a style that mimicked Gran Torino's movements a bit more, as Izuku was quickly moving as he jumped between things before he tried to land a hit. They kept this training up for several hours before Gran Torino let Izuku return to the dorms. Good job, Brett. You are free to go back to the dorms for the night. I will be planning on how to adapt your training more, but you are starting to get a fighting style going, but don't copy me fully. It's okay to take things from other styles, but don't copy someone's completely since it won't fully work for you. Understood, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku nodded his head as he made his way back towards the dorms. He soon arrived and he was hungry, but as he came into the dorms he saw everyone looking at him. Hi, Izuku asked, and they all got up and asked if he was alright since he looked like he was going through hell, as they all had front row seats to his training since it could be seen from the common room dorms. Izuku rubbed his neck and said that was only light training from Gran Torino. It's only going to get worse from here on out for me. I only have 2 months with my quirk while you all have 10 years or so. As such, I need to get as much training in as I can get, Izuku stated, and they all groaned as they felt the phantom pain from just imaging his training that he would be put through. Inasa pulled Izuku and made him sit at the dining table on one side of the common room as another person went and brought him food. Thank you guys, Izuku said, and they said it was fine since they all got to eat together as he was put through hellish training. They also got entertainment out of it even though he was being beaten up by the teacher, which Izuku sweat drop it. Third POV. Several days passed and it was now Wednesday for Izuku and his new friends at Shiitsu. Overall, Izuku got lucky and was saved from doing a lot of training on Tuesday afternoon since Gran Torino wanted Izuku in good condition for the following day's combat training. Izuku though had to wait starting Tuesday morning and moving forward. Gran Torino thought of the idea as a way to help increase Izuku's muscles, as Izuku would get some break from the weights on him as he sat down in class to do homework. He had weights on his arms, but they didn't weigh that much that they interfered with his work, but Gran Torino did give Izuku a heavy weighted undershirt and weights to go on his legs, which Gran Torino required him to keep on at all times unless teacher told him to take them off or he went to sleep. Izuku was also not allowed to use one for all to move around with the weights on. He was allowed to turn the quirk on when he was sitting down in the dorms or if it didn't distract his classmates in class, but whenever he moved he had to turn it off so his body would get the full benefit of having them on. When Wednesday afternoon came around, it was now time for their first training lesson. They would be doing a combat exercise in the dome training ground that was behind the dorm area. It was a bit further out from where Izuku was training in the forest behind the dorms, so they all knew where it was located. They all arrived at the training grounds in their hero outfits and honesty. Izuku wasn't allowed to take full control of designing his outfit. Izuku's outfit was actually done through David Shield and his daughter, since All Might and Gran Torino wanted his outfit to be able to withstand one for all activating and throwing hits. The outfit was also designed to help deliver more force when he attacked people. Overall, his costume was given armored shoes and some hard guards to make his punches more hard-hitting. They also built in a dark mode in the event that Izuku ever did a mission at night so he could blend in more with the night. The outfit also had armor built into the suit to help tank some blows from villains. The mask that he was given had a communications device in it to sync up with comms for any missions he went on, and he would be able to turn the face mask guard on to help filter his air so he didn't breathe in gas from villains. Included with the face mask was a fabric that could be pulled over his head from behind to cover all of his hair and fit against his head. The note stated it was meant to help protect his hair from fire if he ever needed to run into a burning building, and his green hair could also be hidden with it at night during night operations. Overall, the suit was made for his future improvements but also to protect him in his current state of progress. Overall, Izuku had to admit that he liked what he was given and asked All Might to pass his thanks along to the Shield family for creating his outfit. Soon, after Izuku finished changing into the outfit, he moved towards the training room where they would be having their combat lesson. When he walked in, he was greeted by his classmates, and they all liked his outfit as he showed it off. Izuku also liked the outfits of his classmates as well. Izuku also enjoyed looking over Inasa's outfit as well and asked him why he only had one arm with a glove. Overall, it's to help me control my quirk. My left arm isn't my dominant arm either, so I don't use it for combat as much. That is why my right arm is not gloved, since I would use it for close combat, while using the left with the glove to help regulate my quirk, since I typically use my quirk via my hands, but they aren't required. I use it to make a more direct blast or help me fly through the tubes on me, like on my sides or feet. Inasa stated, and Izuku nodded his head as he wrote notes down in his book. Everyone wondered where the book even came from, but before they could even ask, the teacher had come in with Gran Torino, and everyone shivered at seeing the man since they have watched him train Izuku. Gran Torino watched them all shudder a bit from seeing him. "Looks like I made quite an impression on you all," Gran Torino said with a chuckle, and watched as all of the students expect Izuku to take a step back from him. This just made him smirk even more at their fear, but their teacher saved them from him before he could start mentally torturing them. "Welcome everyone to the training dome. Here we have many different sections set up in the dome, but today we will be working in the overgrown ruined city zone," stated their sensei as they all looked at the screen in front of them that showed the zone they would be working in. "Throughout your careers, you will be forced to undergo many different missions, and some will include going into ruins or abandoned city areas where villains will lair up. As such, your combat training today will help simulate that, as you will need to limit the amount of damage you cause to the building and be careful not to start fires, as the entire thing could go up in flames. Of course, our fire suppression systems would put the fires out if you start them, but we will hold off until the round comes to an end," stated their teacher, and they all nodded their heads. Soon they were broken up into teams, and Izuku found himself paired with Inasa against two of their classmates. One of their classmates had a quirk called Full Moon. This quirk allowed the classmate to transform into a werewolf-type creature, and they grew stronger the closer it was to a full moon, and would grow weaker the further they got away from a full moon date. Their other classmate had a quirk called Shiver. This quirk allowed them to breathe out cold air and create constructs made out of ice. They could also freeze surfaces if they breathe in a room with their quirk activated long enough. Overall, Izuku analyzed what he knew about their quirks and started to make plans in his head by taking into account Inasa. "I can see your mind already working, Izuku. So what do you got?" Inasa asked as he and Izuku were sent towards their starting position. Izuku looked at him and then back towards the building they knew the villain's team was located in. "Overall, your quirk could stop our classmate with the Shiver quirk. You would need to constantly bring warm air into the room, and it should counter their ability to freeze the room. It might not stop them from making ice construct to use as weapons, but at least we wouldn't get frozen. I should be able to go head-to-head with our classmate with the full moon quirk. Currently, he's at his peak in power since the full moon was only a day ago, but my quirk isn't weak at all. I've increased my power control from 5% to 7%. Izuku stated, and Inasa nodded his head and knew he would be fighting his classmate with the Shiver quirk. Soon they talked about a game plan and how they would go about the fight. If they could, they would separate one individual and double-team them before going after the other, but if they couldn't, then they would go for their individual enemies. Soon the buzzer went off and the match started as Izuku and Inasa started to move towards the building. Izuku and Inasa had decided to go in from the top and work their way down. The objective of this match was to defeat your opposing team and not any other objectives. As such, they hoped one of them would have gone downstairs to try and stop them from entering. Soon, they were on the roof and entering the stairwell. Izuku was leading them, and since he could tank some hits from people more than Inasa could, after going down one floor and checking it, they didn't find anyone. They moved to the next one and found one of their enemies but not the other one. Izuku waved for Inasa and him to retreat, and Inasa was confused. They backed up to the next floor and talked. I think it's a trap. The way she is waiting seems off. I think we should go out a window and work from the ground floor up and see if we can find the other enemy first before making our attack on that enemy, Izuku stated, and Inasa thought it over and agreed that it did seem fishy a bit. Soon they jumped out of a window and down several floors with neither taking damage since Inasa used his quirk to float down and Izuku could take the fall easily. Soon they went in a window on the first floor and checked the bottom floor and made their way up one and were met with the classmate with the werewolf quirk. The student was waiting near the stairs and looked like they were waiting for a signal to attack the floor above them. Izuku realized he was right and that it was a trap on the next floor. He pulled Inasa back into a room and asked him if he could create a wind wall strong enough to block someone from going through it. He nodded his head and said it wouldn't fully stop someone, but it could delay them if he made a wind tunnel going up the stairs. After whispering for a bit longer, they agreed on a plan of attack and made their move as Inasa made a wind tunnel going up the staircase, and the werewolf user got confused seeing it but turned around to be met with a fist to the face as they got knocked into the wall. Izuku then grabbed them and tossed them down the hallway where Inasa was waiting to attack as he did a wind attack and forced the werewolf against the wall with some force. Izuku came up and used the wind to push him faster as he slammed his fist into their stomach, forcing them to throw up. Izuku quickly wrapped capture tape around their arms, which got them called out. Only a few seconds later the room got really cold as the second enemy came up from the first floor. They must have gone down to get up since it was too much to go through your wind tunnel, Izuku called out, and Inasa nodded his head as he used his wind to start bringing warm air into the room to counter the cold air. Soon Izuku got behind the female enemy and slammed his foot on the ground, which cracked it and made her stumble. Inasa used this as a chance and created a ball of compressed air in his hand and shot it forward. As the girl was stumbling, it hit her and sent her backward towards Izuku, who clotheslined her into the floor. Inasa was already on top of her before she could even realize what happened and wrapped her in tape, ending the match. Everyone back in the control room was stunned at how the match went as the two teams came into the room. A nurse from the nurse room was on standby and healed what she could. The school employed several people with healing quirks, none to the level of Recovery Girl, but they all were still amazing heal quirks that could match her if they combined their efforts. Gran Torino started to chuckle when the room was still silent. Good job, you two. I think we will be pairing you two together more in the future since you two work quite well together. Your quirks also cover each other quite well since Izuku is good for close combat, while Yurashi is good for distance combat and some limited close range. Nice communicating and thinking things through when they felt off, Gran Torino said, and that made the room burst into questions of how they worked together so well when it was their first time working together. Inasa admitted that he's seen Izuku's notebook once while he was working in them before their lesson and saw how well he came up with plans to counter people, which made Izuku embarrassed as people were asking him questions. 3RDPOV. It was the second week of school for UA, and the students of WANA were heading towards the USJ. The class had gained a new member of the class who was called Hitoshi Shinzo, who had a brainwashing quirk. Hitoshi was bumped up to the hero course when Izuku Midoriya was expelled to the disapproval of All Might and Nezu, though Hitoshi didn't know about their distaste in Izuku Midoriya being expelled, nor did Aizawa-sensei. Eraserhead did have some issues lately though, since Nezu had come down harsher on his decisions without telling the man why. Nezu had also announced that Aizawa was no longer allowed to tell people that they were expelled without talking to Nezu beforehand, and the man didn't know why. Nezu stated that the school board was getting anxious at his expulsion rate, and that he was just appeasing them for now, and nothing really changed since Aizawa would have good reasons when he came to him for expulsion. Though Aizawa didn't know it was done this way so Nezu could prevent future Izuku Midoriyas from being expelled and pushed away from UA, when Nezu could have salvaged the situation if Aizawa had communicated it with him first. Videos of Izuku's training and first combat lesson made their way into Nezu's hands via the principal of Shaiktas, who wanted to rub it in Nezu's face that he had lost such an amazing student. Nezu got annoyed enough that he had cracked his teacup on accident. Nezu was shocked at Izuku Midoriya's progress, who had gone from 0 control to having control in 3 days, and then getting to 7% of 1 for all already while displaying excellent combat decisions and planning abilities. Losing the 9th user of 1 for all pissed Nezu off, but losing Izuku Midoriya and his mind was what really annoyed Nezu, since it's hard to find pure intelligence like Izuku Midoriya, since most people as smart as Izuku are done via quirks. However, going back to the class of WANA that was on the way to the USJ, All Might had joined them already on the bus, since Inko made sure he got to work on time since she bugged him non-stop of not stopping to stop crime, since he needed to save his time limit as long as he could, so he should stop helping in crimes that heroes are already handling. As such, All Might had made it on time for the USJ and was riding the bus with them. This would change many things on this fateful day if Inko had not forced All Might to save his time and arrive on time to the school to join the trip. The reason for this is moments after they entered the USJ. They were face to face with villains that had come to end All Might. All Might was pissed that these villains dare threaten his life when he wants to live for his son as he promised to. He was also pissed that they dare drag the students of ONA into the battle even though he didn't like a certain blonde-haired kid. Soon, All Might dispatched all of the minor villains that had shown up on the plaza and smirked. "Really? You wanted to end me with these people? You better have come with far more than them," All Might stated, and the villain leaders just smirked as they ordered their creature to go and attack All Might, which slammed him into the staircase. "Eraserhead, get the students out of here now," All Might called out, and the hero was already doing it as he went with the rescue hero 13 to escort the students out. He was really glad he had decided to not jump down into the fight since the warp user had appeared and tried to stop them from leaving. The warp user had attempted to warp the students away, but Eraserhead stopped him from warping them away, which confused the warp user until he realized who Izuku was. "Damn it, they want a teacher as Eraserhead. That complicates my part of the plan," the Mist Man stated as he ran away and got out of Eraserhead's vision and warped back down to the plaza. "Sorry sir, but the ONA teacher was able to stop me from warping them away. If I stayed up top then I would have been captured due to his quirk," the warp user said, and the leader beside him scratched his neck in anger. "Damn it, Kurogiri. If you weren't way out of here I would end you," stated the man. "My apologizes to Mura Shigaraki," stated Kurogiri. Though everyone's attention fell back on All Might, who was fighting the creature as the students had escaped the facility, and 13 sent the student named Ida ahead to warn the school of the attack so they could get back up, but the rest of the students were forced back on the bus as 13 drove away. Eraserhead, after ensuring the students were gone, ran back into the building. He was sure the villains only disabled the communications and intruder alarms near the USJ, so they shouldn't be able to get the students without alerting the main building if they went after them. As such, Izawa jumped into the fight to help All Might with whatever the creature was and deal with any thugs that got back up. "This isn't going as we planned," Shigaraki stated with annoyance as All Might kept dodging the creature and slamming hits into it. He didn't have to worry about the students since they were gone already and safe. He also noticed Eraserhead taking care of the smaller thugs, which freed him up to deal with the creature that the villains called the Namu. "You won't end it, All Might. My Namu has multiple quirks from shock absorption to regeneration. It's been made as the perfect anti-symbol of peace to end you," Shigaraki yelled, and All Might paled a bit at hearing it had multiple quirks. He, however, put the thoughts out of his mind and focused on the fight in front of him. "I refuse to die. Not until I see Izuku become the next symbol for Japan," All Might thought as he started to increase his speed of punches into the creature, and soon the air blasts were forcing everyone back and onto the ground due to the sheer power. After many punches, All Might shouted out a line. "Villains, have you ever heard the saying of go beyond plus ultra?" All Might yelled as he slammed his fist into the creature, and everyone was stunned as it was as if time stopped and they saw the creature freeze in place before a ripple went across its skin, and then boom, the creature went flying out of the building and into the air as all of the villains were shocked. "Now what are you going to do without your weapons, villains? I am still standing and can easily take you all on, so are you going to surrender now, or do I need to deliver a punch to each of you?" All Might yelled out as he wiped the blood from his mouth and turned around to look at all of the villains who ended up surrendering. He then took a few steps forward towards Shigaraki and Kurogiri. "I am waiting for your decision. What are you going to do, villains?" All Might asked as he put his hands to his sides and wanted to see if they would just surrender or not. However, before anyone could say anything, the doors slammed open and in came the staff without Ida, since they made him stay at the school with the rest of the students who arrived as they were leaving. The villain leaders then teleported away before All Might could grab them since he bolted for them, but the warp gate closed too quickly. "Damn it, this isn't good." From what they said, the Namu had. He might be back, All Might thought, worried for his son and protege. Soon the staff captured all of the villains in the plaza and started to work on the villains across the building. Nezu came up to All Might as Cementos raised a wall to cover the hero so he could drop out of his muscle form and not waste time. "How much time did you lose?" Nezu asked right away. All Might thought about it but shrugged. "Uncount. I didn't use any at all today since Inko made me breakfast before I left her house. All Might said with a cough as he just talked about Izuku's mother in front of others. "Oh, I would love to hear about your time with Midoriya's mother, but at least you might not have lost much time, which is good in the long run," Nezu said with a grin, but All Might wasn't smiling. Instead, he was growing, and Nezu asked what was wrong. "Nezu, it seems it's a good thing Izuku doesn't go here. All for One might be back. They had a creature with multiple quirks. With him going to Shiketsu, it might create a barrier of time that All for One had to spend to find out about Izuku," All Might stated, and Nezu's eyes widened at the information he just gained. "Where is the creature?" Nezu asked, and All Might said he didn't know since he knocked it out of the building via the roof, so they would need to search for it. Nezu nodded his head and told Ectoplasm to send clones to find it but not engage if it doesn't attack first. Soon all of the villains were captured and the police were taking over the crime scene. The staff was left in charge while All Might and Nezu headed back to the school in a car. You might want to call Izuku beforehand since he might get worried once he hears about the attack, or call the principal to have him pulled out of class to tell him about it so he doesn't hear the news and think the worst," Nezu suggested, and All Might did just that as he pulled his phone and called the principal of Shigetsu. "Hello, All Might. What can I help you with?" Principal Suo asked. All Might sighed and spoke. "Principal Suo, I need you to pull Izuku out of class so he hears about the attack from you and me first so he doesn't think of the worst outcome. The USJ came under attack moments ago and they were aiming to end me. The problem is they had a creature capable of doing it, but I survived since I didn't use my time limit today. The biggest problem, it had multiple quirks which mean all for one might be alive. You need to start preparing your defenses," All Might stated, and the line was silent for a while before All Might heard curses on the other side. "Okay, let me pull him out really quickly. Stay on the line," Principal Suo stated as he put the line on hold. About 5 minutes later, Izuku came on the line and started to talk. "All Might, what's going on?" The principal said it was urgent, Izuku stated, and All Might sighed. "Calm down, son. I need you to sit down, but everything is okay now," All Might stated, and Izuku breathed in and calmed his breathing down. "The USJ at UA came under attack when Wano went for a rescue training with me, Eraserhead, and the rescue hero 13. They were there to end me with a creature that was able to harm me, but I am fine and the fight is already over. I won, but I won't lie that it wasn't a bit close," All Might stated, and he could hear Izuku cry slightly at the prospect of losing him, but he calmed down quickly. "Izuku, that isn't the biggest problem though. The creature had multiple quirks. I won't lie to you and say everything is going to be alright. This may mean that All for One is alive, and I never intended for you to be a part of this war. I am so sorry I dragged you into this, son," All Might stated, and Izuku was silent for a few minutes. "It doesn't matter. Even if he comes, I won't let him take you away from me. I will get stronger as quickly as I can, and I refuse to let you die on me, Dad. I won't let him take another user," Izuku stated with determination, and All Might wanted to take him out of this war, but he knew he couldn't. "Son, we will talk more about this when I can meet you. I will see what I can do to get up there or you down here for a day soon, since we need to talk more in person about the implications of him being alive." "Okay," All Might asked. Izuku agreed, and soon the call came to an end as All Might sighed. They had arrived outside of UA, and All Might didn't want to get out of the car. Third POV. Everyone in the class was confused when the principal himself walked into the classroom and asked Izuku to follow him about an emergency. Gran Torino tensed as well at the tone of the voice the principal used and excused himself from the class and followed them. Everyone and their teacher of Wano were confused about what happened. About 20 minutes later, near the end of the class and before they would return to their dorms, Izuku walked back in, and they all could see his eyes were red and that he had been crying. Gran Torino had always walked back in and seemed tensed as well, which worried them all due to the hell teacher that pushed them hard in their training was tense about anything. Soon the class came to an end and they all walked back to the dorms with Izuku. None of them asked him any questions yet, as he still seemed sad. As they entered the dorms, Izuku just collapsed onto the couch in the common area, and Inasa walked over to him and asked him what was wrong. Izuku turned the TV on and a breaking news broadcast happened which alerted them that the UA Hero School Class 1 and All Might had gotten attacked at the USJ during their rescue training class. The class was shocked but still wondered how that had anything to do with Izuku. They all knew he went to UA before coming to their school, but he shouldn't have made any meaningful connections to upset him to this level, did he? Gran Torino came into the room and saw they were all worried about Izuku, and Gran Torino knew Izuku couldn't really explain much without outing the fact that he was connected to All Might. As such, Gran Torino thought it over and called all of their attentions. "Brats, I'll explain the situation, but let me get the principal and your homeroom teacher here first before I tell you anything, okay?" Gran Torino stated, and they all nodded their heads, and Izuku looked up at him shocked. "Kid, you are going to screw up sooner or later and expose it, or he will sooner or alter, so we might as well tell them the truth now instead of them finding out later on and asking questions out in the open where it would be a problem for us," Gran Torino said as he pulled his phone and made a call and stepped outside. He had called the principal and their homeroom teacher to come to the dorms because he was going to tell the class about All Might being connected to Izuku, and they should be there to help keep the students in line. Gran Torino also called All Might as well and waited for the phone to be picked up. "Sir, is everything all right over there?" All Might asked worriedly. "It's fine, but we have a small problem which I am going to fix, but I wanted to warn you about it first." Izuku's class was worried about Izuku since they have all grown close to him even in the short time they have to know him. "He can't tell them what is really wrong without outing your connection to him, so I am telling them all and having the principal and their homeroom teacher help me keep them quiet with the school's NDA which they signed when they joined the school, since this would fall under it. I just wanted to warn you about how I am telling them that you're his father figure and he's your protege. I'm not telling them about your form though, but that will come out one day in the future on its own, so if you ever come here you need to be in your full form or claim to be his uncle or something in your skinny form. Understood?" Gran Torino asked All Might, who was silent for a bit before answering that he understood and was okay with it happening. Gran Torino just snapped back that it didn't matter if he was okay with it or not and hanged up the phone. Soon, Gran Torino re-entered with the principal and homeroom teacher. Okay, gather up and listen well, Gran Torino stated, and they all nodded their heads and looked at the teachers. I'm saying this right now. You open your mouths about what you're about to hear, then you're done. You will be expelled from the school with no ifs, whats, or buts about it. Do you understand? This falls under the non-disclosure agreements that you and your parents signed when you joined this school. It's also your jobs as future heroes to know how to keep the information confidential when you are entrusted with it, Gran Torino stated, and they all stated that they understood. Gran Torino then sighed and then brought attention to the attack on the USJ at UA. You are all worried about Izuku and wonder how the USJ connects to his current state. Well, All Might was the target of the villain attack, and Izuku Midoriya is All Might's protege and more or less adoptive son. That is why Izuku was crying, because he was told about the attempt on All Might's life, and I am saying this now. All Might is human. He can be ended, and those villains did come close to it since they somehow had a bioengineered weapon that was made with multiple quirks that were able to fight All Might. It had a good chance of actually ending him, which is why Izuku was crying, since it was an actual close call on All Might's Aka, Izuku's father figure and mentor life, Gran Torino stated, and they were all stunned in shock. They all looked at Izuku and then back at Gran Torino and then back at Izuku. The room was still in shock at what they learned. Again, I remind you that everything you learned or might learn about Izuku Midoriya and All Might is to be kept quiet, as you are entrusted with a large secret. Do you all understand? Asked the principal, and they all nodded their heads. Damn, that explains why you were sad. It also reminds us how fragile our system is, because I honestly can't remember a time that the system wasn't supported by All Might, stated one student, and they all realized how fragile their society really is since so many people relied on All Might. Gran Torino nodded his head. You kids are smart. Indeed, All Might is human and will die one day. He is old, but not as old as I am, and will need to retire from all the work he does. It's why he started to teach, since his retirement is coming up quickly. Your generation will be handing the burden of his retirement, and it will be rough, Gran Torino stated, and they all widened their eyes a bit, but the staff could see the eyes of determination that they all had, and Izuku smiled at them all and thanked them for being worried about him. Soon, Izuku was at the bottom of a dog pile as everyone jumped onto him, though they were surprised when he was able to keep standing with most of them on top of him. Damn, how strong are you? Some asked, and Izuku stated something about having to carry All Might on his back before, and they all fell over in laughter at the mental image. This allowed the tension room to lighten up with laughter, which made the staff happy, and soon Izuku was laughing as well. Inasa raised up though and had a question. Izuku, couldn't you have gotten All Might to ask the principal of UA to undo your expulsion? Inasa asked, and Izuku nodded his head. He wanted to, and the principal actually wanted to undo it without even being asked, since he didn't want to lose me, since my quirk is thought of being able to rival my dad. Again, not biological. And it was how I met Gran Torino, since he taught All Might himself. However, I didn't want to have my place secured by him and wanted to go to a different school, since Eraserhead of a class at UA couldn't be bothered to help me learn to control for my quirk, which I only had for 2 months. It was in my file, so he was, in my view, discriminating against me, or was just a lazy teacher. I don't really care, since I've been enjoying my time here at Shiketsu, Izuku stated, and they all were happy he came as well. Soon the conversation switched to happier conversations as the principal and the 2 teachers returned to the school building, since the principal wanted to start talking about upping the school's defenses to prepare for the future. 3RD-POV. All Might had moved to the medical bay to have Recovery Girl check him over. They wanted to get any clues on if his time limit had gone down at all, with him pushing himself so hard in that fight. About an hour passed since he was sitting in there, and Recovery Girl was finally done looking him over and doing a health check on him. She was sitting across from him with Nezu and the detective in the room. So, any changes in his time limit from what we can guess? The detective asked for the group. From what I can see, I don't think he has suffered any noticeable drop in his time limit, but he's the one that can tell us the most, since he should sense a drop in his time limit if there was any large drop, Recovery Girl stated, and they all nodded their heads as they looked at All Might for an answer. He shrugged a bit. From what I can feel, I don't notice anything large in my time limit. If anything, it was maybe minutes or so, but we will see as we go through the days, All Might stated, and they all were glad that he didn't have any large drops in his powers. This meant he could last longer and give Izuku more time to grow more powerful to help stabilize the nation when All Might has to retire. Well, we will be having a staff meeting soon, so let's get moving, and the detective needs to finish with any statements from the students. Nezu stated. They all got off and moved to do what they need to do. Luckily for UA, 0 students came anywhere close to being harmed, since they got removed from the site quickly. As such, the reports did hit UA a bit, but not to the level that they could have. The story that was playing out was that villains had attacked the USJ. with the aim to end All Might, but were quickly defeated and backup arrived to end the fight while all students were removed from the building within minutes and were not endangered of being harmed due to the quick actions of UA. Soon the staff meeting started and the detective joined the meeting as well since he finished quite quickly with the statements he gained from the students. He had also gathered all the reports that they had gained so far from the USJ attack and had it ready for the meeting. As they all sat down, they waited for Nezu to start the meeting as he came into the room with some tea and was drinking it. Okay everyone, I am glad that this event went far better than it could have gone since we were able to get the students out of the building before they could be attacked, Nezu stated, and everyone nodded their heads. It's clear that the attack on the gate was most likely the work of this League of Villains as a means to get the schedule for the trip. We will be looking to see if any more information was stolen as well, but all future trips will be rearranged moving forward to help secure against another attack, Nezu stated as he displayed some images from the USJ attack. They soon talked about how the leader of the attack was unstable and childish, but Nezu spoke up in talking about how the leader did have some hidden intelligence under his childish demeanor, but that there was likely a bigger leader in the background, grooming the person known as Shigaraki. They talked about how there were no individuals known with their quirks by the leaders' names nor with the quirks shown in the raid, which complicated things. As the meeting came to an end, they were all dismissed and allowed to leave. UA had decided to cancel classes for the rest of the week and start back up on Monday, which would give students several days off to relax from the event. All Might, the detective, and Nezu said back in the meeting room to talk. Sir, we need to prepare for All for One, All Might stated, and Nezu nodded his head. Nezu though had another question for All Might. What are you going to do about Izuku and his internship? I know you were planning to offer him an internship when they started after the sports festival, since UAS and Shiksu internship weeks match up to the same time, Nezu stated, and All Might nodded his head at the question and was silent for a bit. I honestly don't know. If I take him on, it's like a signal that tells All for One that he's the 9th user of One for All, and it would also alert Sir Night-Eye of Izuku being the 9th user as well. Both things I want to avoid, All Might stated, and Nezu nodded his head at that statement and suggested to do it even though it signaled who he was, but to have Shiksu agreed to not of Izuku wear their school hat. Get their school to agree for him not to wear the hat during the internship, and whenever anyone asks which school he is from, don't give them an answer. Also, have Izuku wear the head cover that you have on his outfit, since I did see it when you all submitted his outfit when he was still going here. This way the only identifying mark would be the green eyes that he has, Nezu stated, and All Might thought it over as the detective spoke up. He agreed with Nezu's suggestion, since as long as All Might nor Izuku confirmed which hero school Izuku was from, they would assume UA since he taught at the school. All for One was already targeting UA due to All Might, so it wouldn't change anything if they all assumed the 9th user was at the school as well. It might be good to have Izuku change his eye color via contacts, but that might be too much since not many people would recognize him just via his eyes, the detective suggested, and All Might kept thinking it over and agreed that it was a good idea. I'll contact his school later. I am thinking of going up to his school in a day or so to talk to Izuku in person, since I need to make it clear to him he can't come after All for One until he's fully strong enough. I plan to tell him to run away if All for One ever makes an appearance, All Might stated, and they knew that wasn't like to go over well and should indeed be done in person. Keeping the internship going on via All Might would help stabilize Japan with the knowledge that All Might recognizes someone is good enough to come under his wing, since he hasn't taken an internship before and only Sir Night-Eye has been a sidekick under him before. As such, it would draw a large amount of attention to Izuku's hero name on whatever he came up with. As such, the plans and decisions were made and they would all start making their moves. The storm was coming soon and they were only dealing with the warning thunder before the actual storm hits. Everyone knew on both sides that this was going to be a long and hard war. Third POV. All Might decided to go up to Shiksu that sat, since he needed to talk to the principal of Shiksu about Izuku's internship during the internship week, and also to talk to Izuku about the return of All for One as well. All Might could be found walking up to the school in his skinny form and scanning his badge that he was given to get into the school. All Might decided to go talk to the principal first before seeking Izuku out, as he wanted to have an answer regarding the internship before he brought it up with Izuku in the event they needed to change it to just Gran Torino taking him out. After asking for the principal and showing he was the secretary for All Might, which was a perfect excuse, he came up to be involved in his own hero matters as Toshinori Yagi. Soon, he was brought into the principal's office and sat down. Hello, All Might. How are you after the attack? The principal asked him, and All Might said he was fine, but had matters to talk about now that they thought All for One was back. The principal nodded his head and sat down and was ready for the talk. First, as it stands, the man, if he is indeed alive as we think, All for One won't know Izuku goes to this school currently and will assume he goes to UA since I work there. Second, this brings up the issue of internships. I had planned to take Izuku on during the internship week and still plan to, even though that man may be back. This is where I need Shiksu to cooperate with me on, All Might stated, and the principal asked how they could help. All Might explained the plan that they had come up with on having Izuku not wear the school's hat while out on the internship, since if Izuku wore his hair covering the only identifying mark is the green eyes and green eyebrows, neither Izuku nor I will confirm which school he goes to. We would need everyone in his class and the staff here to keep silent about him doing the internship with me so no one learns that he goes here. It's one thing for it to be leaked in the future, but another so soon with All for One making his moves. All Might stated, and the principal nodded his head in understanding. He agreed that they wouldn't require Izuku to wear the hat on his internship like everyone else, since it would indeed make it impossible for people to find what hero school he goes to. As they sat there, they decided that Izuku's internship papers would be changed, even though he would work with All Might. On paper it would say he was working under Gran Torino, so it couldn't be tied back to All Might if the press somehow figured out who Izuku was. If they ever got caught, they could easily tell the truth and claim that in the interest of keeping enemies of All Might away from Izuku Midoriya that they changed his internship papers to show someone else in the case of him being discovered. This was a good plan in All Might's mind, and he agreed with it. Soon, the meeting came to an end and All Might went to go see Izuku, who should be in the dorms since Gran Torino told him that he gave Izuku the day off in preparation for this meeting. That is how All Might walked into the common room to find Izuku hanging out with his class as he was chasing Inasa around the common room trying to get his All Might action figure back. "What did I walk in on?" All Might muttered, but not soft enough since everyone turned around to look at him and were surprised to see him, but soon the surprise went away since they remembered his connection to Izuku. Wow, we all knew already, but still, seeing him come here in person is amazing. Wait, we can call him Dad Might now since he's Izuku's father figure, one classmate said, and Izuku was on top of them trying to cover their mouth from talking more as All Might started to laugh. He honestly found the title funny but liked it. "Well, DADMIGHT is here," All Might bellowed out, and everyone fell to the floor in laughter while Izuku was trying to hide his face in embarrassment. "Really? So embarrassing," Izuku complained as he grabbed his All Might action figure from his friend and walked up and hugged All Might. Soon, All Might asked Izuku if they could move up to their dorm room, which he nodded at as they moved upstairs to sit down. "How has the school been treating you, Izuku?" All Might asked as they entered Izuku's dorm room. Izuku closed the door and started to talk. "It's been good. It's nice to actually have teachers that care, and I've become friends with everyone in my class, but I've come really close friends with Inasa even though it's been only a week since the actual school. We've dominated in the combat lessons when we are teamed up as we pretty much cover each other's weak points. So it's nice having someone that helps push me to grow stronger, since through everything I'm already at 7% of One for All, and I feel like I will push forward to 10% soon," Izuku stated, and All Might smiled at how well Shiketsu High School has been for Izuku. He was honestly glad that Izuku had come to this school with the recent events going on and how well this school has been for Izuku. "Well, that is good," All Might stated, and Izuku noticed his mentor and father figure was tensed about something, so he asked, "All Might, why are you tense? Is something wrong?" Izuku asked, and All Might just sighed as he relaxed in his skinny form on the couch. "To be honest, Izuku, we need to have a serious conversation due to All for One's return, and neither of us are going to enjoy this conversation at all, so sit down and get comfortable," All Might stated, and Izuku did as he asked and sat down next to him on the couch. All Might looked at Izuku and could only feel heartache about what he's about to tell Izuku. As All Might sat there looking at Izuku, Izuku was getting nervous, but All Might spoke up finally. "Izuku, with All for One returning, if he ever returns and is anywhere near you, I want you to run. Forget about everything else. Forget about me, your mother, Gran Torino, and anyone else. You need to run, because if he ends you, then One for All is done if you can't pass it to someone else before he ends you. It's going to be a while before you are strong enough to face that man, and I can't stand watching you die, so you need to leave me behind, son. I know how much this request of mine is going to end you inside, but I have no other choice but to ask this of you," All Might stated, and Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief at what All Might was asking of him. Izuku looked at All Might with a tear going down his face, and Izuku started to cry as well. "You will win though, right?" Izuku asked, and All Might was silent and didn't answer for the longest of times, or that is what it felt like to Izuku. "Son, I have no plans of dying easily, but I think Sir Night Eye's vision is about my next fight with that man. As such, I can't promise you I will win, but I am going to do everything I can to walk away alive, but under no circumstances are you meant to come after All for One until Gran Torino approves of you going after him," All Might stated, and started to hug Izuku, who was crying more now. Why am I so weak that I can't help you?" Izuku said as he cursed himself for not having more control of One for All. All Might could only rub his back and tell him that he wasn't weak and that he was handling a far more powerful version of One for All than any past user had to. They sat there for a bit longer before All Might decided to change the topics. "Outside of that topic, I've come to talk to you about your internship that will happen in about 4 weeks or so. Yue and Shiksu both do their internships at the same time, which is perfect for us. I am wanting you to do yours under me for many reasons. 1. It will give you some fame and recognition quickly, as being the only internship to ever happen under me will draw attention towards you. 2. It's to get you some experience, of course. 3. We will use it to help throw All for One off your tracks a bit. All Might stated, and Izuku was confused on the last part on how it would throw the villain off of his tracks instead of bringing him onto him. All Might then explained that the school won't have Izuku wear his Shiksu hat like all other students are required to. This way he won't be tied to Shiksu, and instead, people will think he goes to UA since All Might works at the school. We also won't reveal your actual name and only whatever hero name you pick. We won't confirm which hero school you go to, nor will we allow your records to be accessed by anyone, as I've requested them to be locked up and only a limited number of people in the Hero Commission can access them, or the principals of the hero schools. As such, no one can track you back to Shiksu either, and the school is putting your internship down on paper as if you worked under Gran Torino, so if somehow your papers leaked, it would throw confusion on who you are, since you would have appeared to work with someone else. If it was ever caught and questioned, then we can easily tell the truth and say we did it so villains couldn't track you down if they hated me, which is a perfect and logical reason to put some distance between you and me on paper in the event they leak. All Might stated, and Izuku had to agree that it was a smart plan. As they talked a bit more about their internship and what they would do, they heard the door close, but they didn't notice it opening, so they were too late for All Might to change forms as there stood Inasa. I thought you were up here with All Might," Inasa asked, and both the master and student were freaking out as they tried to come up with an excuse, but All Might just gave up on making an excuse. "I am here," All Might said as he buffed up and then dropped to his skinny form. Inasa then fell over with shock. "Ops," All Might stated, and Izuku rolled his eyes. "I think you enjoy doing that," Izuku muttered, and All Might tried to deny, but honestly, it was fun. Soon, Inasa was up and in a chair sitting across from them with hundreds of questions, but All Might cut him off and answered the main ones, explaining his form and how he got wounded, and that Inasa was expected to keep his silent just like his connection to Izuku. Inasa promised to keep it a secret, and All Might just shrugged a bit. "At least I don't have to waste my time limit when he's in the room now. We just need to remember to lock the door next time so other people don't walk in and see my form," All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head as he told his friend of all the staff at the school that knew of All Might's form, which was Gran Torino, the principal, and both first-year homeroom teachers. Soon, their conversations came to an end, and All Might just spent the rest of the afternoon with Izuku, having what Inasa called Dad Might time with Izuku, which earned groans from Izuku but laughter from All Might. It was now several days after All Might had visited the school, and Izuku learned that the sports festival for Shiksu High School would be in about 2 weeks' time. When he learned of this, he sought Gran Torino out after school that day with a request. That is how Izuku could be found sitting in the staff room with Gran Torino, his homeroom teacher, and all of the other staff who were busy working on their stuff. Gran Torino was looking at Izuku, who was sitting across from him and who had made an interesting request to Gran Torino. "So please repeat that request again, kid," Gran Torino asked to make sure he heard it correctly. Izuku looked at Gran Torino with eyes of determination and spoke once again. "Gran Torino, I want you to up my training moving forward. I need to increase the speed at which I am getting control of my quirk. I want you to stop holding back on me because I know you are," Izuku stated, and the staff all froze at Izuku's comment. They couldn't believe that Gran Torino was holding back on Izuku, since they have heard about his training methods and they considered it harsh. But now they are learning that it's a scaled-down version. Gran Torino nodded his head as he made a humming sound. As he kept making the sound and nodding his head for a few more moments, he looked at Izuku. "Indeed, I've been wondering when you would ask. I take it this is due to your conversation with the blonde idiot?" Gran Torino asked, and Izuku nodded his head and confirmed it. "Really, these two are so much alike. He reminds me of Toshinori a bit after Nana's death when he had me train him into the ground." Gran Torino thought and then smiled. "Fine then, go get changed and meet me in gym. We are taking it over until the sports festival ends, and even after that we are not stopping until you die of exhaustion," Gran Torin said as he stood up, and Izuku only removed his school uniform to show that Izuku had training clothing already under them. This made Gran Torino smirk at Izuku's determination. Soon both of them headed off to Jima, which had some equipment that could handle Izuku for now, since the gym made for him would be done roughly after the sports festival. The staff in the staff room were all shocked. Some were asking what was going on between the two of them, while the principal and the homeroom teachers of 1 and 1B were silent, as they had a fairly good idea since they were kept in the loop on most things about All Might and Izuku Midoriya currently. After arriving in Gym A, Izuku looked around it and noticed there wasn't much in it currently. Gran Torino though flipped a switch and out of the wall came rows of weights and other gym equipment. They hide them so that the entire floor can be used for other things if need be. "Today, we are increasing your weighted clothing. I've had the support department double the weight that you will be carrying, so put these new ones on," Gran Torino said as he pointed towards some weighted clothing. Within a few minutes of working to get the heavy clothing on, Izuku had them placed on and asked how much they weighed. You had a total of 60 pounds across your body last time. Now, you are wearing about 150 pounds distributed across your body with all the weights. Tell me how easily can you move with them on right now? Gran Torino asked, and Izuku tried moving around, and he could move, but he noticed he was without a doubt having to put more force and effort into it. He explained this to Gran Torino, who nodded his head. Good. We don't want it too heavy that you can't do most things, but we want it heavy enough that you are putting effort into move so your body starts gaining muscles due to it, as your body needs to work more to move about, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku nodded his head in understanding. Gran Torino had Izuku put weights on a machine and start working out. The machine was a bit weird as it was a jogging machine but had weights on the back of it that were tied to Izuku. As such, he had to put effort into running to keep the weights suspended in the air, which forced him to run harder. There were also some connected via cords to his arms as well, which helped mimic more weight on his arms as he moved them back and forth. Gran Torino had Izuku doing this for several hours before switching to another thing. This next task was a large tire that Izuku had to flip without using his quirk, but he also had dead weight dragging behind him when he went to move. As you are working, let's have an honest conversation, Gran Torino said, and Izuku nodded his head but kept his eyes focused on what he was working on. I know that you two had a conversation, as I said before, but I am guessing he said something on the lines of you are not to go try and save him when All for One comes knocking. Am I right? Gran Torino asked, and Izuku paused for a moment before starting up again but confirmed what Gran Torino had asked. Kid, I hate to say this, but he is right. I really don't want to see him die when Nana had entrusted him to me, but All Might won't let All for One get to you easily without going through him first, which would include his death. That is why you need to focus on your training first and foremost, but no matter what, I am afraid you won't be strong enough in time to help in the upcoming fight, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku tensed and activated his quirk as he tossed the large tire across the room. Izuku turned to Gran Torino with tears going down his face as he spoke. Then what the hell is the point of me having one for all if I can't even save my own father? My own master, Izuku yelled out as he was panting as he breathed, but you could see his face was filled with anger. The point, before All for One's return, it was meant to help you on your path to becoming an amazing hero to help protect people in the future. Now with him back, the goal is to end that man or throw him in prison, whichever comes first, Gran Torino stated as he looked at Izuku. So I am doomed like every other user to watch the person before them to die a painful death? Izuku asked with sorrow in his voice, and Gran Torino was silent for a while as Izuku stood there. Gran Torino looked at him and spoke. I doubt he will die that easily, but even then, we all must die one day, and he would rather die than let All for One get to you easily. So focus on training and living your life until it's your turn to deal with All for One and uphold the world, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku just dropped to the floor and cried out as Gran Torino came over to him and rubbed his back. Sorry, kid, but that monster isn't easily defeated, but we can only prepare the best we can for now, Gran Torino thought. Soon, they got back to training, and they kept training until the sun started to set. Izuku made his way back to the dorms, and everyone looked shocked at his exhausted state and asked him what happened to him. I asked Gran Torino to stop holding back on me in his training. I need to get better as quickly as I can for some personal reasons. We also have the sports festival, which I want to be prepared for as well, so I will be doing some hell training under him for the next 2 weeks, Izuku stated, and everyone soon got pumped up at Izuku's determination, and it fueled their desires to train harder as well. This was how Izuku spent the next 2 weeks before the Shiksu High Sports Festival, by undergoing hell training at the hands of one Gran Torino who enjoyed pushing Izuku Midoriya to the breaking point. Third POV. The 2 weeks between the second week of classes for Shiksu High School and the start of the sports festival had come and passed. A lot of the class time was spent doing combat lessons or training for the sports festival itself. Everyone still had homework to do, but it was assigned, and they were allowed to help each other but not give each other answers, since they would need to know how to do it themselves for the test. Izuku, though, was easily able to do the homework quickly and would go straight into training with Gran Torino at any moment he was able to. Izuku didn't want to let any time go to waste with the reappearance of All for One in the world. As such, he trained non-stop, and this motivated his class as well to keep pushing their training. Gran Torino had Izuku stop 2 days before the actual sports festival happened so he would be able to be fully rested for the event, so he would have a good performance. Izuku had improved greatly in the eyes of Gran Torino as well, and Izuku was told that he had made great progress as well. As such, you could find Izuku sitting in the common room area of the dorms watching the TV as his classmates were around them. Today, the UA Sports Festival was going on and they were all watching it. All Might had asked Izuku if he wanted to go to the festival with him, but he had declined it. He didn't want to run into Eraserhead or anyone from his former class. Honestly, Izuku really didn't want to run into one Bakugo Katsuki anytime soon. Izuku wanted to keep growing without Bakugo destroying his fun life since Izuku was finally enjoying himself for once. As Izuku and his classmates sat there, Inasa leaned over and spoke to Izuku. Izuku, isn't that the bastard you told me about one day from your old school? The one that is a quirkist bastard who thinks he is all high and mighty and will be the next #1 hero and outperform All Might? Inasa asked, and everyone turned to Izuku, who looked nervous, but Izuku nodded his head. Everyone was silent and then looked at the TV. No wonder he acted like that to you. He seems so aggressive and like in a hole. He is really unsuited to be a hero and is honestly another endeavor which we don't need. How did he even get into UA? Don't they have a zero-tolerance policy? Asked one of Izuku's classmates, and Izuku sighed. He looked at everyone and they all seemed to have the same questions. I am lucky to even be accepted here based on my recorded. Remember, I was quirkless, so they put all of the blame of everything onto me and never marked him for anything. His record is completely clean. As such, he will get away with all of the illegal quirk usage, all of the scars he gave me, and everything else he has done. He even attempted to attack me on the first day of school in front of a teacher. Eraserhead stopped him but only gave him a warning. I later learned that he didn't have any official marks on his record for it until All Might pushed the issue, so even in UA the behavior contained and was allowed. Izuku stated, and everyone was even more pissed at UA for their treatment of their broccoli boy. Inasa hugged Izuku and said they would stomp the floor with Bakugo if he ever came near Izuku, which made him happy, but said they didn't need to. Soon the final rounds of the UA Sports Festival had arrived and everyone was sitting and watching. They were honestly hoping that the quirkist bastard Bakugo would get knocked out of the tournament at one point, but he kept making it to the next rounds. This disappointed everyone, but what could they do about it? Soon he was fighting in the final rounds, where he fought a boy that went by the name of Todoroki, who had a half-hot and half-cold quirk, but for some reason, Todoroki refused to use his quirk to his full abilities. As such, Bakugo got angry and tried to attack Todoroki after the match ended and he had won. The staff stopped him, but the class at Shiksu could only agree even more that Bakugo didn't deserve to be a hero at all. He was violent and was a villain in their eyes with his display and what they knew about his past from Izuku. No one in Izuku's class liked Bakugo at all. Izuku sighed at the comments he was hearing, but honestly, with the positive support and everything he's been receiving from his friends and staff, he couldn't bring himself to try and stop them. The more positive support he kept getting, the less he believed Bakugo and everyone in his past when they told him he was worthless. The less he believed those people when they told him he deserves what they did to him. As such, Izuku only told his classmates to not let their anger towards Bakugo control them whenever they face him or others, since it could lead to them getting beaten or losing an important fight. Soon the award ceremony started and they all laughed when Bakugo came out, as his pillar was lifted, as he had chains and a mouth guard around his mouth keeping him from talking. It honestly did not paint a pretty picture for Bakugo, and Izuku was sure Bakugo was going to be the talk of the news for a few days on how he looked as well as acted during the UA Sports Festival, but that was Bakugo's issues, not Izuku's. Soon they all relaxed as the UA Sports Festival came to an end and decided to call it an early night since their sports festival was tomorrow. Unlike UAS, their sports festival isn't televised because the school didn't want people to see the students' quirks and for villains to plan around their students' quirks in the field. As such, it was much harder for their students to find internships, but the school always made do and helped their students get an internship one way or another. Luckily for Izuku, he already had his internship lined up, as he was going to be going with All Might. While they all decided to call it an early day, the teachers at UA High School were in the staff room talking about Bakugo Katsuki and his actions during the sports festival. A few teachers wanted his attempt to attack Todoroki after the match ended to be included on his record for the school, while a few thought that he just got overexcited. As they were talking, All Might brought up the fact that Bakugo had attempted to attack another student at the start of the year and that he was showing a disturbing pattern. As such, after some talking, it was decided that the incident would be included on his record so the school could keep a track of him. Unknown to any of the teachers besides All Might was that the detective friend of his had dug into Izuku's former school, and they had found a lot of evidence that showed Bakugo had a history of assaulting people and showed villainous behavior. All Might was quite disappointed in the teachers in Izuku's past that allowed such behavior to go on and had helped the case and was getting the school shut down. Though, it was unknown if they would go after Bakugo, since it would draw questions to Izuku getting his quirk so late in his life, which All Might didn't want to do. As such, the matter of going after Bakugo for all of the crimes he committed was put on hold, but it wasn't going to be forgotten at all by All Might, the detective, Gran Torino, or Izuku Midoriya, who all knew about the case. They had kept Shiksu High School principal and one a homeroom teacher in the loop as well, so they could help Izuki if they noticed him having any issues as well, since they would spend a lot more time than anyone else outside of Gran Torino. As such, they could only keep progressing towards the future and let fate guide them. Third POV. The next day arrived after everyone called it an early day and went to their individual dorms after they finished watching the UA Sports Festival, as today was the day for Shiksu's Sports Festival. Everyone was pumped and couldn't wait for their sports festival to start, as they all wanted to show off to their friends and families how they were doing. Overall, the event was not open to the public outside of the heroes and families of the students, even though heroes could attend the school. Not a lot did, but still, some did, which helped the school get internship offers for their students. The most internship offers that UA students got were from pro heroes that watched the sports festival on TV instead of in person, which Shiksu High School didn't allow. There were also some more differences between the Shiksu's festival and UAS. Unlike UA, where they required all of their students to take part in the festival, Shiksu only required the hero course to take part. The other departments could take part if they decided to, but they didn't need to. As such, it was mainly those that wanted to show off and have fun, or the support department who wanted to test their devices on actual people, since Shiksu's exam was much fairer than UAS. The entrance exam for Shiksu was an interview, a combat fight against a third-year student, and a demonstration of any other skills someone had. As such, this made it much easier for anyone to get into the school hero course if they truly had the will and determination to get into it. Soon, the hero course students were gathered up and led to the location where they would be doing their sports festival. Izuku was surprised by the stadium they would be going to. It looked like an old-style stadium that would have been used a long time ago for gladiator combat. Izuku then heard a chuckle from in front of him and saw the principal standing there. You would be right, Midoriya, as this was built with that type of image in mind. We don't really repair the thing much anyway, since it only gets damaged here and there, as you can see by the broken walls at the top. This building was actually standing since near the dawn of quirks, and the school took ownership of it since it was close by our school and we could put it to good use. It's unknown on what exactly it was used for all the way back then, but nowadays we use it for the festival only for the most part, stated the principal, and Izuku rubbed his neck and asked if he was muttering again, and the principal nodded his head. Soon they were all led to their sitting area and could see their parents and family members all around. They also saw heroes that were there as well. The principal made his way to the center of the stadium and took a mic from another staff person. Welcome, family of our students and pro heroes that are in attendance. Today we will be conducting our annual sports festival for the students to fight against each other and show off their skills. As always, we will also have the top 4 from each school year face off against each other in a tournament-style bracket at the very end of all of the events, stated the principal, and that is when Izuku noticed that there was indeed the hero course students from the other years present as well. Izuku found that interesting and really wanted to know where he was in regards to his skills compared to the other years. Gran Torino told Izuku that his training progress was amazing and that he could stand against many opponents with what he's accomplished so far in the several weeks of training since undergoing lessons with Gran Torino. And now it was time to see if it was true. Soon the first event would be started, and they learned that it would be a capture the flag event where each person needed to obtain several flags to stay in the tournament. If you lost all of your flags and didn't have any when the round was called, then you were out. All of the first-year students that were taking part were called out to the field, and there were roughly 70 or so students, with 40 from the hero course and the rest from the other department. The round was started, and before anyone could even blink, Izuku was on the move as he powered up to 5% of one for all and was bounding around the stadium. You could move anywhere, and there was no ring out unless you went over the wall into the seating area. As such, Izuku would use the walls to help bounce around and was just bouncing through people. Up in the stands, All Might, Inko, and Gran Torino were sitting together. All Might was shaking a bit at looking at Izuku. He looks just like you moving around. All Might stuttered out. Inko laughed a bit at him on how scared he looked. Aren't you meant to be the number one? I don't get how you are afraid of your own protege and mentor. Inko asked, and he looked at her and sweat dropped. You haven't gone through Gran Torino's hell training, which it seems Gran Torino had started to put Izuku through it. Speaking of such, how far has he come, sir? All Might said, and they both turned to Gran Torino, who had a smirk on his face. Oh, you can wait and see. No point in ruining the fun, Gran Torino said as he thought back to the kid's training. The kid really pushed himself hard during the past 2 weeks. I was afraid we were going to end up taking him to the hospital at one point during it, Gran Torino thought as he remembered the training. He was going harder on the kid far more than he did on All Might, and it was all at the request of the boy himself. Soon they watched Izuku dart between everyone and was grabbing the flags off of people left and right. Gran Torino was chuckling as he noticed Izuku was aiming for anyone not in the hero course, which was smart of him since they would put up less of a fight. The buzzer went off and everyone came to a stop as Izuku just skidded across the ground as he came to a stop. Everyone started to cheer as the students with no flags left were moved off the field, and then those students left separated themselves by how many they had. Turns out Izuku Midoriya had the most flags, with 20 flags, with 19 being others and 1 being his own. Nice job, my boy, All Might said as he clapped. The second and third years went through several of their own events as well before they made it back towards the first years, as they were all called back to the field for their second event. Everyone was waiting for the second event to start as the announcer made their way to the field. The second event for the first years will be a teamed combat match. The students will be allowed to pick their own teams of 2 or 3 members, and they will be assigned a team letter in which we will randomize the battles until there are only 10 people left, where we will hold 1 versus 1 battle. After that, we will do the same with the second and third year students until we have our top winners. After that will be the top 4 of each class year fighting each other in a tournament style for the general of the school, stated the announcer as everyone cheered, and Inko was confused about what they meant by the general of the school. The general of the school means that whoever comes out on the complete top represents the entire school. They actually have quite a bit of power in the school and are allowed to take a provisional license exam the semester they obtain their general position. They are also allowed to recommend up to 1 other person to take the exam with them. If they have their provisional already, then they can recommend a second person instead. It tends to always be a very powerful second year or a third year that takes the general position. No first year has ever taken the spot due to lack of experience, stated a voice from behind them, and they turned around to find the principal of the school, who joined them as he sat down. Gran Torino though smirked a bit, but no one noticed. Overall, it's a powerful position in the school since the school was founded as a military school starting off, which turned into a hero school. That's why the position is called general, due to the military roots of the school, said the principal as Inko nodded her head in understanding. They soon turned their attention back to the field as they watched the teams be made. I see Izuku and Inasa paired up. I've heard they are a fearsome pair, All Might stated, and Gran Torino nodded his head and confirmed that they were. Izuku and Inasa both were ready for their fights, and soon they were called up. Inasa, don't worry about catching me in your tornado of air. I can move in the air against the wind, so go all out if you want to, Izuku stated, and Inasa looked stunned but nodded his head as they entered their side of the ring. The other people that they were fighting were from the 1B class that they have interacted with on a few occasions. Izuku and Inasa knew that their quirks were more close combat based, as such Inasa could keep them away from them and allow Izuku to deal the up-close and personal blows once they were separated from each other. Soon the round was called to a start, and Inasa went straight for a miniature tornado that had Izuku flying in the air, and the 2 opponents holding onto the ground for real life. Did the students from Wana has a miscommunication? Yelled the announcer, but everyone was stunned when Izuku started flying through the air and landed blows on their opponents. Everyone was stunned at how Izuku and Inasa were working together and how they even knew that this would work, but it didn't matter as Izuku soon knocked both of the enemies out with well-placed kicks. Everyone was stunned as Izuku landed after Inasa stopped the tornado. And then they broke into cheers once the round was called, as the staff were finally able to check on the other 2 students and confirmed they were caught. When did they have time to work on that combination? All Might asked, and Gran Torino spoke up. They didn't have time. That is the first time they did it, but they trusted each other enough to count on each other. Izuku trusted Inasa to catch him with his wind if he made an error and fell from a high place, and Inasa trusted Izuku to be able to withstand the attack. Gran Torino stated, since he knew full well that neither boys had time to train together like that. The only training they did a lot of the time together was in class, since Gran Torino had Izuku all of the other time. Third POV. The rounds went by, and Izuku's team had made it into the single combat rounds, since there were only 10 people left after all of the team combat rounds. As such, everyone was moved on to the last stage of the freshman battles. The second years and third years all went through their teamed battles, and some had to fight a second time due to how many people were left, so they needed to get down to only 10 members left. After taking a 30-minute break so the students could relax, they were all called back, and the freshmen 1 versus 1 round were called to start. After a few rounds of people fighting, Izuku was called out. He was facing one of the stronger opponents in his class, but Izuku was confident in his training and would not look down on his opponent. The person I am fighting has a quirk called electric charge. They can send an electric charge through the ground or any other surface that they come in contact with and send arcs of electrical energy out to shock people. Overall, it's a powerful quirk to knock people out, and especially if they get physical contact, which they can knock someone out, Izuku thought. Both Izuku and his opponent took their positions in the field and looked at each other as they waited for the starting call to happen. As Izuku looked across, he could see the person gearing up and charging electrical charges to be ready to send out. They are going to try and catch me when I get close, most likely, since I've shown that I've needed to get close to land hits. However, Izuku thought as the start call was made. Izuku charged forward and he watched as his opponent started their quirk into the ground, but Izuku quickly stopped halfway across the field and pulled his arm back very quickly, which shocked everyone as he then quickly punched forward. Izuku's enemy electrical charges came out feet in front of Izuku, where he would have been if he kept moving, but he did. They were all shocked. What happened? Called the announcer as they watched the other student fly right into the wall of the stadium and get knocked out. Everyone was confused about what exactly Izuku Midoriya did. Izuku didn't even provide an explanation on what he did either, as he had no plans to reveal his secrets. Izuku just went back to his seat since the match got called. Everyone looked at him for an answer, but he never gave one even when he made it back to his seat. He only wore a light smile on his face. Overall, with Gran Torino, Inko, All Might, and the principal, they were all confused except Gran Torino. Gran Torino was laughing inside of his mind as he watched what happened. Most people didn't see it, but he knew to look for it when Izuku had stopped. If you were paying attention closely enough, then everyone would have seen what happened in reality. What happened was that Izuku used one of the special moves that he created. The special move was called the Phantom Punch, and it was really like it was called a Phantom Punch that no one saw. The way that Izuku performed this punch was by quickly stopping and pulling back his arm quickly with whatever energy he was using, and then quickly pushed forward with that arm before the energy could really spread out in the air. This created a tunnel of air that fed itself, because when he pulled his arm back, it pulled a large amount of air backward. But when he pushed forward, it pulled all of that air forward and created a forceful wave of air that would collide with whatever was in front of it. Everyone felt the air move around them when it hit, but they didn't see the air moving forward due to being distracted, because they were confused by his sudden actions, which helped confuse the opponent long enough for the compressed air through forceful punch to arrive at its target. It's not good for super long distances, but the distance between where Izuku was and his opponent was within range for a good attack. All Might looked at Gran Torino looking for answers, but Gran Torino didn't provide any. Instead, he just sat there smirking without even looking at All Might. Even the principal was wanting answers, because he's never seen an attack like that happen, but he got nothing out of Gran Torino either. As such, they had to just wait to question Izuku Midoriya themselves later on when the entire festival was over. The matches moved forward, and the final 5 of the freshmen included Inasa, Izuku, and 3 others from their class. All of the final 5 came from Class 1, which set their dominance quite well in the first year's hero course. Soon it was time for them to fight once again, and the battles were randomized, as one person would be lucky and go to the final 3 fight, which was a 3-way battle. The reason it was like this is that hero work does involve some luck in life as well. The matches were decided in Inasa and Izuku would both be fighting opponents, while one of their classmates got lucky to go to the final 3. Izuku came back down to the field as his fight was first, and he was facing a person with a quirk called Fog of War. This quirk was a bit troublesome since it messed with the mental state of the user and made them confused about their directions and impaired their vision of where the user of the quirk was at, and it would appear as if shadows are around you. Overall, it had 0 physical boosts for combat, but it was a devastating quirk that could be used against those that the quirk user chose and not against their allies as they wished, meaning it was a perfect quirk for large-scale fights and supporting your allies in large-scale battles, as your allies wouldn't be affected but the enemy was. Let us see if the mysterious Izuku Midoriya can overcome his classmate's Fog of War quirk, which has easily defeated all those that dared to be affected, stated the announcer as the fight was called to start. Within seconds, Izuku was under the influence of the quirk, and Izuku was struggling to figure out a way to fight back. As the shadows approached closer and closer, Izuku decided to power up One for All, and he slammed his hands together, which created a small shockwave and knocked his classmate over. Even as he did that, the quirk didn't lift, and the shadows only got a bit further away from him. As the fight kept moving forward and Izuku just kept slapping his hands to force his opponent away with the shockwaves, when something happened. Izuku saw 8 shadow figures as the world lit up like a rainbow, and there stood what Izuku believed to be the previous users of One for All. What? Izuku thought as his mind suddenly cleared as One for All shot through his body, but more importantly it shot through his head as if it went into his brain, and he noticed he was no longer under the effect of his classmate's quirk. One for All pulled me out of their quirk effects. That was the past users, wasn't it? Izuku thought, but noticed his classmate charging at him, and he powered up his quirk and quickly defeated his classmate by pinning them to the ground. Everyone was shocked at his sudden movements, since they assumed he gave up when he had stopped clapping to create shockwaves. Izuku's classmate was shocked when he got pinned and shouted out in shock, "How did you get out of my quirk?" He yelled and asked, and Izuku honestly didn't have an answer on how he did it. "I honestly don't know. I felt my quirk go through my brain. I think once it did, it cleared my mind and I could see again, so I think I might have some defense against mental-based quirks after a period of time of being under them," Izuku stated as the match was called, since he had his opponent pinned long enough for a win. Everyone was shocked to learn that he might have some defense against mental-based quirks and were interested in how his quirk did it. As they got up, Izuku asked if they could test it later on in class to see if he could replicate the result of this match, and his classmate agreed, since he was interested in knowing as well if more people could get out of his quirk. All Might looked at Gran Torino and asked if he knew if that was possible, because he certainly didn't know about that being possible, but as he asked, he could see Gran Torino was shocked as well as he shook his head. "No, I didn't know that was possible. We need to explore that later, since it will be extremely good if he can withstand mental quirks or break out of them in the future." Gran Torino stated, and All Might nodded his head as they turned back to the fights. Soon, the final 3 were decided, and it was Izuku, Inasa, and one of their classmates with a quirk called Liquid Stone. This quirk is a lot like Cementos from UA Quirk. However, instead of controlling cement, the user controls earth materials such as dirt and is able to solidify them to have the strength similar to stone. All 3 of them stood in the ring, and Izuku considered Inasa the more powerful opponent, but he couldn't let his guard down against the other classmates since they were standing on a field perfect for them to win on. As the fight started, Inasa threw a largest blast of air towards both Izuku and their classmate and tried to knock them out quickly, but Izuku just let himself be pushed into the air by Inasa's attack, where he kept himself in the air by using bursts of air from his kicks or flicks of his finger that caused enough air to be created to keep him airborne. Everyone was amazed at his ability to keep himself airborne, but soon watched the fight that was going on down on the ground as Inasa was forced to take into the air as their classmate tried to capture him. Uncounted to that classmate, Izuku came spinning down and landed a kick on the ground at a higher percentage than what All Might knew he was capable of doing. That should be around 10 or 12% most likely. He's increased quite well in the short period of time. All Might thought as he watched the ground break under the pressure of Izuku's kick. As Izuku landed on the ground, he quickly twisted and did a handstand. As he twisted his body and slammed his foot into his classmate, which landed right into their gut and knocked them into the wall. The student was knocked out due to the force and called out. This left it to Inasa and Izuku for fighting for the first place and second place spots. "Let's do this," Izuku said with a grin and jumped towards Inasa as his friend dodged but didn't expect the air blast from Izuku's finger that knocked him down onto the ground. "Since when could you do that?" Inasa asked, and Izuku just grinned as he landed on the ground and moved quickly to Inasa, who created an air wall around him, but Izuku punched right through it with enough force to rip it apart. Izuku grabbed Inasa's shirt and pulled him forward, where Izuku landed a knee into his friend's stomach. Quickly moving, Izuku flipped Inasa onto the ground and pinned him with a chokehold. After some struggling, Inasa blacked out and Izuku broke the chokehold quickly. Third POV. Everyone was cheering loudly as they now knew who was in the top 4 of Shikzu High School first-year students, and they were honestly quite impressive to everyone. Even the pro heroes were impressed, and people could hear them about offering internship offers to nearly all of the first years due to how impressive they all displayed themselves, which made the staff happy about their students getting internship offers, which made things easier without them having to ask pro heroes to take their students on when they offer the requests on their own terms instead of the school requesting them to do it. Izuku soon made his way up to his seats as his classmates got checked over by the medical staff to ensure they were completely fine after taking some of those hits that Izuku did since they were powerful. After about 10 minutes of repairing the field via some staff quirks, they were able to start the second year and then moved on to the third year. Izuku only paid attention to who ended up in the final 4 so he would know who he would be fighting and the quirks that they had so he could try to plan around them. Gran Torino had told Izuku about what the winner of the entire tournament would get, and all honestly, Izuku wanted the damn position so he could get his provisional license. He wanted to be able to help All Might when the time came because, with it, All Might couldn't stop him from helping out since he had legal means to get involved in the fight. Gran Torino knew about Izuku's goals and had helped push him to the breaking point during their training. Gran Torino had warned Izuku that he might end up failing, but he shouldn't be depressed if he did indeed fail. However, Izuku wouldn't let his mind wander to the what if of failing, and during one of their last days during the training that Gran Torino was putting him through, Izuku had locked eyes with his training and made a declaration that shook even Gran Torino with the intensity that Izuku had put off. Flashback. "Kid, why are you pushing so hard? You're having me push your body and mind to the near breaking point of humanity. I understand the desire of wanting to get stronger to face All for One in the future and all, but not even All Might did this much when Nana died because he understood there was only so much he could do in so little time. So tell me," Gran Torino stated as he watched Izuku drag a large fuel tanker that was completely filled with water. The principal of the school was confused about why Gran Torino wanted it but never asked question. Gran Torino gave a random excuse of making the kid carry a large amount of water to fill it up and then dumping it out, and also they needed a place to store the mass amount of water. Honestly, the principal didn't buy it, but again he didn't ask questions. "Because the world needs someone to take my father's place. The world needs someone able to recover quickly from difficulties. To be the definition of resilience. That is what I shall be. I will become the hero of resilience, Halo," Izuku stated as he finished pulling the fuel tanker to the end of the path that they were on deep in the campus. Izuku then looked at Gran Torino and looked at him with determination in his eyes. "If I gain my provisional license in my first year, then I show everyone that told me I could never do it that I proved them wrong. That I will be a hero. I will also be able to gain more real-world experience, which I will need to go against All for One, and if I can then I will join the fight when Dad goes against the man, since I think it's better if we both fight him at the same time, so I need to get stronger now before the fight happens," Izuku stated with eyes of determination. Dear God Toshinori, where the F did you find this kid? Gran Torino thought as he felt the sheer pressure of Izuku's will. It was as if he was standing in front of Toshinori when he was pissed and staring down enemies that had angered him. Flashback end. Soon the second years and third years had their top 4 as well, and the tournament would be starting. This was where Izuku would take every single step with caution and plan out every move he could to the best of his abilities, as he was writing information down in his notebook the entire time his seniors fought. He wanted to win. No, Izuku Midoriya had to win. Inasa saw the determination off of his friend and remembered their conversation that they had a few nights before, where Izuku explained why he wanted to win so badly. Inasa knew about All Might's wound, and Izuku told Inasa that the man that gave it to All Might was returning and Izuku was destined to fight him. Izuku had told him that the man would hunt Izuku down due to his connections to All Might, but Izuku said he didn't want to be hunted. Instead, he wanted to be the hunter, and he needed the general position of Shiksu High School to get his provisional license sooner rather than later. Inasa had his fight first, and he found himself challenged in his fight. During it, he was faced with a second-year opponent with a quirk that allowed them to control air. It wasn't like Inasa where he created the air and used it to attack, but instead, it allowed them to control the air around them more fine-tuned. However, Inasa proved better in hand-to-hand combat, where he was able to force a win when he was able to pin his opponent. His opponent did try to suffocate him by removing all of the air near him, but he would just pull more to himself in large enough mass that they failed to do anything to him. Soon, it was Izuku's first turn, and he ended up paired against a second year as well. Izuku's classmates that were in the top 4 were unlucky and faced off against third years right away. It was 2 third years and 2 second years against them, and then the other 2 from both years against each other, so each year was fighting each other at least twice in the first rounds. Izuku's opponent had a quirk called Death Stare that inflicted their opponent with their worst memories from what Izuku could gather. In Izuku's honest opinion, this was the worst person he could face against with his past in consideration. As Izuku stood across from the second-year student, they waited for the call to start the fight. Izuku was immediately hit by the quirk, since it only required a visual of their opponent and not something like eye contact, which was troublesome. Izuku grabbed his head and gritted his teeth as the memories started to play through his mind. I got to admit, you are one of the worst people I could be faced against, but I won't let my past chain me down, Izuku said as he gritted his teeth, and tears fell down his face as he blasted off towards his opponent. He knows the second year was very good in quirkless combat since their quirk wasn't physical. Izuku got up close, and when he got close he quickly slammed his foot into the ground, creating a dust cloud. Right as the visual contact broke, Izuku felt better as he wasn't being plagued by the memories, which included the physical and emotional pain he felt from them as well, which is why the quirk was so strong in Izuku's view. Izuku then went down low and did a sweeping kick that caught the second year's feet as they tried to charge through the smoke. Izuku then grabbed them as they fell and just slammed them into the ground. Right after the students slammed into the ground, Izuku got on their back and used a pinning move as he pulled the opponent's legs back to their head, not even to make them break but enough to cause pain and force them to submit to Izuku in the fight, which they did about a minute of being held in that position. Soon, Izuku made it to his seat and Inasa asked if he was okay. I could be better. That quirk is powerful as it makes the person under its influence relive their horrible memories, including the pain, by messing with their body's nervous system to recreate the feeling of the pain. I should bounce back by the time of my second match, Izuku stated, and Inasa nodded his head as they watched the other fights going on. About 20 minutes later, it was time for them to move on to the second round. There were 6 people left in the second round. After the second round, there will only be 3 people left, and it will be a 3-way fight again like before. Inasa went into his fight, and he had to fight one of the other second-year students, while Izuku would be fighting a third year. The remaining second year and third year would face off against each other until they had the final 3 people. Inasa's fight lasted 10 minutes due to both parties having quirks that really countered each other. Inasa's opponent's quirk allowed them to dig into the ground, which allowed them to escape Inasa's attacks, but they also couldn't attack Inasa himself since they were underground. Soon though, Inasa figured a way to win by creating a tornado on the surface. And whenever a hole opened up, he would force a large amount of air into it, which after a few attempts forced the second-year student into the air, where Inasa reigned supreme. Once the second year was in the air, he just got twisted around so many times that he blacked out due to the speed at which he got twisted around. Izuku's fight against the third-year student was a bit of trouble. They had a quirk called Cloudburst, which allowed them to create small clouds that they could control and move around. They could use them to fly on or even explode them. Imagine being in an arena filled with small clouds that were all around you. Izuku knew he would need to stop hiding some of his power since he's been holding back. I've been using a max of 10% since I wanted to surprise whoever I was fighting against in the finals. But looks like I have to put far more into this to win, Izuku thought as he powered up to 15% of One for All, shocking All Might, who was stunned at the level of control Izuku had gained already. So the kid's starting to show his real power. He can't hold back anymore like he wanted to do until the final round. He knew he was likely to face that other third year in the final round, which will be troublesome to overcome. Gran Torino stated, and All Might looked at him as he spoke and asked what he was talking about. You will see in the final round, but the other third year that will make it to the final 3 has a gravity-controlling quirk and has been winning by increasing people's gravity enough to stop them from moving altogether. It will be hard to overcome, and Izuku wanted to hold back until he fought him since he needed an element of surprise. Gran Torino stated. Then the principal spoke up. You can't mean he's aiming for it, isn't he? The principal asked, and Gran Torino nodded his head, and All Might and Co were confused since they had forgotten about the general position since it was only a brief conversation earlier in the day, which was about 2 hours ago. As Izuku powered up his quirk to 15%, he burst off and surprised the third-year student, who was caught off guard as Izuku quickly moved between the clouds and made his way right in front of the third year, who didn't have enough time to generate a new cloud as Izuku took him and slammed him into the ground. I really like this style of fighting that I created. The shoot style, Izuku thought as he had focused mainly on his feet for combat. As Gran Torino stated, as Izuku was able to deliver kicks harder than he could hit due to having more muscles in his legs. The clouds vanished, which confirmed that the third year was out cold. Everyone started to cheer for Izuku winning as he now moved to the final 3, and it was going to be Izuku, Inasa, and the third year with the gravity control quirk. Third POV. There was a 10-minute break during the matches and when the final round would start. This round would determine who the top 3 individuals were, but would also determine who would become the general of Shikzu High School. What was surprising to all of the staff and all of the heroes that normally attend these events and knows about the position since they support the school often is that 2 of the final 3 belongs to the first-year students. This fact alone had set Inasa and Izuku apart from all of the other hero course students across the entire 3 years and established them as powerful future pro heroes. No matter what, they would be well sought after by any pro hero that was affiliated with the hero school who was in the knowledge of what happened on this day. However, you could find Izuku in a bathroom as he was looking into the mirror. He looked into the mirror and was turning one for all on slightly. As he looked into the mirror, he spoke. I don't know if what I saw during the previous match with the mental quirk was real or not, but please, if there is any sentence to one for all and my predecessors are indeed somehow inside of me, please, I'm begging you to help me win. Help me obtain the position of the general of Shikzu High School so I can be in a better position to help the 8th user. Please, Izuku begged as he looked into his own eyes in hopes that he would somehow deliver the message to the deeps of his mind or soul, wherever those figures of the previous users lived, so they would get it. Izuku looked at the clock on the wall in the bathroom and saw it was about time to go out and fight the final fight. I refuse to let him die. I will win this, Izuku thought as he pushed away from the sink and splashed his face with water and exited the bathroom. He found Inasa waiting in the hallway for him. Inasa, Izuku said as he walked to him. Izuku, I know you want to win, but I can't just let you walk over me without fighting for victory myself. So I tell you this, I will fight you with everything I have, and I hope if this doesn't turn out like you want, you won't hate me if I have something to do with it, Inasa said as he looked at Izuku in the eyes, and Izuku nodded his head. I indeed won't hold it against you if you have a hand in me losing. I could never hold it against you. I've come to see you as my best friend, Inasa, Izuku said as they bumped fists and walked out to the arena and heard the announcer yelling, Ladies and gentlemen, never before have we had 2 freshmen in the final 3 of the school-wide tournament. No matter who wins or who loses, we can say this with full faith that Izuku Midoriya and Inasa Yurashi are going to do amazing things as pro heroes. The announcer yelled out and everyone was cheering. As Izuku entered the ring, he did something that surprised everyone. He reached under his shirt and removed something that he was wearing underneath and threw it on the ground. He then removed bracelets around his wrists and legs as well. Inasa looked at him in shock. You were wearing your heavyweights this entire tournament, Inasa yelled out in shock, and everyone's eyes widened as Izuku grinned at him. Yup, Izuku said in a tone that expressed his amusement. The referee asked how much those weighed, and Izuku looked at them and then at the staff person. Around 200 pounds, Izuku stated, and everyone was shocked again as Izuku had been wearing 200 extra pounds this entire time and was fighting with it on. The third year that has walked in behind them was in shock as well, but broke into laughter and smiled at Izuku. I don't get many good fights since I can end most of the time quickly. I truly hope you are able to last a good portion of time, Izuku Midoriya, stated the first year, who Izuku learned his name was Naga Shakura. Izuku nodded his head as all of them took a place spread out in the field. The arena was silent as they wondered who was going to win. A lot believed the third year would win, but some had doubts due to the performance that the first years provided so far. Soon the match was called to start, and Inasa started his wind attack as strong as he could and sent it towards the third year, trying to get him out quickly since he knew he couldn't win against the man. Izuku powered up to 15% and bounced around and was aiming to get close to the man. Both Izuku and Inasa were targeting him, and the third year dodged the wind attacks and then used his quirk. Right as he used it, both Izuku and Inasa went down to the ground. Inasa was completely pressed against the ground and couldn't move while Izuku was on his knee gritting his teeth. I have to give it to you, Izuku Midoriya. You are the first person I fought that didn't go straight down to the ground. Good job, but I am taking the position of general for myself once again this year as I did last time, stated Shakira with a small smile. The third year had to admit it, he respected Izuku Midoriya due to his will and ability to only go down to his knees. If he was even the bit distracted, he was sure Izuku would get close enough to defeat him before he could use his quirk, and that was something he was going to allow. Soon after a few minutes, Inasa forfeited since he had to admit he couldn't move. Izuku though refused to give up, and he didn't have to. Unless he were to be physically pinned or knocked out, then he wouldn't be called out by the staff. Everyone looked at Izuku and looked at him as he stared at the third year, who was staring back. Give up. Even though you are down to a knee, you won't be moving anytime soon. You would have to run me to quirk exhaustion to stand up, and that would take over an hour of me constantly using my quirk. By then, the pressure would knock you out before then due to you having to use your quirk to stay up like that, Shakira stated, and Izuku gritted his teeth. Up in the stands, Inko and All Might were worried about Izuku. Why won't he just give up? He's gone far enough, Inko stated, and All Might wondered the same thing. Gran Torino knew that the kid wouldn't give up without being knocked out or pinned, because he can't give up, Gran Torino stated, and they looked at him, but the principal spoke up. This kid is crazy. Gran Torino, do you think I need to have the staff get involved in this match and force him to give up? The principal asked, and Gran Torino looked at him and shook his head. If you do that, then the kid will never let it go. He will always look back at this moment in shame. It's better for him to be defeated than you stopping the match, so no matter what happens, don't let the match be stopped, Gran Torino stated, as he knew what was about to happen even without knowing what Izuku was planning. He just knew. He knew that Izuku Midoriya was the 9th user, and he wouldn't give up at this when he needed to face All for One. The third year didn't put fear in Izuku Midoriya like the idea of fighting the 200-year-old monster does, but Izuku refuses to let All Might fight the man alone, and that idea drives Izuku to push forward. All Might and Inko just looked worried and didn't understand why Izuku was pushing so far when he has done so well against even third years. All Might was sure that even if Izuku stayed at UA, he would have won against a lot of the second or third years as well if they fought Izuku. Soon they were all shocked that Izuku was able to stand up. Down on the field, the third year was In's Hawk and yelled at Izuku and asked him how he was able to stand up. Because I can't give up. I have something I need to do, and I need the position of general to get it, Izuku stated as he gritted his teeth and went through the pain as he powered One for All up to 20%. The pain from One for All and the gravity pushing down on him was extremely painful, but Izuku refused to give up. Izuku took a step forward, and everyone was shocked that he was moving, even if it was a step at a time, as they watched him get closer and closer to the third year. The thing is, I noticed your weakness, Izuku stated, and everyone was wondered what he meant. The third year paled and cursed. I see. That is troublesome. You are the first to actually notice, though I wonder when you did, he asked Izuku, and Izuku stated it was one of his previous matches when he blocked an attack with his gravity instead of moving. It could be you were just that confident, or you couldn't move, as I've confirmed. As long as you have the quirk turned on, you can't move, Izuku stated as he got closer and closer as he slowly walked through the pain. The third year smirked and congratulated Izuku for noticing it when even adults failed to. However, this isn't the limit of my quirk, Shakira yelled as he moved both hands to Izuku's direction and amplified his quirk, and Izuku fell down to his knee again. Inko and All Might finally realized what Izuku was after when he said he needed the position of general in the school. He was after the provisional exam. All Might had tears going down his face as he whispered out, "My boy, please, stop," All Might said, but he couldn't bring himself to say it any louder. Inko just gripped her hands on her clothing and looked forward at her son. Sweetie, I failed to support you all of those years ago. I will support you no matter what you choose going forward, even if that leads to your early death at the hands of that monster. Inko thought as she was told about All for One's return, and she was scared of losing her son, but his determination to keep moving forward, to keep pushing onward, made her want to support him no matter what. Izuku was still on his knees fighting to stay up at 20% of One for All. He was able to go a max of 15% without any pain and 20% with the constant prickly sensation that would be too high for normal use, but right now he didn't care. He wasn't going to stop as Izuku put one hand on the ground in front of himself and pulled it back slightly and slammed it downwards, which created some force that pushed him backward. He used that moment to stand on both legs again, even though he looked like he would fall over at any moment. I refuse to lose because of some damn concept of gravity, Izuku yelled out as he forced himself to take a step, even though he was now starting to have open wounds due to using his quirk at 20% for so long and being under the gravity quirk. The declaration was so strong that the third year got shocked and broke concentration just for a small second, and as the gravity stopped for that brief moment, Izuku shot forward at 20% and landed a punch directly into the third year's stomach, making him throw up his lunch and fall to his knees. Before Izuku could do anything else, the third year recovered and started his quirk again as he took a single step away and forced Izuku to his knees again. The problem though was that the third year couldn't move, but Izuku though was forcing himself to move even though it was hurting him. At this point, though there was blood coming out of Izuku's ears and eyes as Izuku refused to give in and he forced himself up to his feet, as he was doing this he could swear he was hearing whispers of voices. They were telling him to keep pushing forward and to stand up, because as he started to get up he powered himself up to 25% of one for all, and for a brief moment he didn't feel any pain from his quirk as he pulled his arm back right as he stood up. The moment his arm was pulled back he slammed it forward, landing a blow right on the third year's jaw, which sent him flying across the field and into the wall due to the power. The staff person ran over and checked on him as Izuku struggled to stay up. Izuku knew that at any moment he was going to lose due to blacking out, and his fears were confirmed as the third year got back up. "No," Izuku muttered out as he struggled to stay up. The third year raised his hand with his eyes wide as he knew not to let Izuku land another blow, but when he went to take a step forward, he fell down and blacked out. The staff person called him out as he was caught. It turns out, as Izuku would later learn, that his hit to the jaw rattled the third year's brain just enough to knock him out when he took a step forward. If he had stayed down he could have likely stayed awake and used his quirk, but that step forward pushed his body over the edge and knocked him out cold. That's it, folks. Izuku Midoriya wins as the first year ever to take the general position for the entire school. Izuku Midoriya has done the impossible and amped history in Shikzu High School history, yelled the announcer, and at those words, Izuku blacked out. Izuku would later wake up in the infirmary that was near the stadium and get scolded by the nurses on staff for pushing himself so hard, as he had made a hairline fracture on his right arm, but it didn't break, which was good news for Izuku since breaking was bad. A hairline fracture wouldn't cause any long-term damage, and the nurses were easily able to heal it up. Izuku's other wounds were all healed up as well, and they told him not to use his quirk for the rest of the day and take the next few days easy without any training, which he agreed to. Soon, he was released and he was exhausted as he made his way out to the stadium. He was told the awards would be happening within the next 5 minutes since he was cleared. Izuku soon made his way back to the student sitting area and was greeted by his classmates, who were shocked at what he had done, and they all dogpiled onto him but got scolded by their homeroom teacher, who told them to get off since he just got out of the medical ward. Soon, Izuku, Insas, and the third year were called down to the center of the arena to receive their medals. The principal handed them out and Izuku came in first, the third year in second, and Inasa in third. I want to say first, good job to everyone this year. Second, we have seen history as 2 first years have made it to the top 3 of the school-wide tournament, and one even claimed the position of general for the entire school. As such, starting today, Izuku Midoriya is hereby the general of Shikzu High School and has all authority that the position is granted. He will also attend an attempt for his provisional license a few weeks after the internship week, and I am expecting him to pass due to his overwhelming performance. Please, a round of applause for these winners, said the principal of Shikzu High School as he gave them their medals. He told Izuku to come to see him in his office as he needed to explain his new duties for his position. 3rd POV. After everyone started to clear out of the arena, Izuku knew he was going to get scolded when his mother and All Might got a hold of him, but Izuku had zero regrets at all on doing what he did. Izuku told all of his classmates he was asked to go to the principal's office to talk about his new position, and they said they would see him back at the dorms. As such, he headed towards the main building instead of going towards the dorms, and felt as if his mother and the others would be there waiting for him as well. Turns out he was right as he entered the room and saw his mother and All Might both glaring daggers at him. Sorry, it seems I have the wrong room," Izuku said as he closed the door and moved to walk away, but Gran Torino was right there when he turned around with a grin on his face. "It's time to face the music, brat," Gran Torino said as he hit Izuku in the knee with his cane. Izuku opened the principal's office and ran to his mother. "Mother, Gran Torino is being mean. He keeps hitting me in the knees when I just got out of the infirmary. He's bullying me," Izuku said as he pouted to his mother, who just gave him a smile, but it wasn't the kind type of smile, as Izuku wanted to back away but found a hand on his shoulder, which turned out to be All Might's hand. "Well, did you know that One for All has some sentience to it?" Izuku said, distracting everyone from the topic he wanted to avoid. All Might's eyes widened a bit before he snapped back. "I know what you are trying to do. It will work for now, but we will be having a conversation about your action after everything else, son," All Might said, and Izuku pouted a bit and blew his cheeks up, but everyone rolled their eyes. "That might work on your classmates, but not going to work here," Enko stated, and Izuku deflated as his attempts to get out of trouble didn't work. "Fine, I am sorry, but I don't regret doing it," I want to get my provisional license now so I can legally act when the time comes, Izuku stated, standing his ground on the issue, and All Might sighed. Son, even if you have it, I don't want you fighting that man until you are much closer to 100% since that man is truly fearsome, All Might stated, and Izuku's shoulders slumped down a bit. I know he is fearsome. Just the thought of fighting him terrifies me, but I don't want you to fight him alone, Izuku muttered, and All Might patted his head. I know you don't want to. I know so well from personal experience, All Might said, and Izuku hugged All Might's side. As they sat there for a bit, Gran Torino spoke up. Sorry to ruin the moment, but let's hit the topic of what Izuku said earlier, trying to distract us when he said One for All was somewhat alive, Gran Torino said, and they all nodded their heads. So, during the mental quirk with Fog of War, I saw ghosts, most likely of the past users, and All Might was there as well. It was as if they controlled One for All for a brief moment and made it enter my brain area, which broke the connection of the mental quirk. Then again during the last fight, Izuku said, and they all looked at him in surprise that he had a second encounter on the same day. I was in the bathroom before the last fight, and I talked into the mirror and tried talking to One for All in an attempt for their help to somehow win the fight, and I guessed it worked somehow. During the last moments, I believed I heard whispers of voices I've never heard before as they told me to stand up and keep fighting. As I powered up to 25%, even though it was hurting me, the pain just vanished for a brief moment as I was able to use 25% without pain. And then I was able to stand up and slug the third year and win. Soon after, the pain returned, so I can't be sure I just imagined it or not, but I think it was real since I know for a fact the first moment was real in the Fog of War mental quirk battle, Izuku stated, and they all nodded their heads as they heard the new information. All Might then spoke and said he had a similar event before, but it was brief and never knew why. It's weird to know there is more undiscovered about the quirk, but let's not spend much time on it until something else presents itself. Though, Izuku, if you ever can get in contact with the quirk again, you should see if they can tell you anything more about the quirk itself on anything we don't know, All Might said, and Izuku nodded his head at the request. Inko asked her son if he had any damage from all the crazy stuff he pulled in the tournament, and Izuku said no. Everything was healed and no permanent damage was caused. I was told to just not use my quirk at all today and just take it easy with no training for the next couple of days so my body can relax. I'm also not going to wear the weights until Monday as well so my body can relax more, Izuku said, and Gran Torino agreed with the plan. Soon they moved on to talk about Izuku's new position, which was the Shiksu High School general position. Izuku asked to start on that topic, and everyone agreed since they wanted to know what Izuku would be really doing as well. Overall, you can propose changes to the school board and staff to have new things implemented for the school. We like to do this so we can get student perspectives on the school as a whole and make some changes to better help the student. Of course, not everything will be accepted, but if you have a reasonable plan and how to complete it, including costs, then we will without a doubt study the plan and see if we can adapt it to the school, the principal stated, and Izuku nodded his head. The principal then started to explain the other things that Izuku would be in charge of and could do. These things included a list of things, but one thing stood out to Izuku. Izuku, as the general, was allowed to propose inter-school events with other hero schools and the school we see if they could have it done. Izuku felt a bit petty and had an idea involving UA in the future, which All Might could already sense as he spoke up about it. I see those eyes turning, and you plan to do something with or rather against UA, don't you? All Might asked, and Izuku just put on a smile that said that he didn't know what he was talking about, which All Might just rolled his eyes. Just don't end anyone, All Might muttered, and Izuku nodded his head with a smile on his face. As the general, Izuku could also do the following: recommend anyone for the provisional exam, propose changes to the school, set up training classes approved by a teacher, approve transfers between courses if he had a valid reason to and said person could make it in the course, order students of Shiksu to do things within reason, remove himself and others from classes for things but they had to be able to complete the homework or assignment, represent the school in decisions with other schools within reason, and other things. Overall, Izuku's position was a powerful one, and he was trusted to take care of the school as he was leading the entire student body and expected to take charge if anything happened to a Shiksu student or they were involved in something such as battle or incident, and there was no staff person present to represent them as an authority figure. This also meant representing the school with or against police in any events that their students were involved in until a staff person from the school could arrive to take over. Izuku was astonished at the amount of power he would be wielding as a student and confirmed that he was indeed having so much power. Why doesn't anyone hear anything about this, since I've never heard of a Shiksu student having so much power before? Izuku asked, and the principal said that most past students didn't use their powers much since they didn't think they should. We've been interested in a student using the powers more, and I think you might just be the person to do so in all honesty. So feel free to take charge of situations where Shiksu needs to be represented. stated the principal as he pulled out some paperwork that Izuku needed to sign and then an ID card that identified him as the general of Shiksu, and it stated that he had the authority to act on the school's behalf in any matter he sees fit that the school interested might be invested in. Izuku was stunned but accepted it and signed the papers. Next, do you have any idea on who you want to join you for the provisional exam, since you can recommend one person, no questions asked, to take the exam when you do a few weeks after the internship week? Asked Principal Suo, and Izuku thought it over and nodded his head. I want to recommend Inaza to take it with me. I think he has the power and abilities to pass the exam with me. If we can get some crash courses before we take the exam, then it would be helpful for anything we might encounter. Izuku stated, and the principal nodded his head and said he would arrange some crash courses to be set up for the weeks after the internship for Izuku and Inaza. Soon, Inaza was called into the room and he greeted everyone and wondered why he was there. Congratulated Urashi. General Midoriya here has recommended you to take the provisional license exam with him, which is scheduled currently to take place about a few weeks after you all return from internships, stated Principal Suo as Inaza looked at Izuku, who nodded his head. Inaza hugged Izuku and thanked him, since this meant if he passed he could start work studies sooner and gain experience faster. After spending a bit more time in the office, they were all free to go, and Izuku decided to spend a bit more time with his mother and All Might before they had to leave, since they would need to return to their side of Japan the next day. Third POV. Several days passed and Izuku was starting to get the hang of the paperwork that he had to do as the general of Shiksu High School, which wasn't really complicated since a lot of it was repetitive in itself. Most documents were reports from different small clubs on campus that needed to be reviewed and approved, such as their minutes and other things. Soon it was time for Monday, and that meant going back to classes so they could receive their internship offers from all of the heroes. Izuku already knew who he was going with, so he really didn't care who sent him one, but he was interested to see how many he had gotten, since Shiksu doesn't get as much coverage from pro heroes like Ueda, since only those in attendance really send offers, in which is a limited amount of pro heroes, to be honest. As they were all sitting in the classroom waiting for their homeroom teacher to arrive, Gran Torino stormed in and smirked, which sent shivers down everyone's backs. He moved to the front of the classroom and soon entered their homeroom teacher, who was carrying a lot of papers. Good day everyone, and a good job at the sports festival. Also, a round of applause for your new general of Shiksu, General Midoriya, stated their homeroom teacher, and his classmates clapped for him, which made him blush a bit and hide his face. Yet, he still gets easily embarrassed somehow, muttered Gran Torino, and Izuku tried to glare at him, but the glare he got back was terrifying. Soon the teacher moved the topic along and talked about internships. As it stands, you all received internship offers without the school asking any pro heroes to offer some up, which is amazing since we tend to have to ask for at least half of the class, stated their teacher as he displayed a list on the screen of all of the internship offers. Everyone had about 50 to 100 offers, and Izuku had the most at about 200 offers, which he nodded his head at. As they were all given their papers, Gran Torino started to speak up. Listen up, brats. Before you can go to your internships, you need to have a hero name picked out for yourself, so start thinking of it and we will approve or deny it in front of the class, Gran Torino stated, and Izuku raised his hand as he already knew what he wanted. Gran Torino called him up and Izuku wrote his name on the board for everyone to see. I want to be known as the hero of resilience, Halo, Izuku stated as he finished writing out his name, and everyone was interested in his name. One student asked why Halo, and Izuku explained, my quirk puts off a bit of energy and people always said I had a nice smile that made them think of the sun. So I kind of made a leap to Halo since it was unique to itself, as no hero has a similar name, like no one has anything like All Might's name, Izuku stated, and they all nodded their heads as Gran Torino approved the hero name. Everyone went through and stated their pro hero names that they wanted, and Inaza took the name Gale Force, which Izuku thought suited him quite well. Soon they were all talking about their internship offers, and the teacher spoke up about what was required of them on the internships. As you all know, you need to wear your hats like always. Well, expect Midoriya, but that is due to special reason. As you all know that there have been recent attempts on All Might's life, like the USJ, and how they had a weapon made to end him. As such, it was decided by the school, since Midoriya will be doing his internship with All Might, that he will not wear his hat due to the enemies of All Might. If he wore his hat, then All Might enemies would know to trace Midoriya back to this school, but without the hate, people will need to search really hard for him, stated their teacher as he explained that Izuku would need to wear his hair covering at all times to hide his green hair. And him nor All Might would confirm which hero school he went to, which would make it harder for people to track him down. They were all warned not to confirm Izuku's existence at the school, since they wanted Izuku to get a bit stronger before having to deal with any enemies that wanted to take a shot at him due to his connection with All Might. They all nodded their heads and agreed to keep it quiet, which Izuku thanked them all for it. Soon they were all dismissed after giving their hero names in and getting them approved. Izuku and Inaza decided to train together since they would be doing the provisional license exam in the near future, and they wanted to plan for anything that might happen. Izuku also wanted to see how far he could push his control before the exams as well. As it stood, Izuku was currently using 18% of one for all with slight pain as his body adapted to it and could push it to 20% with harsh pain if he really needed to do it. Izuku really wanted to gain 20% control of one for all without any pain, but Gran Torino wanted a small break for Izuku's body since if they kept doing that hell training his body would collapse on itself. As such, Izuku agreed to a reduced level of training, but it would still be pushing him, just not to the level of pulling a truck and tanker filled with water while carrying several pounds of the extra weight. Izuku did add all of the extra weighted clothing back onto his body as he was now wearing 250 pounds, which Inasa found shocking, but for someone like Izuku it was really nothing since he carried All Might on his back during his training on the beach and that man weighed a lot more. As such, Izuku was pushing his body but not to extreme limits that the hell training included. This was how Inasa and Izuku both spent the week they had left before the internship weeks, and Izuku was honestly glad that he would get to spend an entire weekend with his father figure without having to worry about school or other things. Though unknown to Izuku, his internship week would include large amounts of chaos as fate always likes to screw with Izuku Midoriya. And he could do nothing but go with the flow. However, going with the flow includes an idiot former classmate of his who was out for revenge and another former classmate that refuses to use half of their quirk. Izuku would find himself in the weeds, but will he prevail is the question. Third POV. Izuku was bouncing with giddiness as he was currently on the train in his hero outfit. All Might had told him to put it on and wear it from Shikzu High School all the way to the Might Tower, which was All Might's agency located in Minato, Tokyo. All Might wanted Izuku to just come straight to the agency since they would be using this internship to get Izuku's pro-hero name out in the public so they could start building up the public trust and faith in Izuku and start preparing them for All Might's retirement. As such, Izuku just sat on the train for the semi-long trip and couldn't wait to get to Might Tower in his honest opinion. As the train came to a stop at the station near Might Tower, Izuku deboarded the train and started to walk towards Might Tower, and as normal, there were normal citizens taking photos of the building and everything else. However, you could also see the typical news reporter that always lurked around Might Tower for any special news that they could catch. Everyone had heard the rumors that All Might had returned to his Might Tower a few days before, and were wondering why he did and if he was doing missions in the area since UA was off for internships. As such, most made the assumption he was doing more hero work since he didn't need to teach, but they were all surprised to see someone wearing a hero outfit aka Izuku Midoriya walking into the Might Tower and scanning a card that allowed him entry into the building. It wasn't the fact that he got into the building which caused them to be surprised. No, it was the fact that he scanned an ID card at the Might Gate which only All Might himself has ever used. Everyone was wondering who the hell this new person was because even the staff out in the lobby looked extremely confused about who just entered the Might Gate. The reporters on site had started to call their news networks and letting them know what they had all just witnessed, and within minutes there was talk on social media of someone outside of All Might entering the Might Gate at the All Might agency. While all of that was going on, Izuku was moving through the hallways and soon found himself outside of his father's office where he knocked on the door and entered without waiting. He did this because he wanted to scare his father, who was most likely in his skinny form, and he was right as he saw his father buff up quickly but drop down when he saw who it was. "Really, don't scare your old man like that," All Might said as he huffed and sat back down at his desk. Izuku just chuckled and said he was just keeping him on his toes. "Ahaha, very funny. Don't make me get Gran Torino to put you through hell training," All Might said, and Izuku just broke out into laughter, which confused All Might, but Izuku then explained that he doubted he could suggest anything worse than what he had Gran Torino put him through, which included pulling a fuel tanker filled completely with water. This made All Might just ran his hands across his face and groan. "You really shouldn't have pushed yourself that hard, son," All Might said, and Izuku just shrugged his shoulders. Izuku sat down across All Might's desk and removed the head covering and face mask so he could talk without having them on. "So what are we doing today, All Might? Because I am sure I caused an uproar downstairs when I entered via your Might Gate. Social media should be picking up that fact within minutes right now," Izuku said, and All Might looked at his social media accounts that he had an assistant put on his computer so he could track them if he wanted to, even though he wasn't the best with technology. He confirmed what Izuku said, and everyone was talking about the new individual who entered the Might Gate. "Well, that is one way to kick off on gaining attention towards you now, isn't it?" All Might said with a chuckle, and thought about what he exactly wants to do with Izuku during the week that he has him. He wants to let Izuku gain as much experience as he can, but he is limited to roughly 3 hours a goddamn day. "Son, how comfortable are you with fighting people on your own?" All Might asked, and Izuku looked at him confused. "I am comfortable fighting most people easily. Gran Torino had taught me a lot in the limited time we have been training, but I feel I can likely handle most thugs or common criminals." "Why?" Izuku asked as he looked at All Might with confusion. As you know, I am limited to 3 hours a day, which complicates the amount of training I can give you in the actual field. I don't have sidekicks that I can drop you on either, since again my form would be revealed. As such, the way I am thinking about this is we do paperwork and other duties during the day, and then starting in the afternoon we head out for patrol. I will stick back and away on a building roof in my skinny form while you handle any situations. If I think for any reason it might turn south or it's a situation I should step in, then I will. This way I can save my time limit as much as possible by staying on the roofs, and as night comes closer I can hide easier, which grants us even more time for you to be out in the field. I think we would move through different cities, but I am hesitant to go into Hasu since the hero Enderstain is there right now and I don't want you crossing his path. All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head in understanding, but he actually had something he wanted to suggest to All Might, and it was about Stain. I think that can work, but in regards to Stain, I think we should go after him. He's going to lead to an increase in crime. I also studied him and I believe I know how his quirk works based on the case files, since I had Gran Torino provide me everything to review. It should be a blood-based quirk that paralyzes the person whose blood he drinks. That is why there is a limited amount of defensive wounds, which is due to him getting the first cut in and ending the fight with that. I also tracked down where he would likely be at, which is in dark alleys and back streets in the afternoons and towards night, since he only operates during that time. Izuku stated, and All Might nodded his head as he looked at the files Izuku had given him about Stain and how Izuku came to the decisions he did. All Might was hesitant to let Izuku anywhere near Stain due to the experience Stain has, but he would be nearby to jump in, so it should work out. As such, they agreed to go towards Hasu during the later afternoons and night times to see if they could catch the hero Enderstain. All Might warned Izuku to be careful and to call for him the moment he even sees or hears about Stain being near him, since All Might didn't want him getting hurt. Izuku agreed, and soon they started doing paperwork and forms that All Might had to do for his agency. Soon several hours passed and they decided it was time to start going out to start doing patrols. As such, they both prepared their outfits and checked over everything before heading downstairs from the top floor. They could go through the gate on top of the building where All Might has a way to jump in and out where he used it more in his prime, but that would beat the purpose of getting Izuku's hero name out in the public eye. As such, as reporters were more or less camped out inside of the All Might agency lobby, the Might gate opened up and everyone stopped what they were doing and watched the gate open, and out came All Might with whoever the new individual was. As All Might and Izuku stepped out, they saw all of the reporters and they both chuckled. All Might looked at Izuku and pointed towards the cameras, and Izuku shrugged and let All Might lead the flow of things. The reporters waited with their breaths held as All Might pointed towards them, and they all wondered if they would get some information out of the pro hero, and their wishes were answered at All Might and the unknown individual walked over to them. As All Might and Izuku stood there, the reporters didn't even ask questions since they were stunned. All Might looked at Izuku and spoke. "I think we broke them. They typically ask questions, but today they seem out of it," All Might said, and that snapped them all out of their shock, and questions started to come out of all of them as people around them were streaming live to their social media pages. All Might raised his hand and they all went silent. "We won't spend much time standing here, but I will give you some basic information that I know you want. This is the hero in training Halo who has recently come under my agency guidance. You will be seeing him with me a lot more in the future, but I will be leaving it at that since we need to go out on patrol." "Thank you," All Might said, and they left right after that. Before anyone could realize what happened, the two of them had already jumped away with one for all. Everyone tried to follow where they jumped, but no one could see where they had gone, but the news was now out there as All Might was training someone through his agency, and they would be seeing them more often with the pro hero as well. This news caught fire quickly and had spread across social media and all of the news channels, as everyone was now talking about the hero in training Halo. Third POV. It's been a few days since Japan, and honestly, the rest of the world had found out about the hero in training Halo. Everyone was shocked to learn that All Might had taken someone under his wing, since this was the first student he was privately training, and no hero student has ever been registered under his agency. There were some different reactions to this news depending on who they were, as some were pissed and some were thrilled. Some of those pissed reactions belonged to one Sir Night-Eye, who was the former sidekick of All Might. The former sidekick was sitting in his office looking at the news that had broken over the last few days, and he slammed his hand into his desk. "What the hell, All Might? You didn't even meet Mirio at all, and now you have passed the quirk off to someone else that likely isn't even as good as Mirio is," Sir Night-Eye stated with an irritated tone. The pro hero wanted to meet this so-called hero in training Halo and had called up Principal Nezu of UA. However, he got stonewalled by the principal, who told Sir Night-Eye that he was not at liberty to release the information that he was looking for, which meant in Nezu's terms that Sir Night-Eye had nothing to offer in return for the said information, that All Might had asked Nezu to keep his mouth shut about it. Sir Night-Eye was betting it was the second one instead of the former. Sir Night-Eye even tried calling Gran Torino, who wasn't answering his phone calls. The voice message on Gran Torino's phone said that if he didn't answer and it was important to leave a message or some message indicating what they wanted to talk about, and he would call them back if he wanted to talk about it. That just annoyed Sir Night-Eye even more, and the only other person who would likely know who Halo was would be the police detective who was close friends with All Might, but even that man was dodging Sir Night-Eye as well. As such, as it stood, Sir Night-Eye was cut off from finding the information out from any sources that knew until he had the bright idea of asking his work-study Mirio to poke around at UA to see who had taken the hero name of Halo on so that Sir Night-Eye could talk to them, though he knew that it would take some time since there were the second years and first years that the person could be. Sir Night-Eye did consider that the person may go to a different school, but the fact that All Might works at UA made it more likely for them to be there instead of another school. The fact that Izuku didn't wear the Shiksu hat also made it a firmer belief in Sir Night-Eye's mind that Halo went to UA instead, because that would mean that Halo went to a small school, since Shiksu students are required to wear their school hats even out on internships or work studies. Now, another person that was pissed was Bakugo Katsuki, who was working at Best Jeanist office for his internship. Bakugo was pissed for many reasons, but none of them were at Izuku Midoriya, because Bakugo didn't know that Halo was Izuku Midoriya. Instead, he was pissed due to the fact that he, the winner of the sports festival, wasn't working at All Might's agency instead of whoever this no-named Halo person was. Bakugo was also pissed because that person was getting to do patrols with the number one hero while he was stuck being lectured by Best Jeanist on his hair and attitude when he had zero issues with them whatsoever. Bakugo had gotten to go on a short patrol but was pulled back into the office when he was too aggressive towards some children and had made them cry. Outside of those angry reactions, there was one more, but from the villain side. This villain was located in a bar where he had just disintegrated a glass from watching the news as it talked about the hero in training Halo working under All Might and that the world might have a new symbol being born. Though when the villain known as Shigaraki from the League of Villains went to grab another cup, a voice came over a TV and told him to calm down. Calm down and observe the new variable, because they will have effects on our plans. We need to be wary of them and move with care when we take our next actions. You should try to find out what the student's name is though, so we can know more about them. Do you understand, my protege? Said the ancient-sounding voice, and Shigaraki nodded his head and called out that he understood. Unknown to Shigaraki, the voice, which belonged to All for One, was curious about this new hero in training Halo. I see you found your successor, All Might. I wonder, will you be alive long enough to help them gain some power to resist me, or will you die before they can grow strong enough to face me? All for One thought as he sat in his medical chair that helped keep him alive, as he just sported a grin across his face. Now, outside of those angry reactions were those that were curious about All Might's so-called protege. One person that was curious was the so-called hero ender, Stain. Stain was looking at the news on a TV outside of a store as he stood on a roof across the street. He's seen the news a few times, but this was the first time he paid more attention to it. It's been talking about how the pro hero and the student have been sighted around different cities around Tokyo, and that All Might had been letting his student handle all issues while the hero stays off in the distance before jumping into situations that he thought he needed to handle due to his student lack of experience. As such, people were interested in everything the two were doing, and even Stain had to admit that he was interested. He was also interested in how the student didn't talk much at all to the press and allowed All Might to do nearly all of the conversation, which mainly included diverting the reporter's attention away from important questions like what school his student goes to or what was his actual name and face like, since Halo kept his face covered and they never revealed his name. Stain was wondering if All Might's student would fall into the category of being a true hero, or would he fall into the category of a false hero and had tricked the number one hero. As such, Stain wanted to find the student in the near future, but he didn't know that he would find him sooner than he had anticipated. However, before that could be done, a portal opened up behind him on the roof, and out stepped a warp user who asked for a meeting for his leader. The warp user belonged to the League of Villains, and soon the city would be in flames that night. Third POV. Several days had passed for the internships, and Izuku stayed in contact with his friends from class to see how their internships were going. Most of them had gotten lucky and were taken out on simple patrols where they dealt with minor thugs and criminals, while a few got unlucky and so far had to spend most of their time doing paperwork. Even those that were unlucky did receive unique training from their mentors on the internships, so they weren't completely horrible experiences for them. They all asked how Izuku was faring with the press following them everywhere, and Izuku just sent an emoji of him rolling his eyes. He responded that they were quite persistent in following them around, but luckily All Might and he could easily escape by jumping away. Izuku put his phone away as All Might came out of his office, because today they would be going into Hasu, since it should be roughly around Stain's schedule for him to do another attack. If they are unable to find him today, then they most likely wouldn't find him until he moves to another city, because he would be on his fourth victim and he only does either 4 or 5 pro heroes per city before moving on to keep people off his trail. Izuku and All Might headed downstairs, but before they went through the Might Gate, All Might stopped them and looked at Izuku. Remember, if you come across Stain and I am not around, then retreat if possible and call for me to come help. I don't need you to die to him, son, so promise me if you find yourself alone with him then escape, because even with you having 20% of One for All under control, for him it won't be enough, most likely because he is far more experienced in close combat than you are. You will die due to the difference in experience most likely. Do you understand? All Might asked, and Izuku nodded his head in agreement. He has seen the police reports, and pro-heroes with years of experience have been defeated by the man easily, so Izuku wasn't going to risk anything he didn't need to if no one was in danger of dying. All Might have given Izuku complete permission to use his quirk in combat situations and out of combat situations. He did this to avoid Izuku getting in trouble with the law since he didn't have his provisional license yet, but that didn't matter to All Might since he's only had to get involved in very few fights during the internship due to how dangerous deemed a villain that Izuku found, or risk of the villain possibly running to get a hostage. Those villains could have been dealt with by Izuku, but All Might didn't want to take the chance until Izuku got more experience with different situations, so he was prepared for anything that he might run into. Once again, they arrived on the lobby floor and exited the Might Gate to find reporters in the lobby waiting to get pictures of the two of them. They walked by and ignored the questions as they didn't need Stain getting any idea of them hunting him down, which might cause the man to hide away. Soon both of them jumped away once they got outside and went a good distance. Izuku has been getting much better with jumping far distances and landing, as All Might showed him and explained how he was doing it. All Might would use a good portion of power to jump and increase the power right as he was about to land, and move as he was going to run so he wouldn't crack the ground as he landed. As such, Izuku was gaining experience with high fall landings, which was extremely helpful for him since he tended to just bounce around low on the ground or across buildings, though he still preferred doing that instead since he adjusts his direction easier than going flying through the air. Soon they arrived in Hasu, and they didn't stop for any small-time criminals that weren't harming anyone since they didn't want reporters to spread the news of them being in Hasu. As such, they just moved around across the rooftops of Hasu for several hours when it happened. About 6 blocks to their far left, several buildings went up in flames with explosions happening. Then All Might heard the screech of what sounded like a Namu. "Let's go, Halo." That sounded similar to the Namu from the USJ. "When we get on site I will deal with them and you save people, since if they are anything like the OWN from the USJ, then we are in trouble." All Might yelled as they bounced off across the rooftops towards the destruction site. As they arrived, they saw several creatures moving about the city, and Izuku saw one was about to end a woman and her child, but Izuku wasn't going to let that happen. Before All Might even noticed, Izuku burst off the rooftop at 20% and landed in front of the Namu. As All Might noticed what happened, he was about to jump in, but then saw Izuku do a kick up to the jaw of the creature that sent it flying into the air. Using that moment, All Might jumped over to it and grabbed it as he slammed it into the ground. It didn't resist much at all. "I think these are weaker than the ones from the USJ, which is good," All Might thought as he noticed Izuku pulling civilians out of the danger area and moving them behind the line of heroes before grabbing more people and repeating. Every so often he would land blows onto the Namas that were in his path, and they would go colliding with the ground or into a wall. Soon everyone was cheering at the sight of All Might and Halo being on site as they helped defeat the Namus. However, as Izuku was working, he heard a pro-hero call someone's name, and he remembered he's heard of it before. The pro-hero was called Manuel, and he was calling for a person named Ida. That is when it hit him. That was the name of Izuku's former classmate from UA before he got expelled, and his brother, who was a pro-hero, was Stain's last victim. Izuku jumped to All Might and informed him of the situation, which the hero was really displeased about. "I understand. Go and see if you can find him, since you're going to be quicker than Manuel. When you find him, bring him here unless something happens. If he found Stain, then escape with the boy, but if you can't, then radio me your position so I can come or send heroes to your location. Do you understand?" All Might said, and Izuku nodded as he jumped away to search for the missing hero in training. Soon Izuku started to search for the missing student, but wasn't having luck until he heard a scream from somewhere nearby. Then he listened in and tried to put the fighting noise from the distance out of his mind and listened in as best as he could. One for All did more than just enhanced his strength and speed, as it also helped increase his body senses when he needs them, but it was tricky and he had to concentrate for it to work. As Izuku was listening in for any sounds near him, he thought he heard someone yell the name of Stain, and Izuku headed off in the direction he believed it was from. As Izuku was bouncing across the rooftops and in between the buildings, he saw something when he came across a turn in an alleyway as he saw Stain standing above Tenya and was about to end him as the sword was prepared to strike down into the student. Izuku kicked off the corner of the building he pressed against and bounced quickly towards Stain. As the villain raised his head since he saw something out of the corner of his eye, he was met with a blow to his face that sent him flying backward and into the wall. His body looked as if he got knocked out, so Izuku looked over to the person next to him and confirmed it was indeed Tenya from UA1, a classroom. "Are you alright?" Izuku asked, and he was met with a response that shocked and confused him but also sparked some rage inside of himself. "What are you doing? Stain is mine to defeat as I need to get revenge for my brother," Ada stated out loud, and Izuku was downright shocked at what he heard. "Really? I am so glad I didn't stay at UA if this is how their students are." First Bakugo, next was Todoroki from what Inasa said, and now this student. Dear God, UA is infested with people that likely shouldn't be heroes, Izuku thought in his mind. Izuku turned around as he heard a sound and saw that there was another person in the alley with them. It was the pro-hero native who looked injured. "Native, are you alright and can you move?" Izuku asked as he was looking at Ida's wounds, even though the boy was yelling at Izuku not to get involved and to just take Native and leave. "I'm going to live. I won't bleed out but I can't move. It's his quirk, I believe," Native stated, and Izuku nodded his head. "I'm going to radio in for some backup to detain Stain and get you guys medical support, so hold on for now," Izuku stated, and Native nodded his head. As he was about to reach and radio to All Might, he dodged out of the way and pulled Ida with him as a knife went right where Ida's head used to be. Izuku turned around and cursed at himself. "I guess I should have checked to see if you were fully out of it and detained you. That is what I get for not checking, I guess," Izuku said as he got into a position to fight. The reason he got up was that the hero Ender Stain had woken up and was glaring at him. Third POV. Izuku cursed his stupidity for not securing Stain when he had him down the first time. It was a huge oversight on his part, and Izuku wishes he had remembered to do it because now he was in a fight for his life while protecting two individuals. Izuku reached up and activated his comms link, and he heard All Might's voice on the other side as Stain glared at him. "Halo, did you find Tenya, Ida?" All Might asked over the comms. Izuku really wanted to laugh at that question but answered it. "Yay, I found him, All Might, but I am in a bit of a situation. It was as we were afraid of, and Ida came after Stain. There is another down pro-hero and neither can move. I can't get them out without Stain attacking my back, and he's not happy with me right now since I knocked him out once already," Izuku stated over the comms as the mouth guard blocked his voice from going out since it had that nice feature built in when he wanted it to work like that. All Might cursed on the other side of the line and told Izuku he would get there as soon as possible, but he was still finishing up the Namos. All Might gave him about a 5-minute ETA and told him to survive as Izuku explained his location to All Might. Izuku turned the comms off and allowed his voice to flow out of the mouth guard. "I take it you won't let me escape with them, will you?" Izuku asked, and Stain looked at him and shook his head. "Well, that's a bit mean of you. Are you pissed for me sludging you across the face?" Izuku asked, and Stain's glare got sharper at that comment. Note to self: don't taunt the villain that can end you, Izuku thought as he really wishes he would have not made that comment. Izuku glanced at Ada and Native before looking back at Stain. "Whenever either of you comes out of his quirk effects, then I want you to grab the other person and run so I can escape this fight. I may be strong, but I lack experience against someone as experienced as Stain," Izuku stated, and Native nodded his head. However, Ada decided to open his mouth even more and say that Izuku should just take Native and leave since he should be the one to deal with Stain. "Okay, enough out of you. Heroes should and act on vengeance alone since it clouds their judgments," Izuku yelled at Ada, and he snapped shut quickly but still looked like he wanted to protest Izuku fighting Stain instead of him. Stain was done waiting around as he charged at Izuku. As Stain did his attacks, he asked Izuku a question and asked if he was a true hero like All Might. "I honestly don't know how you define true heroes, so I don't know if I would fit your category, but I can tell you All Might is human and makes mistakes. For example, when he met me the first time, he told me I could never be a hero, but he later corrected his statement and apologized because I had caught him at a bad time," Izuku said as he dodged the blades and grabbed rocks off the ground and threw them at Stain, which forced him to dodge away from Izuku since the rockets contained some damn good amount of power and could likely have broken a bone or two since he threw them at 20% of one for all. "Oh, I like that you admit that you might not fall into my category. I also liked how to focused on saving them instead of defeating me. I think you may indeed be a worth hero just like All Might. After all, he did take you on as a personal student, which he hasn't done before," Stain said as he threw a blade at Izuku that nicked his face. Stain's eyes widened and charged up to Izuku, and his tongue came flying out. "It's his tongue that helps him get the blood to lock people up," Izuku thought as he bent his body backward and kicked Stain in the chest, but he didn't have enough time to put a lot of force behind the kick, so Stain quickly recovered from it. "That was a bit close. You almost got me with your quirk, Stain," Izuku stated, and Stain raised an eyebrow and asked how he knew about his quirk. "I studied the case files. All Might and I were actually in town to capture you since we wanted to stop you from murdering people. I was able to put some theories together that your quirk is blood-based due to you using swords and minimum wounds. There is typically 1 or 2 cuts and then an ending blow wound, which shows you needed to wound them a bit before you dealt the ending blow. Now, what would you get from said wounds? It is the blood that you get in need, and I confirmed this with the reports from your last victim who said you licked your sword after cutting him." Izuku stated, and Stain nodded his head, impressed with Izuku's deduction skills. However, Stain wasn't done either, as he charged once again at Izuku, aiming to defeat him since he had stopped him from ending the fake heroes. Halo, I will say this now. I won't be ending you tonight, but I need to stop you from getting in my way. I deem you as a worthy hero just like All Might, Stain said as he charged Izuku, but then out of nowhere came Ida as he tried to attack Stain but got cut again and had his blood taken. Are you kidding me? Why didn't you save Native so we could have escaped? Izuku yelled out, pissed, as he was forced to close the distance with Stain and force him away from ending. Ida just talked once again about it was his responsibility to stop Stain and not Halo's, which just earned an eye roll from Izuku. Izuku grabbed it and tossed him a bit too roughly, he would admit, towards Native so he would have fewer spots to defend since he wouldn't need to divide his attention as much. Izuku asked Native if he could move, but the hero said no, which confused them all but Stain. Native said he was down before Ida as well, which clued Izuku in on what it might be. What's your blood types? Izuku asked, and they gave it, and Izuku took a guess. Stain's quirk involves blood, so the time limit may be based on a few things. Blood type, how many people he's downed, age of the people, or something else, but I am sure it's blood type. Izuku stated, and Stain smiled and confirmed it. That's useful to know, but I still can't get down since if I do it means their deaths. Izuku thought as he waited for Stain to make his move. As they were eyeballing each other, there was a sudden drop in temperature as ice came traveling down the alleyway. Both Stain and Izuku jumped out of the way to avoid it. Who the hell? Izuku said that ice would have hit him if he wasn't fast enough to dodge. Then he saw who it came from, and it was Todoroki from UA. What is with all of these people coming out of nowhere and stopping me? Stain yelled as he was getting annoyed. Izuku had to agree since this only complicated matters, since he was highly doubtful that the UA student had permission to be here or use his quirk. Izuku looked at Todoroki and called out to him. Well, it's nice to see you, I guess. Anyway, would you mind grabbing those two so we can pull back and retreat, as I can stop Stain from coming after us if I don't need to carry them? Izuku asked, and he was not expecting the answer he received from the UA student. Todoroki looked at Halo and glared a bit. I will defeat Stain and show my father that I am stronger than All Might's protege, which will prove I don't need his damn fire, Todoroki said as he launched more ice towards Stain. Izuku, who was perched upon a dumpster, just looked dumbfounded. Do you even have permission to be here or even use your quirk? Izuku asked, and Todoroki said it was fine since his father would cover for him anyway. That just confirmed that Izuku had another vigilante student on his hands. He pushed his earpiece and watched Stain to ensure he didn't end anyone. All Might's voice came over. Halo, sorry I am running late. Another Namu had shown up and it was a flying type, but I dealt with it. I am on my way now, so what is the situation? All Might asked, and Izuku explained how another UA student named Todoroki appeared who doesn't have permission to use his quirk or be there. All Might, he's only here to take credit to capture Stain because he wants to show me up. He refused to secure the victims and get them out of here so I could fall back as I fought Stain, as such I can't retreat without leaving him to die. He's also refusing to use the fire side of his quirk, which would be far better to deal with Stain. Since got to go get here soon, Izuku said as he ended the comlink and charged forward as Stain was about to end Todoroki since he paralyzed him with a knife that he threw and went after it to drink the blood. As Todoroki fell to the ground, Izuku grabbed him and tossed him to the other two downed victims. As Izuku did that, he grabbed some rocks off the ground and threw them at 20% power to force Stain back. God damn it, Halo. Why won't you let me end those three fake heroes? Stain yelled out, and Izuku rolled his eyes. Apologize, but meddling in other people's business is the heroic thing to do. Also, question, are you working with the League of Villains since their Namus have been attacking the city? Izuku asked, and Stain seemed offended as he said he would never work with those human scum, which made Izuku a bit happy. He would make sure that was spread out later on by the police to ensure no villains connected the two. As Stain looked ready to attack again, Izuku called out behind him and said, All Might over here, Izuku said as he widened his eyes. Stain looked around but didn't see All Might. He turned around to be met with a phantom punch as Izuku has performed the move right when Stain turned around, as it would be enough time for it to connect with the villain. Once the move connected, Stain went flying back and hit a dumpster, and Izuku charged forward to ensure he didn't make the same mistake as last time and allow the villain to get back up and recover. As such, Izuku was on top of him and quickly detained him with some rope that he carried in his supplies. By this time, Ida and the others were up once again and had come over to Izuku, who was disarming Stain. And as he was doing that, Ida took steps closer to Stain, and Izuku stopped and got right in front of him, blocking his path. Stop right there. I don't know what you want to do, but if you do anything more, then you are committing even more crimes since he has already been detained. So I suggest you to take a step back, because let me ask you this. Would your brother really be okay with what you have done tonight, or would he be disappointed in you? Izuku asked, and Ida's eyes widened at what he heard from Halo about his brother, and he lowered his head in shame as he gritted his teeth and choked out an apology as he took a step back. Stain looked up at Izuku from the ground and asked why did he stop the kid, and Izuku looked at him and started to finish disarming him. Because the battle is over and I am only charged with detaining and arresting criminals. I am not the jury nor am I the judge. You will face punishment soon enough and you are now in my custody and I will ensure your safety until I turn you over to the police. I believe it's the hero's job to save everyone even if that includes the villains that they had just defeated. Izuku stated and a booming voice came behind them. Well said, Halo. That is indeed correct of what the hero's job is truly meant to be for those that truly represent actual heroes and not those in it for fame or money. All Might said as he walked up to them. All Might had arrived right after Izuku had done the phantom punch and decided to observe the situation and jump in if it changed. He also saw what Ida was about to do as well and the glares that the Todoroki boy has been giving his son. All Might knew UA would need to deal with the two of them since this behavior could not be tolerated, but the first problem would be the police. Soon other heroes and Endeavor arrived on site as they found Halo, 2 UA students, Pro Hero Native, and All Might on site already. Endeavor looked at his son, which flinched back a bit but said nothing. Soon the police and ambulance arrived to take custody of Stain and to have the injured delivered to the hospital. All Might asked if Halo was alright and Izuku just told him he had a small cut on his cheek that can be easily healed. All Might nodded his head and soon they were all heading to the hospital since the police chief would be waiting there for statements of what happened. Third POV. Izuku and All Might both jumped away and headed to the hospital before everyone else would arrive. This was to give All Might time to relax in his skinny form before he had to buff up again since he was closing in on his limit with only about an hour left for the day. Overall, they have been doing good and All Might and Izuku have been able to spend at least 10 hours out on the field with All Might only having to use about 2 hours of his limit each day. As such, the press and everyone else was never aware of All Might's time limit because they always believed that All Might was nearby Izuku watching, which was true but just in his skinny form to save time. Okay, run me through the details of what all happened before we talk to the chief of police because now Endeavor is involved in this and I want to make sure everything goes how we want it to and things aren't covered up because those students will need to be dealt with by UA. All Might stated and Izuku nodded his head since he agreed. As such, he started to explain to All Might about showing up to face off Stain after he heard a shout of his name. He arrived just in time to save Ida from being ended since Stain was about to do it. Izuku admitted that he screwed up in not securing Stain the first time he knocked him out and that he learned from that mistake. All Might nodded his head but didn't speak since he wanted Izuku to explain everything first before he spoke. Then Izuku talked about the fighting Stain and how Ida wanted Izuku to leave because Ida was there for revenge and wanted to deal with Stain himself. Izuku mentioned how Stain and he ended up talking about how Stain wondered if Izuku was a true hero or not before somehow Izuku proved himself to Stain and got declared as a true hero like All Might was. As he explained how the fight then went, he hit on the topic of Todoroki showing up. So, Todoroki didn't care that his attack would have hit me and Stain. He had zero regard for that, and when I asked him to take Ida and Native so we could escape, Todoroki said he would defeat Stain to show his father that he was stronger than I was because I am your protege, which would prove he didn't need to use his fire sign. So that is concerning in itself, Izuku stated, and All Might had to agree, but he let Izuku keep going since he didn't feel like that was the end of the mess. Izuku then talked about how he asked if Todoroki had permission to even be there or use his quirk. Todoroki didn't have clearance to be there or use his quirk. I know this with how he responded to my question. He stated that his father would cover for him anyway, which confirmed he was acting as a vigilante at that time. Izuku stated, and All Might groaned as this was a complete mess. Izuku nodded his head at All Might's groan and contained on how he had radioed back to All Might at that time and watched the fight looking for a chance to get involved since Todoroki's ice was troublesome to fight around as it was being thrown, so it kind of limited Izuku's involvement for a bit before Stain paralyzed Todoroki as well and Izuku was forced to save him as well. Stain got pissed since I wouldn't let him end them. Anyway, as we got close to the end, I asked him if he was involved with the League of Villains, and he denied the claim, so we need to alert the police so that gets out to deter villains that follow Stain from joining the League. Then it was the end of the fight where I performed a phantom punch. I did it by getting him to look away as I called out behind him that you were behind him, and he turned around and I performed the phantom punch that gave me the chance to detain him. I assume at that point you were present since I felt you nearby me, Izuku asked, and All Might nodded his head knowing the rest of the story. Soon they headed into the hospital after All Might told Izuku some things to correct and how he dealt with the situation in the future, and Izuku nodded his head and they agreed to talk about it more later on. However, it was time to deal with the chief of police for Hasu. As they were walking down the hallway of the hospital, they came upon Endeavor telling the chief of police to credit his son with the capture of Stain since he had authorized his son to fight, which annoyed All Might and Izuku. At that time, All Might spoke up. Really, NG, falsifying police reports and trying to cover up your son's illegal quirk usage and vigilantism. All Might stated with an annoyed tone, and the chief of police turned around to be faced with All Might and Halo. Endeavor looked pissed and the police chief looked worried about what he got caught in between. The police chief asked for All Might to explain and he did so. The chief of police looked at Endeavor with a frown on his face. Endeavor, this is a serious matter that you just attempted to lie to the police about such a large matter. It would be one thing if we covered up the UA students' involvement altogether, but to shift credit from a completely authorized individual when your son only made the issue worse is not going to happen. Give me a reason I shouldn't walk in there and arrest your son and end his dreams of becoming a pro hero, asked the police chief, who knew better than to get into a public fight with All Might, who was really loved by everyone. He would rather deal with a pissed Endeavor instead of a pissed All Might in the public if they ever learned of them covering this up and shifting credit away from All Might's protege if they had done it. Endeavor stated he didn't know what All Might was talking about and said the protege of All Might was likely lying to get credit. Do you realize, Endeavor, that there are others involved, and if we really need to get critical of this situation, then we can always call the police detective with the lie detector, but at that point, this becomes a larger issue which would turn ugly in the eyes of the public that the number 2 hero was caught lying and abusing his authority. Do you really want to go down this path because your son even admitted on the site of the battle that he didn't have permission and it was heard by Stain even? What do you think will happen if this is done as you wish and Stain alerts his followers of your lie and the police cover-up, which he would have full ability to do so because he wouldn't be denied the right to send letters out of prison since he doesn't pose a risk of doing such things, Izuku stated as he looked at Endeavor. Endeavor shut up really quickly at the threat made by Izuku and was silent before looking at the police chief and said he must have heard his son wrong and apologized for misinforming the police chief before he walked away. Soon the police chief got the entire story from Izuku and what All Might witnessed. The police chief also confirmed that Izuku had permission for the entire internship week and even received permission again at the time they went out on patrol since they had come to Hasu to track Stain down anyway. I see, then let's go with this story to the public. All Might and his protege Halo arrived in Hasu tracking Stain down when the Nomus attacked Hasu. During the fight, they discovered a UA student was missing during the conflict and All Might ordered his protege to go track down the missing UA student who he found under attack from Stain. As such, under the authorization from All Might, the hero of resilience, Halo started to defend the UA student, the pro-hero native who was already downed, and another UA student who was on site as well who had gotten attacked by Stain. Halo defended the downed individuals and successfully defeated Stain after a long and drawn-out fight before All Might arrived on site to help clean up. After that, all injured parties were transported to the hospital and Stain transported to receive medical care and be contained in jail for trial. The police chief stated and looked at All Might and Halo for their agreement since it would keep the UA students from being arrested, but the matter wouldn't be over for them since UA would be dealing with them. All Might agreed to it and Izuku just agreed since All Might agreed. After that, they headed to a nurse so they could heal Izuku's wound on his cheek before they stopped into the UA student's hospital room. As they entered, they found Ada's older brother, Manuel, Ada, and Todoroki all in the room. Ada looked down in shame and Todoroki had a face of neutral attitude, but Izuku could see some anger in his eyes and had to recite rolling his eyes. The police chief explained what would be happening and that their crimes would be covered up but that UA would be left to deal with them. Understand this, we could be arresting you and your dreams of ever being heroes would be over, so you better be grateful that your dreams don't end here unless UA decided to kick you out, the police chief stated before leaving as he warned of them not to reveal the true details of the events if they would be arrested, since the only difference in the events is they committed crimes in the real events and didn't do anything to contribute to capturing Stain, so they had no benefit of talking about it. Ada apologized to All Might and Halo for what he did and they waved it off. Before leaving, Izuku turned to Todoroki and spoke. Todoroki, I don't know why you won't use your fire, but if you keep going down your path then you will be just like your father. As far as I can see, due to your quest of only using your ice side is that you look down on everyone in arrogance and are only using half of your power. So my question to you is, what are you going to do when your ice isn't enough one day to save a child and you have to walk up to that mother and apologize to her for not saving her child because you refused to use your fire when it could have saved the child? Right now it appears as if you're just becoming an ice version of Endeavor, so I hope you realize that the fire from your quirk isn't his. It's your power and your power alone, because he can't summon it out of you, he can't control it. Only you can do that, so start using your damn powers, because it's the desire and wishes of yourself that determine how good or how evil your quirk is and not that bastard Endeavor. I truly hope you understand what I am saying, Izuku stated and left as he saw Todoroki's eyes widen as he was caught up in memories from his past from when his mother was still around. He remembered how she would tell him that the fire from his quirk is not his father's and it didn't matter what blood went through his veins. Suddenly small sparks of fire started on his shoulder and he was shocked at what he had done. He used his fire, but he was still caught up in his memories of his mother and what Halo had just said. As All Might and Izuku were walking down the hallway, All Might asked what that conversation was about. Izuku looked at All Might and said he believes Endeavor may have or is still busing his son. All Might was shocked and asked how he knew that. I have zero physical proof, but the picture I see says it's going on due to the scar on his face, and from what I know his mother gave him that from what I found online a while ago. However, he still uses his eyesight, which relates to his mother, so either she didn't do it or he doesn't blame her for it. That leads to Endeavor being responsible for it, and the fact that Todoroki doesn't use his fire, which relates to Endeavor, makes a damning picture. I think you should have Principal Nezu start digging into Endeavor and seeing if he can find any evidence of abuse on Todoroki, his mother, or any other children. Izuku said to All Might, who agreed to alert Nezu of the theory. The principal would be one of the best people to deal with Endeavor if he was abusive towards his family. Third POV. It was the final day of the internship, and the only thing people were really talking about was how All Might's protege had defeated the hero Ender, staying by himself, and had saved 2 UA students and a pro hero who got attacked by the villain. It was also released out that the hero Ender confirmed that he was indeed not working with the League of Villains, and that the attack on Hasu City was the League's attempt to screw with the hero Ender himself. As such, a lot of people were pushed further away from the League, and some people were annoyed with the League's actions in regards to the hero Ender, but it didn't stop all of them, as some people choose to take the news with a grain of salt and still sought out the League of Villains since they were powerful enough to do so many attacks. Izuku knew that the news wouldn't push everyone away from the League of Villains, but he honestly hoped it would do some damage to the League's abilities to recruit people, even though that thought was kind of foolish in his mind, as there would always be all for one behind the League, which was a powerful recruiting force just by his presence alone. Anyway, outside of the entire mess with Stain, Izuku's been fielding questions from his friends in his class, and he told them all to just wait until they all returned on Monday so he didn't have to repeat himself multiple times. Outside of that, Izuku and All Might both have been dealing with a lot of paperwork due to the events of Hasu, which had kept them both really locked down in the office for the most part. Paperwork sucks. Can't they make these easier? Izuku groaned out his question, and All Might just chuckled as he patted Izuku's head and said it was the horrible side of hero work, since they could never escape all of the paperwork that would come their way. Soon, though, they did some training in one of All Might's old gyms in the Might Tower. It honestly didn't get used much due to All Might going out of his prime and having the skinny form, but it finally got some use today, as All Might had Izuku training on some of the equipment that was built for them. All Might did remind Izuku that the new gym at Shiksu High School would finally be finished as well when he returns to the school. However, all good things must come to an end, as it was time for Izuku's internship to come to an end. All Might and Izuku decided to jump out of the tower instead of going through the bottom lobby, since the press might try to track Izuku down back to his school if they left normally. As such, they skipped over one train station and made it to the second station away from the Might Tower, where they stopped. Izuku had also changed out of his hero outfit as well, just like All Might Oz, since if he wore it back on the train, then images of him would be plastered on the internet and make a trail back to his school as well. It was a problem with being known quite well by the public and trying to hide their faces. They both sat on the train and spoke, as they were the only ones in the empty passenger car currently. Son, I am proud of your progress and amazed at the dedication you have put into this. You are already making a name for yourself, and you don't even have a provisional license yet either, which I hope you do well in your training for the next few weeks before that exam. All Might stated, and Izuku smiled and nodded his head. Izuku was really pumped up for the exam as well and couldn't wait to take it. He really wanted to achieve his provisional license as soon as possible for many reasons, one being spite to UAS Eraserhead and Bakugo, and the other reason was to help his dad in the fight against All for One if he could figure out a way to get All Might to accept it, though All Might still refuses to let Izuku help in the fight. Anyway, Izuku makes it back to Shiksu after All Might gets off at his stop to head towards UA, since he needed to alert Principal Nezu of the Endeavor situation, and he wanted to do that in person instead of over communications that could get hacked. Izuku told him that he would be in touch, and they went their separate ways. Izuku sat there on the train thinking about the upcoming future and hoped he would get stronger faster. He was already at 20%, and it hasn't even been a full semester yet. As such, if he could keep the pace up, then he could in theory get to 100% of One for All by the end of the second school year, but there was no way the villains would wait until then, and he was doubtful the fight against All for One could be delayed to that point in time. Time passed, and the train arrived back at Shiksu High School train station stop. As such, Izuku got off the train and started to walk towards the school, which was a quarter of a mile away. As he was approaching the school, he heard a shout from behind him and saw Inasa coming up behind him. "Hey Inasa, I didn't see you on the train. Did you get dropped off another way?" Izuku asked, and he nodded his head and said the pro hero he worked with dropped him off before they had to go work a case. Izuku asked who he worked with, and Inasa said it was a hero in the top 30 ranks, which Izuku recognized the name when he was told it. It was a decent hero that used wind for a lot of their attacks, so they would have been a great person for Inasa to work with during his internship. Soon they both arrived back in the dorms and found the rest of the class in the dorms. The moment they all saw him, they jumped towards him and started to ask about the fight with Stain. Izuku gave as many details as he could without blowing the cover story up in the air as well. They soon accepted it and asked how his training was with All Might, which he spoke about, and how he handled most villains by himself during the training. After talking a bit more about his training, they moved on to the other people's internships for a while before Gran Torino walked in and hit Izuku with his cane. "You just had to go fight a crazy lunatic villain, didn't you?" Gran Torino said with an eye roll, and Izuku just rubbed his neck. The homeroom teacher also walked in and looked at Izuku and Inasa, Hirashi and Midoriya. "As you both know, you two have your provisional license exam coming up in a few weeks since Izuku took the position of general. As such, starting Monday you two will be out of your normal classes and doing crash courses the entire time to get anything down we think you will need for the exam. Do you two understand?" Their homeroom teacher asked, and they nodded their heads. Gran Torino then spoke up and told Izuku that he wouldn't be getting out of harsh training either after the crash courses, since they needed to push his quirk control 11 higher, which Izuku easily agreed with. Izuku and Inasa were both glad they were ahead of their classmates in education by at least a year or so, since they always finished their lessons and homework within the class period generally. Soon everyone was tired from their trips back to the school and wanted to relax. Some people joined together and made a large dinner for the entire dorm, and they all enjoyed themselves for the night since they would go back to working and studying once the weekend was over. Back at UA though, All Might was sitting with Principal Nezu telling him the full and true story of the Stain incident, and the principal was pissed off. "Ironic. Aizawa kept these types of students around when he expelled my protege for not having control of his quirk and not having the potential to be a hero, yet they have this called potential he judges them on." All Might asked, not really wanting an answer, and Nezu knew that, so he kept silent. Nezu knew that All Might was really bitter about Izuku Midoriya not going to UA due to Eraserhead's action. Nezu had to admit that it was indeed Eraserhead's fault, and the fact that even though the man didn't mean to do it, he had expelled a student due to quirkist reason. Quirkist beliefs can go both ways, though the common one is against those with weaker, villainous quirks, or no quirks at all, but Eraserhead was quirkist against a student that had now passed a strong quirk even though he had only received it the day of the exam. Eraserhead had failed to read Izuku Midoriya's student files before making the decision to expel the student, which resulted in the school losing a valuable student as seen by the Stain incident. It looks far worse for UA if you compared Izuku Midoriya against Bakugo Katsuki, Ida Tenya, or Todoroki Shoto, who have all shown undesirable traits for heroes. Nezu just sighed internally at the mess that now laid on UA's doorstep and just prayed nothing from Bakugo's past came back to bite them in the ass, or any of these incidents gets exposed, or UA will find itself in deep water. Third POV. Monday class started up and the class was thrilled to get back to work, while Izuku and Inasa were in a world of pain and agony as Gran Torino was left in charge of setting up all of the crash courses for their provisional license exam training. They all think Gran Torino took the crash in the crash course a bit too literal. The reason they were saying and thinking this is that during the training of one course where they had to inspected people for wounds that were fake, but they still needed to know how to do it, Gran Torino would come in charging out of nowhere and yell at them to defend themselves, because of villains won't care if you are helping a victim, and if anything they will use it to their advantage to end you. As such, the old man would come flying and kick them in the sides, backs, or stomachs, whichever place he could easily get to without them knowing of his attack, so that they would have to think fast in defending or get hit really hard. Overall, it could be said that Gran Torino was having the most fun out of all of them, as he was chuckling almost always during the training, while Izuku and Inasa were left bruised and exhausted on the ground. Some teachers questioned and asked the principal if they should get involved, but the principal said it was fine to leave Gran Torino in charge since he wouldn't end them, though none of them heard him mutter in the low tone that he hopes he doesn't end them. Even the principal was honestly terrified of Gran Torino and didn't want to oppose the old man, even though the principal was sure he was far stronger. The thought of getting hit in the stomach again and again just scared everyone. As such, Gran Torino had free control over their crash course training sessions. The two boys were also training in the new gym that All Might had paid to have built. Overall, the gym was a fairly decent-sized building, but wasn't overall large to the point of unneeded space. A lot of the inside had more high-tech equipment that allowed them to change the floor plan up to provide different environments in the building, as well as prepare for different scenarios. There was also a section of the gym that was dedicated to weight training equipment that was made for people with stronger enhancement quirks like All Might and Izuku. Overall, it was a dream come true for Izuku and Inasa, and a nightmare at the same time, because Gran Torino had an amazing toy to use to help him torture the two of them. Inasa had started to join Izuku for his after-school training sessions since he didn't want to fall too far behind his friend, and Gran Torino had accepted him but warned him straight away that Izuku would be the higher priority for him, which Inasa accepted easily. As such, they both would spend the time training together and had even created some combo moves. One combo move came out of nowhere in all honesty because Inasa had made an observation that no one decided to notice and think about, though it also including find out about some other matters altogether as well. As they were sitting down taking a break about 2 weeks into the training with only about a week left, Inasa had asked Gran Torino and Izuku why Izuku didn't use his lighting since his quirk produced it, therefore he should have some level of control over where it goes. Izuku was stunned and Gran Torino didn't honestly know what to think. As far as they knew, the green lighting was excess energy from One for All being put off due to Izuku's body being so small and not being able to handle it all, but then Gran Torino realized that the conclusion they had come to could be wrong. Izuku was only pulling out what he could use in his body, so there shouldn't be excess energy being displayed. As such, it had to be some other byproduct of One for All, but Gran Torino wondered why All might never have the lighting coming off of him in all of these years. That is when Gran Torino thought of something and wondered if Izuku was actually applying the quirk slightly wrong. As far as he knew, Izuku was applying the quirk on top of his body, but they already knew so far that it could work internally due to how the past users helped Izuku out of the mental quirk during the sports festival. As such, he had Izuku stand up and turn One for All on, and he watched. As he watched, he noticed the energy come out and told Izuku to try turning the quirk on by imagining spreading it through his body internally and across it as he used to as well. Izuku was confused but did as he was told, and he found that he could spread the quirk out much easier than normal. Gran Torino then told Izuku to increase the amount of power he was using until he felt some pain, and Izuku did as he was told and kept increasing from 20%. Izuku reached all the way up to 40% before he fell over as he felt the pain, but it felt a lot more painful than the normal pain he normally would get if he went over his limit. Izuku slowly pulled it back and found that he could use 35% with slight pain like normal when he was pushing his limit and adopting his body. Izuku explained where he currently was with his power, and Gran Torino was shocked at the power jump. Izuku during the past weeks of training had slowly pushed up a percentage or two, but now he had gained over 10% due to correctly spreading One for All out from what Gran Torino could assume. This was a great deal of progress that Izuku Midoriya had accomplished within less than a semester of training, and Gran Torino knew that Izuku Midoriya was going to be a monster of a powerhouse for villains to deal with in the future. Gran Torino was also glad that Inasa had pointed out the lighting and why Izuku never controlled it, as now only small arcs were coming out of his skin, but they were hardly noticeable due to how small they were now. He looked far more similar to how All might look using One for All now. Anyway, back to why Inasa had pointed it out in the first place. Inasa had wondered why Izuku didn't use the lighting for attacks, and they decided to try and see if Izuku could expel some energy of One for All in a pure energy form, and it turns out with them now having a scorch mark that he kind of could. He couldn't control it at all, but he could throw it somewhat as he would wind his hand back and make his hand pointed outwards, and lighting as he visualized it would come out of his hand in all directions in front of him. Inasa, though, seeing that, decided to have Izuku do it again, but Inasa this time created a miniature tornado. And the result was, in Gran Torino's view, terrifying. It was a miniature lighting storm once they combined their attacks, as Izuku's lighting would get picked up by the wind that was created, but it would still be unstable and zap anything within the range of the tornado. Gran Torino had quickly made that combo move a forbidden move in a sense to only use on people when they are extremely powerful or they are going in for the end on a villain that they have no choice but to end. They agreed because they saw the readings that the gym picked up, and the electrical output was enough to likely stop people's hearts if they got zapped one too many times. As such, they put that move on hold since there were 0 ways of them using it in the provisional exam, since they would be fighting real people during it and not dummies or robots. Soon the remaining time of their training had come to an end, and they were told to rest for the few days before the actual exams happened. During these crash courses, they learned how to identify wounds, talk to civilians, detain villains, gather information from victims, investigate issues, and many other things. They honestly felt they were prepared and could only wait for the exam to come, as Izuku now sat at 35% of One for All, and Inasa had gained even more control of his quirk, while they both trained even more in quirkless combat since they knew they couldn't rely on their quirks for everything. Third POV. It was time for the provisional license exam to happen. Izuku's class all gathered up the morning of the exam and wished Izuku and Inasa good luck on the exam and hoped they would pass to represent their class well and dominate the hero industry. Izuku just laughed at all of their comments but just nodded his head and went along with whatever they were saying, since he didn't want to try to interrupt them since it was a chaotic mess. Soon they were done and they all just hugged Izuku and Inasa. And Izuku had to admit to himself that he was glad he left UA, since staying at UA would have meant he would have had to deal with Bakugo. And that wasn't something he was sure he would have wanted to deal with anymore. Izuku's also has been sharing far more of his past with Inasa, who has helped him understand his emotions better in regard to the past more. Izuku, with Inasa's help, had come to the conclusion that he didn't enjoy being anywhere near Bakugo anymore, nor wanted to be friends with him anymore. Instead, Izuku came to the realization that he would rather see Bakugo's dreams of becoming a hero ruined, but due to Izuku's nature, he couldn't bring himself to do it himself personally. No, Izuku had the desire to watch the past catch up with Bakugo and watch him get destroyed by his own actions instead of Izuku calling him out on it. Anyway, back to talking about the provisional license exam instead of the past. Izuku and Inasa said goodbye to their classmates as they got onto the bus that would be taking them to the provisional exam. Izuku again wasn't wearing his Shiksu High School hat since the school didn't want him getting connected to Shiksu High right now, with All for One being back around. As such, neither boys were required to wear their hats, and the school has honestly been considering dropping the hat requirement during any fieldwork due to concerns brought to them by the students that pointed out that some students' outfits had to be compromised to ensure their hats could be worn still. As such, it was being debated to change the hats during fieldwork to just a patch that would be placed on the hero uniforms but could easily be taken on as well when need be. After an hour's drive, they soon arrived at the location for their provisional license exam. The exam is held twice a year, which meant that students had only a limited number of times to pass the exams. Various hero academics from across the country enter their students into the exam, but the classes from each school are separated to different locations to avoid infighting of their students. Even though Izuku and Inasa are both only first-year students, they are not taking it with the second-year students from Shiksu High School, since both Tua and Tubi are being sent to different exam locations to ensure they don't fight each other. This way the school can ensure as many students passing the exam as possible. Soon all of the students were gathered together inside of an orientation room where a representative from the Public Safety Commission started to explain the rules of the first test that they would be taking. The rules were explained and they were told that they would have a 50% passing rate for the participants, and there were at least over 1,000 students in attendance. The first phase was explained to them that they would be required to hunt down the villain team members that have been placed inside of the exam site. The students would need to detain and not end the villains with the least amount of damage possible. Once you detain the villain, you had to bring them back to the start area where an examiner will credit you with the capture and ask the fake villain how much damage you caused to get them. Once all villains were detained, then only those that were in the highest 50% will move to the second phase. Right after that was explained, the walls around the students fell apart, and there they stood in the exam site already, and they could see quite a few fake villains spread out in the exam site. Izuku was stunned, but he and Inasa looked at each other and they both nodded their heads. There was nothing that said that they couldn't work together to capture villains. Nor did they say that the captures couldn't be credited to multiple people, because in the field that is possible. After waiting for a bit, the exam started and everyone dashed off. Inasa used his quirk to push Izuku and himself into the air, and they flew off deeper into the city area to hunt for villains. About 4 minutes into their search, they found a group of villains that came charging towards them. Izuku forced himself out of Inasa's tornado of air and darted towards the villains and started to engage in hand-to-hand combat, since a lot of them displayed mutation quirks. As such, Izuku was easily able to overpower them quite easily, and Inasa dealt with the others that Izuku left to him. After a few minutes, both of them had finished their fights and saw that they had taken out 14 villains already. They used Inasa's air and took them all back to the starting zone, where the examiner was going to credit Inasa with all of the points, but he spoke up. "Sir, they should be credited to us both. We worked as a team to defeat them, and nowhere in the stated rules said that we couldn't work as a team, and in the field, heroes work as a team all of the time. So please credit the captures to both of us," Inasa said, and the examiner looked shocked and looked back at the head exam official who had come over. He looked at Izuku and Inasa and remembered they were the two first years from Shiksu High School. He smiled to himself and approved of their method, since they had a point that in the actual field, heroes do work together to defeat villains and are shared credit a lot of the time. Soon, Izuku and Inasa charged back into the test and got back to work. The examiner asked the head exam official why did he allow it. For many reasons. They were right and we didn't disallow teamwork. 2. Heroes work together a lot in the field. 3. I was actually looking to see if anyone would do this, since it showed a great deal of trust to not sabotage each other and a great deal of teamwork. As such, it's a hidden section of this exam in my view. If anyone else replicates them, then let me know," the head examiner stated, and walked away as he watched Izuku and Inasa work on more villains far off in the distance. Soon 30 minutes passed and the buzzer for the exam first phase went off, which indicated that all of the villains had been captured. Izuku and Inasa moved towards the scoreboard and waited to see how many captures they had in total and if they passed. After about 10 minutes of waiting, the scores were displayed and Izuku and Inasa both tied for first place with 54 captures total for each of them. The next highest score behind them was at 30 captures, and everyone else followed behind that. Soon the top 50% of the exam takers were passed into the next stage, and those that failed were moved off the test site while all others stood back where they first started and waited for the second phase to be told to them. The head examiner walked onto the stage again and started to speak. Congratulations to everyone that passed to the second stage. This stage will be all about rescue operations, stated the head examiner as he pushed a button, and as he did that everything around them exploded and crumbled. Everyone was shocked and then wondered, did they have those explosives set before the first phase? Izuku wondered, since that could have been very deadly if they had set those off on accident with everyone around them. They all were told about the professional rescuers from the Help Us company who act as civilians who were caught up in a villain attack. As such, the remaining students need to rescue them, and while being analyzed by the HUC employees for how they did. Everyone starts out with 100 points, and if you lose more than 50 points, then you fail the exam. Everyone nodded their head and prepared to start. What they weren't told was that they would be facing off overwhelming odds, as the examiners had changed the test slightly this year and have gotten former villains to take part in this stage. All of them were hired by the Help Us company to help improve their acting and the realism of the exam. They were told how far to go and how to behave to make it as real as possible. As such, the students unknowingly would be fighting former villains who knew how to fight and deal with actual heroes instead of just having another group of heroes take part in the exam as a fake villain. This way, they would get far more real reactions, since some of the former villains were quite well known if you paid attention to some past events. And turns out some students did pay attention to the news quite well, as a lot of the students freaked out when they were faced with real-life villains, since they only expected to do rescue operation. Inasa and Izuku were in the middle of doing a rescue of a group of school-age children, or what appeared to be school-age, when a group of villains came at them. Inasa acted quickly and put up a large wall of air that prevented the villains from getting too close. Izuku continued to focus on the rescue operations and looked over everyone's wounds while reassuring them all. Don't worry everyone, they won't be able to touch you since we will stop them from ever getting closer, Izuku said with a smile on his face as he removed his face guard as he was talking to the children. Soon after looking everyone over, he was sure no one had any fatal wounds that needed to be taken care of. Okay, everyone, please listen up, Izuku called out, and they all turned to him as Inasa still dealt with the villains outside. We are going to form a single file line and we will escort you back to the medical tents. Don't freak out if you see a villain because we will deal with them, so don't be afraid, Izuku said, and then he asked everyone to stand up and start making a line. After they were all lined up, they headed outside to find Inasa had defeated the villains and tied them up. Soon they got a move on, and Inasa had created a dome of air that circled the civilians, which kept villains away. As he focused on that, Izuku dealt with any villains that came anywhere close to them and quickly dispatched them in a few moves. As they were moving along though, they found several hero students that were being pinned down by a group of villains, and they had civilians behind them. Izuku looked at Inasa, who nodded his head, and they directed their group a bit closer to them as Izuku charged and dispatched the villains who were caught off guard by Izuku's sudden appearance. Everyone all right? Izuku asked, and they all nodded their heads. Izuku saw Inasa get closer as he adapted his barriers of air to include the new civilians and the two hero students. Izuku asked all of the new civilians if they were able to move on their own power, and they all nodded their heads. If you feel like you can't walk anymore, then let one of us know and we will carry you. We are not that far from the medical area, so we will make it soon, Izuku said as they guided the new civilians into their current line of civilians and sat off. The hero students from before just stood there stunned as they followed behind. They soon arrived back at the medical tents and handed off the civilians to be cared for by the medical staff. Izuku and Inasa just rushed right back in as the two other hero students stayed behind. It looked as if their spirits broke, and Izuku just shook his head as he realized that the hero field isn't for everyone when faced with overwhelming danger. They continued to rescue people and defeat villains throughout the exam for about half an hour when the exam came to an end. Izuku and Inasa were proud of themselves and believed they would pass the exam, since they didn't think they did anything wrong overall to lose that many points. As everyone gathered at the screen to see the scores, they watched and looked for their names. Izuku saw him in first place with 91 points, and Inasa was sitting at 90 points. They had done it and completed their exam for their provisional license. They were soon given their provisional license, and Izuku looked at it and smiled. It didn't directly show his face since he didn't want people knowing what he looked like for a while, since All for One is still out and about. Izuku also received a note from the examiner that congratulated him on passing with such a high score, since there has only been a few people ever to pass with such high scores, and the last person to do so was All Might with 92 points out of 100. Izuku and Inasa soon made their way back to their homeroom teacher and Gran Torino, who congratulated them for passing the exam. Now it was time to return to school and relax for the rest of the day. Third POV. Izuku and Inasa soon arrived back at the school and were met with all of their classmates in the common room area. They all looked at the two boys and waited for the news on if they passed or not, and the boys just raised their provisional license hero IDs, which showed that they indeed passed the exam. Everyone jumped onto them and they decided to host a party in the dorm's common room to celebrate the two of their classmates passing. As the night was going on, Izuku soon excused himself and went outside. As he sat on a bench, he looked up and watched the stars as they lit the sky up. It was an interesting thing that you could see the night sky so well at Shiksu High School. The campus was not directly pushed up against a town, so there was only light from the campus, which was dimmed down when night came around. As such, you could see the stars in the night so clearly that it became an amazing sight that you wouldn't see in the towns or cities around Japan due to all of the light pollution. As Izuku sat there, he pulled his phone out and called his mother. He had sent her a picture of his license earlier in the day and she congratulated him on it. Now he wanted to just talk to her more since he had some free time away from everyone. As the phone ranged, Izuku just sat there looking at the stars. "Congratulations, sweetie," Inko's voice said as she answered the phone. Izuku chuckled and had a few tears down his face. Always the crier, Izuku thought as he spoke to his mother. They talked a while about how the exam went and how he felt during it. However, soon he decided he wanted to talk to All Might before it got too late into the night. Inko had easily thought it was a good idea, and soon Izuku was calling All Might. "Hello, Halo. Let me move to a private location before we speak," All Might said, and Izuku hummed an acknowledgement since that meant All Might was near other UA staff or heroes most likely, and they were still trying to keep as many details about Izuku limited. Soon All Might had found himself in the principal's office of UA, who also wanted to be present for the conversation since he was interested in how the exam went and how Izuku has been. As such, they had both left the staff room, which was filled with heroes, and were confused on why they moved to a different location since it was only pro heroes in the room, but they didn't push it. All Might told Izuku that they could speak freely now since it was just them and Principal Nezu listening to the conversation now, which Izuku greeted the principal. "How are you doing, Izuku? Has Shiksu been treating you well?" Principal Nezu asked as both of them have gotten close as they would share analysis of heroes and villains while doing some puzzles together. Both of them enjoyed a good challenge in their intelligence, which made All Might shiver at the thought of them working together. "I am doing quite well, Nezu. Shiksu has honestly been a great decision of mine since I don't have to deal with my past tormentor or your crazy students of 1A. Now that I think about it, what happened to Ida and Todoroki due to their actions?" Izuku asked, and Nezu chuckled as All Might groaned. Nezu explained that the two students were put through the ringer of having to spend the entire semester and next cleaning the support department, which has a thrilling student whose inventors explode all of the time, which makes a crazy amount of messes. Of course, they did receive some suspensions and other punishments, but unless UA wanted to blow the hole in the Stain story, they couldn't expel them for it, so they just had to put them through hard punishment. "That's good. Anyway, All Might," Izuku said, and All Might said he was still there. "Am I doing my work study with your agency?" Izuku asked, and All Might acknowledged that was the plan, but they needed to figure out how to make it work since it would be a 2-hour train ride one way for them to meet up, which was 4 hours a day if they wanted to do his work study every day. At that statement, Nezu suggested a fix for the situation. Izuku would spend the weekend up near UA and the Might Agency Friday afternoon and weekends, while Gran Torino and Izuku would work closer to Shiksu High during the rest of the week. All Might would just hire Gran Torino on via his agency as a hero without telling the public, and Izuku could work under Gran Torino that way and act without All Might being near him. Overall, it was an amazing idea which they agreed would work. Soon they moved on and talked about other things such as the exam itself. Izuku explained that in a set, and he worked together during the entire thing since there was a loophole in their exam for the first part. They had to capture villains and bring them back, and they were able to get credit for each other's captures since they worked together to fight, which led them to have a far higher score than the third place person. Nezu was laughing at what Izuku did and enjoyed it. Soon they talked about the second portion of the exam and how they had to fight actual former villains in the exam, which surprised the two since UA didn't send anyone to take the exam this semester since 2B had all of their provisional licenses, and there was no 2A due to Eraserhead getting rid of the entire class. They were honestly shocked that the exam takers had such a test set up since that would be the first time they did it like that. After talking a bit longer, Nezu had asked Izuku if he ever intends to use his general power to set up inter-school events since Nezu really wanted Izuku to come to visit UA at some point in the future. Nezu also wanted to rub it in Eraserhead's face at how bad he screwed up when he expelled Izuku Midoriya, but he's been holding off since it would cause issues if Izuku's hero identity got out there since All for One could track him down. Izuku thought about it and told Nezu that he would likely do an inter-school event most likely during the latter half of their second semester or at the start of their second year since he was more focused on increasing his control right now and preparing for any encounters with All for One. Nezu that it sounded like a good future timeline for possible events to happen, as he agreed they needed to be wary of any possible encounters with All for One. Nezu also warned Izuku of the possibility of there being a traitor at UA due to the USJ. Events. Nezu admitted that they could have stolen the schedule via the warp user, but there is also the chance of a mole being in UA, so it would be good to hold off on Izuku making an appearance in the school until All for One is captured. Izuku asked Nezu if he considered feeding false information to see if it would lead to the mole, and Nezu admitted he considered it, but the mole could verify the information by asking other classes or other staff members and find out that it's not true, so that method likely wouldn't work, which Izuku acknowledged. Unless they questioned each individual student, which Izuku suggested that they do the next time an event happens. You could use the detective if they don't know his quirk. Have him ask general questions as a follow-up to all of the events and frame it as if you guys are looking to see if the league is targeting any students and you are just trying to figure out who to protect more from the league due to them possibly showing interest. Izuku stated, and Nezu liked the idea and agreed to implement it the next time they could get away with it. Soon the conversation moved to more pleasurable topics about how other things have been and where Izuku's at in his progress. At that, Izuku realized All Might didn't know about his recent progress in One for All. So that is why Gran Torino was smirking when he mentioned telling you about my progress. You don't know, do you? Izuku asked, and they were confused and asked what he meant. You both know about my control during internships, right? How I was sitting at 20%, right? Izuku asked, and they said they did know that. Well, turns out I've been applying One for All slightly wrong. Inasa had pointed something out to us without even knowing the truth of One for All yet, and it led us to discover I was only applying One for All outside of my body, and not internally as well, which boosted my control from 22%, which I was sitting at due to training, all the way up to 35% of One for All. I've gained over a 10% increase in One for All, and the green lighting is less visible now since I'm not wasting as much energy as I was doing before, Izuku said with a smile on his face. Both All Might and Nezu were shocked to learn of Izuku's progress and how he's changed his control method of One for All. It was amazing progress that he was making, and it's only nearly the end of the first semester with finals coming up soon. They realized that if Izuku keeps going at the rate he is going, he will likely gain control of 50% of One for All likely by the end of summer break, since he will have far more time to train without classes going on. Overall, All Might was downright proud of his son on how far he has come with so little time. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.